Ah, man, this is kind of cozy here. I kind of just want to sit back and relax. I don't even know if I want to do anything about this Dragon Quest VIII run. What's that? I must? Well, I suppose I do have a job to do. After all, this is RPG Limit Break 2026 coming to you live from Denver, Colorado. I am your host, K47, and our next run is Dragon Quest VIII Journey of the Cursed King Co-op with CreativeEly, Cordellium, Keeanolookalike, and Flutter. Are you ready to tell us your story?
Hello.
Hi.
Hey. What's going on, everybody?
So
Thanks for your patience.
thank you so much for your patience. Shout out tech team. Like, we need love. We need all the love in chat as possible for tech team. Tech team working overdrive right now
Absolutely.
to get everything working for us. So we appreciate everybody donating for the name hero incentive. If we can go ahead and get the name for that, we're going to go ahead and get that name put in, and we're going to get this thing started.
Yep. Once I get the name, I'll input it, hit end, and I'll do a countdown, and then you can start the timer.
All right. Well, we have a long run ahead of us, and as you have said in chat and with your donations, we are bringing value to this event.
Nice.
Yes.
All
Value.
right. Let's get that in there. Okay. I'm going to start the timer. Starting from 10.
5?
5?
Yeah.
Okay.
5.
Let's do it. 5, 4,
4,
3, 2,
1.
go! Yeah!
All right. So, Dragon Quest VIII PS2. There's not really much else to say about it. Everybody knows it. Everybody loves it. We're going to be here for 12 long hours, and we are going to try to make this the most entertaining thing on the menu. I think.
Yeah.
We have lots of plans, lots of fun. It's going to be an event. I guess while we're waiting, we can go down the list and we can do all our introductions and all that stuff.
Sure. So I'm Cordellium.
I'm CreativeEly.
I'm Flutter.
And then I'm Keeanolookalike. All of us run in some way, shape, or form
Some capacity, some
the
less than
PS2
other.
version of Dragon Quest VIII. Some longer than others. I think Cord here is the baby of the group. He's only been doing this for...
Well, okay. So technically, if we want to get into the weeds, I've been running this almost as long as Ellie. I just only did one run in a decade.
Okay, fair. All right, so then Flutter's the baby of the group, by definition.
Yeah, my first run of this was 6 years ago.
I started in 2018. Long ago.
I think I started in 2016. The initial routes, we were working with Sword and Spear, so we got the classic routes going around that time period.
And then, yeah, Cord did one run in 2016 and then never touched the game again.
Yeah.
He became the Final Fantasy VIII god.
That's just how the cookie crumbles, I guess.
So I guess we'll talk about the game and the run itself. So we're going to have, to start with, 4 main party members, or we'll have 4 main party members by the end of the game. We're going to have 2 party members with us right off the bat. We have Gohan here, or Hero, or Value, I guess. He's going to be the main protagonist. He is the hero of our quest, and we also have Yangus, who is this beautiful man. He's
built.
He is.
Wouldn't you say, Keanu?
He is 100% all man. And so we also, I guess we can talk about one of the rolling incentives that we have. Dragon Quest VIII, whoever is the lead in the party, so whoever is in slot 1 of the party, is the overworld character who is running around. And the last that I looked, Alec, if you could confirm for me, the last time I looked, currently Jessica is in the lead for that, correct?
That is correct. The party leader choice is currently Jessica at $100, Yangus at $75, and Angelo and the hero just kind of sitting there with nothing.
So what we're going to do, because we do not have Jessica in our party, when we do not have the party member in our party who is leading, we'll just go to the second slot. Whoever's in second place will be the lead until we regain that party member or whatever. So as soon as we gain control and we are able to access the menu, we will do our character swap, but it's going to be a little bit.
Yeah.
We have what we just kind of missed it. Our very first battle, it was our tutorial battle. We get to learn how the battle system and stuff works. The classic 3 slime fight. At the end of the fight, we're always guaranteed 1 medical herb and then more cutscenes.
Each slime is worth 1 experience and it gives you 1 gold piece. And this is true for all of the baby blue slimes in the beginning part of this game.
As you can see on my lap, I have my trusty laptop. I'm going to be tracking for at least the beginning portions of the game up until right before we start our first big grind. I'm going to be tracking every single experience point that we earn. So that way we know the thresholds and stuff that we need to hit so that we can get the skills that we need after certain bosses and all that good stuff. You know, your typical RPG stuff.
Yeah, it's very important we keep track of both Hero and Yangus's XP value throughout the beginning portion of this run. Yangus actually gets, he levels up quicker than Hero will, and that will come into play right before we fight a major boss in this game, very early on, like an hour into the run.
Very much so. So this is the town of Fairbury. Cord, why are we here?
Why are we here? Well, so Hero or Value and Yangus are tasked with helping Trode ultimately.
Yes, Trode got cursed, and Trode, he's the little green guy on screen. Trode knows of a neighboring village to his kingdom that has a fortune teller a great mage named Rylus, who may or may not be able to undo the curse that he's currently under. So that's why we're here. We're looking for Rylus, and we're going to learn a couple of things. We're also going to do a lot of fetching. We're going to grab stuff. Who doesn't like looting?
Right.
Yeah, early on, we're going to be wandering. So you can do this in most towns, where you can open dressers, open barrels, really whatever you can find to get random loot in this game. And we're going to be doing it a lot in the first few towns because we're really desperate for items, money, items to get money.
Yeah, and we'll be taking a page out of Link's book and breaking pots and barrels of wood, so.
Exactly.
Yeah, especially herbs. We want to stock up on as many herbs as possible. They are our top healing item at the start. I'm also grabbing this 20 gold because that's worth 2 herbs. So again, stocking up as many herbs as possible is ideal.
Something also to note, this is a PS2 version game, kind of, I guess you can say exclusive. You'll notice that Ellie is running in a diagonal line instead of straightforward. The developers of this game was Level 5, and Level 5 was notorious, along with quite a few other developers at the time, for being really bad at math. So instead of the values, like the up, down, left, right being a value of 1, for the diagonal motions, instead of just making it also 1, they decided to make it the square root of 2.
That's right.
So when running at a 45-degree angle with in retrospect to the camera, you're running at about 41% faster than running a straight line. It is going to be the main source of movement throughout the entire run. Ask us how we know where we're going. It's kind of just ingrained in us by now.
Yep.
We also, there's a small compass at the bottom that I like to use to tell me which way I'm going. But yeah, a lot of diagonal movement, a lot of running around, a lot of metal slimes, a lot of fun.
Yeah, the diagonal movement is something you typically see in like action platformers. So think something like Crash Bandicoot or even some of the Pac-Man games. Not really a kind of movement associated with RPGs, which is one of the things I like with this run.
It's also really prevalent in another level 5 game that Cord is very familiar with.
Yeah, so Dark Cloud 1 and I believe Dark Cloud 2 as
Yeah.
well. Also, it's always diagonal movement in those games.
Very
And
much.
having played and speedrun Dark Cloud 1, it feels easier in that game compared to this one for whatever reason.
It's so the camera really doesn't like to be diagonal to hero or whoever is the main party member.
Yeah.
It really wants to be right directly behind at all times. So you are constantly fighting with the camera to hold it in position. You're never going to get that perfect 45 degree angle when you're running. It's always going to be slightly less. So that's why we say it's about 41%. It's actually more like 30 on average, just because you're never going to get that perfect diagonal. And the camera, everybody has their own tips and ways that they do it. The Japanese are way better at it than us. But yeah, so far we've done a lot of gathering, and we have met our first major NPC, I guess. Her name is Valentina. We've discovered that the person that we were actually looking for died, unfortunately. And we found out that Valentina had a dream about us and says, hey, can you help me help my fortune teller of a father get his powers back, and then maybe he'll be able to tell you where to go next. So King Trode, being the king and the boss, is telling us what to do. So we're going to go talk to her. We're also going to do like we always like to do and get more stuff.
Yeah, something we haven't really mentioned yet. The way we're going to be skipping text in this game is kind of unusual to most games. We're going to be mashing the triangle button and holding up on the left thumbstick. This game has a lot of different inputs that you can use to mash text, and that's usually the preferred way.
So triangle is the cancel button for this, and also holding up advances the text once it's finished scrolling. So the thought process behind it is triangle populates the entire text box, and then the up input alternates back and forth behind the scenes, and it cancels the text box and advances to the next one, and then the process continues to repeat. Like I said, everybody has their own mashing methods and how they like doing things. I'm weird, and I turbo. Turbo's allowed, by the way. But I turbo my left thumbstick in because my left thumbstick being pressed in, so L3 pressed in, is also the same as X.
I sincerely don't know how you do that for a 12-hour run.
I can show you on my controller how I hold my controller. I hold my controller very strange when I'm matching. Flutter, you want to hand me the controller real quick? I'll show you.
Demonstration.
So my controller, I hold left thumb holds the joystick up, and I press in, and then
Oh, right. You should show that to the camera. Yeah.
finger, the finger of power. This is how I mash, and I hold the stick up with my thumb, and I press it in, and then I hold triangle, and everything's turboed, and
And this guy's the world record holder, so
for the NA version, but yes. But like, everybody kind of just figures out their own way of doing things. It works for me. It doesn't work for everybody else.
Yeah.
Something else to note with mashing in this game, since we're mashing triangle constantly, when you're giving a dialogue prompt where you have to say yes, if you hit triangle, it defaults to you saying no. But if you mash triangle and X at the same time, the X input has priority over your triangle input. So that's how we always, for prompts where we have to say yes, we always say yes.
First frame. So we rested at the inn. The inn, in just like any other Dragon Quest game, has a very, very important function for us as the runners. It gives us a full MP and a full HP heal on all of our active party members. This game is a little bit archaic, unlike the 3DS version where you get a full heal after every level up. You get MP and HP max increases on level up, but it doesn't fill. So MP management and HP management, especially early game, is very vital. So right now, we are about to go into the overworld. We're going to fight our first overworld encounters. We are on our way to...
The waterfall cave.
Well, before we go to the waterfall cave, during the interview I spoke about an infamous monster who has a pun for a name, and it's my favorite of the entire series. But he is our actual first major fight, I guess you could say, of the game. And his name is One Night Stand. A holy experience.
Yeah.
This is a lot.
Yeah, so something to take note of, when you're in the overworld in this game, the biome of the overworld changes depending where you are. So those 3 trees clustered together right outside Fairbury actually count as a forest biome, which has a completely different set of encounters than if you were to just walk outside in the plains. So we always try to make sure we get an encounter in the forest biome for an encounter like this, because this encounter feeds us a ton of XP.
So our ideal thresholds, we have certain experience thresholds that we like to hit at certain points of the game. Our first experience threshold is getting to exactly 17 points. 17 points is super important because it guarantees that after we fight this first infamous monster, Hero and Yangus are both level 3. And level 3 is super important, especially for Hero, because that's when he unlocks his MP pool. He gets his first 5 MP of the run, and
Level 2, just like that in this one battle.
instant level 2 is really nice. We also need to make sure that we get at least 14 experience in the 3 on average encounters before we get to the infamous monster. Because we also need to make sure that Hero is at least level 2 so he has enough HP to survive the next fight, or the infamous fight.
Yeah.
And so we are about to fight One Night Stand coming up here in just a little bit.
Yeah, ideally you get those XP, the XP you need before One Night Stand in 3 encounters. You can get unlucky and have to force a 4th encounter, and you can get really unlucky and need to force a 5th encounter. Like the slimes here, they do not give a lot of XP, and if the game just throws baby slimes at you, you'll need to probably force a 4th or even 5th encounter.
It's not fun, but we take what the game gives us and we try to make the best of it.
That's a lot of what this run is early on, because this run it can be really brutal.
Also, Ellie is using medical herbs in his inventory for healing. Healing management, especially early game, is super vital. We don't have a whole lot of means to heal. So
Yeah, like so much of the early game until the first slime grind, we're just trying to kind of get by.
very much so. So that overworld monster, that knight bouncing on top of a green ball, that is our slime knight. That is One Night Stand. He has 2 actions that he can do. He can either just random basic attack, or he can launch a flying attack that does 20% more damage. Max rolls on basic attack is like 11 on Hero and like 10 on Yangus, but the flying attack can max out at 13.
Oh, nice.
Nice outspeed.
Yeah.
The secret third thing One Night Stand can do is that he can heal himself, but he only does that when he's at low HP, and even then, it's a fairly uncommon chance.
Yeah. So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to get Yangus to 50 tension. The tension system in DQ8 is basically like you spend a turn to increase your multiplier on the amount of damage or the heal or whatever that you're trying to do. At 5 tension, it is a 0.7. It is a 0.7 times multiplier, so it's not really worth it unless you're trying to do some sort of setup. At 20 tension, which is the next level, you get a ×3 multiplier. At 50 tension, it is a ×5 multiplier. And then technically later in the game, you can also get a 100 tension, which is a ×7.5. We will try to at least do that one time, at least once,
Yeah.
but no guarantees.
The 100 tension is
It's going Super Saiyan.
It is
It
going
is.
Super Saiyan.
but you unlock the 100 tension at specific story triggers, and For this game, it's about the halfway point. You can hit 100 tension for the first time.
Besides the story trigger, there's also you have to have gotten to 50 tension on that character a certain number of times. You'll notice that when you get to 50 tension early game, when you actually hit 50 tension, you'll get an extra text box at the bottom that says you've reached a state of high tension. When you hit the threshold where you're allowed to get to 100 tension, that text box will stop happening. And that's your tell when you can actually try to go to 100.
Yeah, if right now, if we were to try to go from 50 to 100, nothing would happen. Nothing would happen.
Also, you can see here, Ellie sold all of his worldly possessions.
Yeah.
Not only did he sell all of his armor and all of the items that we've been collecting over the course of the start of the run, he also bought a bunch of medical herbs because, again, we need healing. And defense doesn't really matter early game too much. At least the gear that you get doesn't nominally make that much of a difference. We're also going to pick up the most overpowered early game weapon that you can get, and that is the boomerang. Boomerang in this game has a sweep, I guess you can call it, action, where if you'll notice that in the encounters that you get, you'll see enemies on the encounter screen, but you'll also see that when you actually go to target them, they're grouped, sort of. The groupings, you can cast AoE spells per group. There's also spells that are non-group dependent. The boomerang is a non-group dependent weapon. It sweeps from left to right and does decreasing damage from left to right. So it'll always hit the hardest on the enemy on the far left and do the least amount of damage on the far right. But you're still doing massive damage compared to single target attacks, especially early game.
Yeah, early on, having a weapon that hits every single enemy you encounter when you have very limited access to AoE anything is incredibly important, because since we're going to have to fight a lot of random encounters early, it's the best option we have for dealing with them.
Absolutely. Like a common strat that you'll see throughout the Dragon Quest series is that you want to get that boomerang, you want to get that whip as fast as possible, to wipe out enemy groups fast and efficiently. It also helps with experience grinding too.
And we have a lot of experience to grind. We are currently sitting at about 50 total experience points gained throughout the entire run. Before we fight our next major boss, we need to be at a minimum of 203 experience. And that is very, very important. 203. Ooh, nice. Plain clothes
Plain
drop.
clothes.
We'll talk about monster drops here in a little bit, but 203 experience is super important because the next boss fight gives exactly 107 experience, and 310 experience is how much you need minimum for a hero to get to level 6. Level 6 is super important because we learn the evac skill. Evac skill lets us do exactly what you think, evacuate a dungeon or of the sort. And so MP management is going to be super important, and making sure that we hit that threshold so that we can immediately evac after we fight this boss who drains us of pretty much everything we have is also super, super important.
Yeah, and just to reiterate the power of the boomerang, Ellie's one-shotting all of these mobs with one attack. So it's a very efficient way to deal with encounters.
Almost one-shotting everything. Yangus is there for cleanup.
Exactly. He picks up
Also,
About 2 floats.
So now, because the game's forcing us to, we can talk about equipment drops or item drops in particular from monsters. Every monster has a rare and a common drop, and they're exponentially different. The more drops that we get, the better, because the more items that we have, the more things that we can sell. And we need to sell stuff to have money, because for our first major grind, we are going to basically pay to win. Also, we're fighting One Night Stand a second time. He doesn't give us the monster coin that we got last time. When you fight infamous monsters, there's 3 different tiers of them, depending on their difficulty. In this case, One Night Stand is a low-tier monster, so he gives a copper monster coin. There's silver monster coins and gold monster coins. There's sellable items at the shop. They give 200, 500, or 1,000 gold when you sell them. You don't get the gold coins you don't get the coins multiple times, But One Night Stand gives 28 experience points, and he's relatively easy to fight, and he's on the way. So fighting him a second time is just for experience point purposes.
That was almost an ideal fight. Yeah, for that fight, I have tension hero to 50, one-shot him, and he was focusing on Yangus for the most part, so not too much damage. I want to save as herbs as possible, but we do have a lot for safety.
Yeah.
Oh, could we have Yangus as party lead right now?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
We definitely can swap. So like I said earlier, because Yangus is currently in second place for the party lead, we will make sure that he's in there until Jessica joins the party, which will be a little bit later in the run.
Yep.
Unless you wanted somebody to snipe hero back in the lead,
Yeah.
can be done. But right now, all we're going to really be doing is we're going to be trying to progress through the waterfall cave. We're going to be grinding experience as we go. So right now, Alec, if you have anything for us, now is a perfect time.
Well, do I ever. In the lead up to this run, we had a couple donations, $50 from Anonymous, as well as $10 from Demarine. I'm here listening to the music warm-up of the DQ main theme, and I need an encore during the run. That one in particular, I would like to highlight because that is the first incentive that needs to be met if you want it to happen. That is going to happen in under an hour, based on what I have been told. So, if you want to hear a duet of the Dragon Quest main theme's overture, get your donations in now. Additionally, we have $25 from Sean Cass. Hi, Cord and chat. This is a poll. Which Dragon Quell character do you like the best? I like Yangbus. He's a cool brigadier from Pikmin.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you very much.
The memery out of Cord's community is high. It's high level right now.
And speaking of that, we have $50 from Quez. Hi, RPGLB. Here's to the Puff Puff incentive in honor of my favorite best boy, Cordellium. Much love from Sweden. Adieu.
Thank you, Quetz. Thank you very much.
And $100 from Sartrian Penguin. Who doesn't love a blindfolded challenge fight? Do it for Nami.
Very much so. Flutter, I guess we'll spill the beans since everybody's here. Flutter is going to be doing the blindfold incentive if it gets met. She has been grinding the past 2 days, and it would be really, really cool to show it off. So please, if you can, put it towards that. I want to see it.
Yeah, I had some practice runs that went really well and some that did not go really well, but we never lost, so that's what matters.
Still got plenty of time, Alec. We're still going.
All right. We do have one more donation. That is $30 from Imp Man that just came in. Why, oh why would you swallow your gold rosary? In addition, I would like to remind you that we are supporting the National Alliance on Mental Illness. To get involved in the fight against the negative stigmas around mental illness, please reach out to NAMI via their state-level organizations on Facebook, where they can be found as NAMI, or on Instagram and X as @NAMI Communicate. Remember, it is not a weakness to need help. Please reach out if you feel like you need it.
Group of encounters that I'm getting, I'm not getting ideal. Like, this route is not giving me great experience.
Can you actually, when you get a second, check the experience table? Because I think I missed an encounter.
I'm going to have to heal up for this fight anyway, so let's do it.
Yeah, ideally when you're walking to the end of this dungeon, you get a lot of encounters that give you double XP or double-digit amounts of XP, so anything 10 or above. And we've only gotten 2 encounters that have given us more than 10 XP.
It's pretty bad.
Luckily for us, there is this guard of a Hammerhood who, he's a tough guy, but if you tell him that you're tough too, he's like, actually, I'm not that tough. I'm gonna let you pass. But if you talk to him again, you'll fight him, He's also claiming to be the strongest of all Hammerhoods, and he proves that by giving you exactly one more experience than any other Hammerhood in the game. So when you beat this particular Hammerhood, for some reason, you get 22 experience. Any other Hammerhood that you find, only 21. He is the strongest, and it's proven.
I mean, no other Hammerhoods talk in the game.
That is also a true statement. He can speak pretty good. I would say English, but the game was started in Japanese first.
Either or.
What
He's bilingual.
The thing is I haven't played this game casually in so long, I don't remember if he has a voice actor. I think he does.
This one?
Yeah.
No.
He doesn't have a voice actor?
No.
Sad. There's a couple of them that do. But as it stands right now, Ellie needs another 50 experience to hit his 203 experience point threshold, and on average, about 3 more encounters until he has to force. So hopefully hopefully we get a double skipper.
Yeah.
Skippers are the highest value experience in this dungeon, at 12 experience per kill. But all the enemies range from various amounts. These fire spirits, they're tough encounters. They have physical resistance, but they're also weak to tension. So for some reason, remember how I said 5 tension gives you a ×7 multiplier or times 0.7 multiplier? For the fire sprites, it's actually double that, so it's 1.5 times for a 5 tension, which is why we're able to basically one-shot them. They also give 5 experience per, so this is a 14 experience encounter. It's not bad. We need 36 more.
Yeah, there are encounters that definitely do it, and there are some that definitely don't.
We really don't like seeing single enemy encounters,
Yeah.
unless it's a single skipper, and then that's kind of acceptable.
Single skipper's fine. Single fire sprite is bad.
And yeah, where you're real sad when you get that.
Wait, how much are one of those worth?
A single fire spirit is 5 experience, so
Okay.
I guess a little mental flex. Skippers, 12. Then the next one down are the Dancing Devils at 7 per kill.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
Then you get the Bubble Slimes, the Fire Spirits at 5 experience each. And you can also find the Moles at 4 experience each, Drakkies at 2 experience each, and then Blue Slimes at 1 experience each.
It's almost like you speedrun this game.
I
before.
may or may not have played this game once or twice in my life.
Yeah. So a nice little quirk with the fire spirits is they can cast Frizz, which is a very powerful spell this early on, but they can only do it once. Otherwise, they do nothing. Like, they can hit you for sometimes 1 damage. So not really in danger of dying there.
Also, a little scary with this targeting there. But all in all, we made it through. We need 22 more experience. Also, another thing to note and to talk about is every level now, we are starting to earn skill points. Skill point allocation is how we build our characters and they learn the skills that we need in order to progress through the game. Yangus is a very powerful axe wielder. He also needs some points in his fisticuffs. The first skill that we learned, very good encounter, actually, 16. That is, you're 2 experience short, Ellie, I'm sorry.
All right, sounds good. Just got to force one more.
But axes are his strongest tree by far, at least in the speedrun sense. Same with Hero and his spears route. Technically, he has better skills in his sword tree overall, but for the purpose of what we need him for in this run, spears is the way to go. Jessica is staves, whips, and a little bit of sex appeal, because every lady needs a little bit of that, right? And then we also have Angelo, who's the Playboy Knight, but we're not going to actually have him be the Playboy Knight. We're going to have him be a magic wielder who wields a really strong stick. Oh yeah, 10. All right, so we are over our limit, but we can now fight Geyser. We'll explain a little bit more about why we put the skill points in the spots that we put them in when it becomes a little bit more prevalent. Also, For the bosses, even though we say that we're going to have a certain party member in the lead, we are going to switch the party back to certain outcomes at certain boss fights. 1 for muscle memory and 2 because of targeting reasons.
Exactly.
So
Yeah, in this game, the order you have your party members is an actual in-game battle mechanic. Right now, it's not too prevalent since we only have 2 characters, so this is mostly for muscle memory. But once we get the other 2 characters, it becomes very important who is where in the lineup when we fight bosses. So Geyser is the first major boss of this game, and his turns are actually completely fixed. He will do the same thing every single time, which is Cursed Mist, Claw Attack, Tail Attack, Cursed Mist, Sizz.
yep, then tail, and then repeat.
Yeah, so he will always do those actions in that order every time you fight him.
It's also where this fight is also where we learn the special innate skill of Hero. Here, if you notice that Hero never gets cursed in this fight, but Yangus is very prone to it. So we're going to use that to our advantage, and we're going to utilize this tension so that we can get a massive damage hit in.
Yeah, I think Yangus has a 1 in 5 chance of deflecting a curse here. Otherwise, it'll just completely skip his turn. Or if Yangus outspeeds Geyser, it will skip his next turn, which can be a problem sometimes, but not really an issue for this fight.
Geyser also has 173 HP, and I'm also on the laptop here in my lab that I'm also tracking certain bosses for their HP values, so that way we can keep tabs on how well or how not well we're doing in certain fights. 70 damage is a relatively high roll, so that's pretty solid.
Yeah, I think Hero's max roll is 74 or 72.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, you should be able to live it.
I'm pretty sure Yangus tanks that if he gets hit with the claw attack. It didn't matter either way. So that's 13 more. It's at 58 HP. One of the things with the set of attacks where he does claw and then his tail attack, Hero looks like he's in danger, but he can only take maximum 10 damage when he's defending on the tail strike. So as long as we're at 11, we're fine. Everything kind of works out pretty perfect with how we take damage, how we deal damage, and how the turn orders and stuff works. Yangus not getting a single curse deflection kind of stinks, but it is what it is. That's why we stockpile so many healing items, is so that we can get through this fight. We are at 26 HP left. 14. Looks scary because Hero's at 2, but next turn is a curse, and that's
There it
a
is.
dead.
All right,
Geyser.
first boss down. First major boss.
Also, again, making sure that we keep track of our experience. Hero hit his level 6 like he's supposed to. We also made sure, if you were paying attention, that Ellie made sure to not use all of Hero's MP. We managed to keep 3 MP in his pool. Evac costs exactly 2 MP to use. So nothing makes you more sad than if you finish the fight and with only 1 MP left.
Yeah, you're either gonna have to like death warp or just walk
It's
away.
a
with
sad
It's
run out.
It is the walk of shame.
At this point, you're just resetting or.
A death warp isn't really good because, like traditional Dragon Quest games, if you take a death, it doesn't game over you. It sends you back to the last town or major town or village that you either saved at or have been to. And it also completely removes half of your gold in your pocket.
Yeah.
So our gold route early is super tight. We cannot afford too many deaths. 1 or 2, maybe, like as long as they're not full party wipes, is fine. There are ways around it, but like I said, our money route is incredibly meticulous.
Yeah, even when you don't TPK in this game, rezzing someone costs money, which we really do not have.
So-
at least this early on.
So chat, do you accept the hands? Or is it defeat? Another beautiful pun. I love this. I love this game so much.
All right, let's get out of here.
All right, so we're evacing. We're getting out of here. We are moving on to, now that we've collected the crystal ball, we're going to give it back to Calderasha, and hopefully he's going to, tell us where we're going to go next. But he gets a little mad at us. We're also going to utilize this strength seed. +2 is nice. Strength seeds in this game have a random chance to do either +1 or +2 to the strength stat. And the more strength that Hero has exponentially is better because he's using the boomerang and it spreads that strength over the entire formation. What we will end up doing, because there's 3 strength seeds that we can get early, 2 of them usually goes on Hero, and then depending on the runner, the 3rd one will either go on Hero or will go on Yangus. I'm a proprietor of at least putting 1 on Yangus to make the next major boss fight less volatile with the damage rolls.
Yeah.
But some throw 2 up there because Yangus is the main damage dealer for the entirety of the run. So it's kind of just how you want to play it. Also, here's Calderasha. We never talked about how he kind of looks like Hercule, right? But yeah, he's a little mad at us because we gave him his, we found his crystal ball, and then, a father-daughter bonding moment occurs.
Yeah.
So for the next couple of minutes, we don't really have too much other than some mashing and some cutscenes. So, Alec, if you have anything else from us, now is a perfect time.
I do, in fact. I have a pair of $50 donations, one of them from Miria, saying, let's hear some melodica. That is going towards a later incentive, which is the Don Bowl Jam Session. And we also have $50 from Freedom Pulse. Greetings from behind the couch. Good luck, runners, and let's hear some tunes. And that went towards the upcoming musical performance of the main theme, which is at $546 out of $750. So we need that $204 within approximately the next half hour. I believe in you, chat and viewers. If you can afford it, please put some money towards that incentive if you would like to hear the duet.
Yeah, that's in about 35, 40 minutes or so. Where we're on pace for right now. If you have anything else, we have maybe another minute or half.
All right. Well, I do have a chance to go over some of these prizes. I talked about them earlier before the run, and there was also a prize segment before. So if you're that desperate to see some of these in action, you can see what we are offering. But we, of course, have our grand prizes. We have the custom Nintendo Switch 2 Pocopia bundle provided by Zathian. That is a $225 donation total over the course of the event, and a Final Fantasy IV Warriors Illuminated Manuscript from Melavara. That is $150 over the course of the event. We also have several prizes that are for a minimum of $10. We have a Final Fantasy XIV Magic the Gathering Commander Precon from Ashen Prime. We have 2 Dragon Quest Japanese releases from T Murdoch 8. Those are Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D and Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D, both for the PS5. We also have Dragon Quest Slime plushies. There are 2 of those. Final Fantasy 1 to 6 Pixel Remaster Collection for the Switch. And we have 2 mini new Amigurumi. And then we have, for $5, Hero and Jessica Perlers, provided by Red Silvers. For $20, Phantasy Star Online Mixed Media Art for $20, minimum donation, like I just said. That is from Amber Harris Art. And finally, we have a Dragon Quest VIII wooden game replica from Pigmented. That is a minimum donation of $30.
That wood box looked really good last time I saw it.
That's an amazing prize. Yeah, all the prizes are amazing.
It's so good. So I guess we can talk real quick about, right as soon as we got out of Fairbury, we saw Ellie use an item called a Holy Water.
Holy waters are very important to this run.
For multiple reasons.
Yeah. So when you use them as an item in your bag or in the overworld or even in dungeons, they act as a repel. So each area you are in this game has a a minimum requirement for hero to be to completely repel encounters. And if you use a holy water, then you do that. If hero isn't that minimum level requirement, then it just halves your encounter rate.
Which is still really useful, especially in some of the later areas.
There's a lot of places where we don't want encounters, or we want to minimize our encounters because they're not really worth fighting. Our next dungeon, I guess, is kind of one of those places. But yeah, we're still trying to take encounters as we go. We still need a little bit of extra pocket money for our next shopping trip. We're also still trying to get experience. Our next threshold that we're trying to hit is a little odd when you think about it, but it's vital to the run. Cord, do you want to talk about the calamari experience?
Sure. So once we get to the calamari fight, we're going to want Yangus to be level 8 and Hero to be level 7. The reason for this is that we want to have a lower agility on Hero so that, during the course of the fight, after Calamari takes his turns to, attack or use Flame Breath, after that, ideally, Hero will heal. So the thought is just, lower agility, greater chance to heal after the hit.
This Dragon Quest game in particular, I don't know the exact math. I've said it in the past where I think it's plus or minus 50%. I'm pretty sure that that's a completely inaccurate statement. But the way that the agility works in this game is you have rounds of turns and then you have individual turns of that round. So at the beginning of a round, it takes everybody's, whether it be enemy or party members, agility, and shakes it up, and it picks a random number based on your actual number, plus or minus some value. Probably closer to like 20 to 25%. So you can roll low or high. So it takes all those numbers, it mixes them all up, and then it says, all right, who wins? And then it sets party order based on the highest value to the lowest value. So we want to keep Hero at level 7 so that we keep his max agility as low as possible, so his rolls that he is possibly able to get as low as possible. Because we want, like Cord said, we want ideally Calamari to go first every single turn.
Yep.
The more times that we outspeed him, the sadder we get.
We'll go into it a bit more detail when we actually get to the fight, but for reference, the difference between level 7 hero and level 8 hero, 1 agility point, and that doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a massive amount.
It changes the variance of the fight by approximately 20%. And that's a lot, especially given how many turns we're going through.
Yeah.
On the surface, Calamari looks like the simplest boss of the entire run. But I have argued multiple times that I think it is the hardest and most technical fight in the entire run.
Yeah, the next boss coming up, which is Calamari, for this game in particular, is incredibly overtuned. So to give you a bit of reference, relative to your HP, Calamari does more damage than the next 2 bosses you fight after him. It's insane how difficult he is early on.
He really doesn't want us to, set sail on the ocean blue.
I know, he's mad at us.
Is this your guys' way of saying we'll get it first try?
Absolutely.
Nice.
We have faith. So again, we're selling everything that we have because we need armor and we need more healing because we used everything. Scale armor is a pretty good jump in experience or in defense points for Hero based on the clothes that he was wearing.
The lack thereof.
Exactly. We're also going to stockpile herbs again, and we're also going to buy 3 more Chimera wings. It seems silly how we're going to use them, but it's faster, and why not spend the money if we have it?
Yeah. Something we didn't talk about is that the walk from Fairbury to Alexandria, which is the town we're currently in, is actually kind of dangerous because Hero and Yangus basically don't have any armor, so we're very susceptible to just dying to random encounters.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it's not too bad, but sometimes they can be a little mean, especially if you're trying to kill some of them for XP.
again, though, boomerang coming in clutch. We're going to be using this boomerang for a long time, and we're going to be using it so long that we're going to turn this boomerang into another boomerang and use it for a long time.
Yeah, the boomerang Hero has will get an upgrade and will be used for like the first 5-ish hours of this run.
Also, let's talk about Munchie, because first Munchie appearance.
He was in the opening cutscene.
Well, okay, so the first time
First controllable.
we get to control him.
True.
Yeah, so you have these random segments in the game where you can control Munchie, which is the mouse in Hero's pocket. He has an actual gameplay mechanic that the game doesn't really explain to you too well unless you go fairly out of your way to figure it out. But these forced instances of using Munchie are you send him into a hole to get something or do something. And there's 3 of these instances in the game.
First one's to go get Jessica's letter because we need to find Jessica. The game doesn't really tell us why we need to find Jessica. It just says that we do.
Yeah, if you talk to some of the people in this house, they'll tell you a little bit about her, and there are 2 kids guarding Jessica's front door, and they'll tell you, Jessica said not to let anyone inside, so we're getting this note to show them that Jessica has left and is not here.
It also gives us access to, like I said, our next dungeon, which is not just a dungeon, but it's, for some reason, it's Dragon Quest VIII developers' favorite place to go because they make us come here 3 different times throughout the entire run. And they're, like, required to do it.
It's a nice tower. But yeah, if we were to go straight to the tower now, we could not get through the front door without triggering this cutscene because the front door of the tower has a trick to it to be able to open to it that only people of Alexandria know about.
And nobody's going to tell us. It's a secret.
It is. But Bangers knows it.
Bangers knows it, and Bangers is going to take us. Also, by the way, another excellent fun.
Fantastic.
Oh yeah.
Bangers and mash.
Their names are Bangers and Mash. And for all of our EU brethren who are probably just now waking up, eating a breakfast of Bangers and Mash, maybe? I don't actually know what they are. What is Bangers and Mash? Somebody give me somebody donate and tell me what Bangers and Mash is, and put it towards the piano medley. Yeah. But right now we have not too much going on again. We're just going to be putting some equipment and stuff on. Oh no, the muscle memory got you.
Yeah. So Yangus should have 9 herbs.
Yeah, so we're actually going to use one of those Chimera wings right now to zoom out of Alexandria to Alexandria. And it sounds a little counterintuitive, but the walk from Jessica's house to outside is actually really long, so it's a lot faster to just zoom back to Alexandria.
We have the money for it, so why not just use it when we have the opportunity? So a little bit of more running towards the next tower. So Alec, we have about a minute or so if you have anything for us.
Sure, I have some donations. As a quick update, we are up to $676 out of $750 for the musical performance of the main theme, so keep them coming. I'll get to a couple of these donations now while I have a chance, though. We have $30 from Sif Moonweaver. Thanks for raising money for a great cause. You all rock. Good luck to the runners. Grew up playing Dragon Quest games with my dad and have fond memories of the series. Additionally, we have $10 from Big Fong Balls. Well, if it ain't some of my favorite people who speedrun games that are way too long. Good luck, y'all. Glad to see you on the screen.
Thanks, Vic.
Thanks, Big.
Thanks, Big.
Thanks. Yes, some of us have a very infamous track record of speedrunning games that are actually longer than this run, believe it or not.
We should go down the line really quick, actually. What's your longest game, Flutter?
My longest game that I've speedrun is Persona 3. My first run took me 36 hours to beat. Right now, I've got it down to 20. World record's like 19.
Mine also is Persona 3, but my PB is 23 hours. I've also done Nemesis % runs, which are like 18. I've done Persona 4 runs, which are like 17. I've done Ultimate Dragon, which was 24. You know, just
Some
If it-
Persona, some Final Fantasy.
yeah. If it's a long run, I'm for it. What about you, Ellie?
Dragon Quest VIII is probably the longest one, but same boat. I love doing the fun categories like Ultimate Dragon, Gospel Ring, which can take a day, you know.
Yeah, and then as far as myself, I mean, one of my first games was Xenogears, and that's around 20 hours.
No, you
And
gotta
then-
you gotta talk about Trio of Fate.
I make up categories and stay up until I fall asleep after about 20 hours.
Trio of Fate's what? The last Trio of Fate what you did was Xenogears 8, Final Fantasy 8, and Chrono Cross, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, all that in one sitting.
It's a little while.
I think Cord had
40 hours.
I think Cord Senpai has us beat for length of run.
Again, until I fall asleep.
Ellie, that last encounter that you fought
Yeah.
was 2 Hammerhoods, right?
Yep, you got
So that
it.
was 42.
That's a good amount of experience right there.
It's not terrible. So right now it looks like by my counts you're at 464 total experience.
Okay.
And if you want to double check behind me to make sure that I'm not lying to you,
Let's do it on our next heal menu.
that's fine.
Yeah, so while we're going through Alexandria Tower, there are very few encounters we actually want to take here. A lot of the encounters here are actually really scary to take, or they just don't give XP worth fighting for.
Prime example are Beetle Boys. Beetle Boys will hit you or knock you down and do like 8 to 12 damage, even on hero who has armor, and they give you 12 experience,
Yeah,
which
so-
is less than the mushrooms that give 13 and you can 2-shot.
Yeah, so we'll probably be running from all encounters here. If we see like heal slimes are a good example of a really good encounter you want to take because they give a lot of XP, they're not threatening at all, and they're pretty easy to kill.
You just have to one-shot them, otherwise they like to spam heals and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's the only downside is that they can stall out, but with tension being a thing, it's not really an issue. Important note, I have definitely forgotten to unlock that door. That door is your shortcut. Since this game makes you climb this tower twice more, unlocking that shortcut is really nice.
I'd say it's about a minute and a half,
Yeah.
give or take.
Otherwise, you have to run through the courtyard again.
Yeah, they really love this tower, making you run like 3 different times. At least the music is awesome.
For sure. So again, we're going to be doing a lot of trying to get away from encounters and maybe possibly fighting one, and then we're also going to be doing a couple of side quests to grab a couple of items of importance. So again, Alec, if you have anything for us, another perfect opportunity for it.
I do. Like I said earlier, I have a couple donations that were going towards that musical incentive that is coming up quite soon. We have $50 from the Axeman that says, I believe in the song. We also have $55.50 from Ferretskin, doing my part not to let those long hours of practice not get used. We also have $25 from Moonblaze Wolf back here in the pit with me. Shoutouts to the tech team. Please enjoy the wonderful Dragon Quest musical performances.
Yes, shout out
Tech
tech team.
team.
Yes.
And then we have two $25 donations. From Silver, I have no idea what bangers and mash are.
Well, we appreciate the donation nonetheless.
The donation and the honesty.
Yeah, for sure.
And $25 from Mr. B. Jammin. Bangers and mash is the friends we made along the way. Here's to Runner's Choice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, with that, I believe we are currently at $721 out of $750. So that
So
incentive
close.
is very close. You're doing
close.
great, everyone. Keep them coming. But in addition, in the spirit of bangers and mash and puns, do you have any bangers and mash puns? Do you want to give wrong answers only for what bangers and mash are? Or just give us some good Dragon Quest puns?
This is ugly.
This is
Okay, good.
All right. So we
That
have
got way too interesting.
we gotta talk real quick about fleeing. All right. So when we are under the level cap for certain areas, when we can't repel encounters, when you try to run away from an encounter, they are flat rates every single time. So your first attempt at fleeing is a 50-50. Your second attempt at fleeing is a 50-50, whether you succeed or not. Your third attempt is a 75% success rate, 25% fail rate. If you fail to run 3 times, your fourth runaway is guaranteed.
If you're still alive.
If you're still standing. The 4 Beetle Boy encounters is, again, a very tricky encounter because they are very tanky. They do a lot of damage. And if they knock both characters down, you lose that turn. So that was a very sketchy situation.
Yeah, if they knocked down Yangus, we would have probably wiped there.
And wipes are not conducive to a good start. But so far, we're actually we're on good pace. We have 484 experience out of the 700 or so. We need to stay under 312 more experience. 312 is our upper limit.
Yeah.
So we have a few more cutscenes. We get to learn about what happened at the top of the tower, why Jessica's so upset.
This is also our introduction to Jessica.
And sort of the introduction to what the game is trying to push at you, saying is the main antagonist. And his name is Dulmagus. He's an evil clown jester who loves to give hugs. Very, very deadly hugs, as a beloved friend of myself and Flutter, as Freedom Pulse, loves to talk about. It's a hug. It's a very spicy hug.
Yeah, so Jessica comes to the top of Alexandria Tower to pay respects to her brother who died at the top of Alexandria Tower. And she thinks that we're the ones who killed her brother, which is why she started throwing fireballs at us.
It was too late. She couldn't stop the spell, and she only, just decided to miss instead of blowing us up.
Just breaking some pots, some vandalism.
Just a little bit. So we still have a little bit of cutscenes left. We also, I guess maybe one if you have, Alec. We don't want to miss one of the most iconic sights at the beginning of the game.
Nothing right now, but I do want to remind you that we are very close, both in time and in dollar amount, to the musical performance of the main theme. We're going to have a duet if you donate, any of you, all of $29.
Core blimey.
Oh, blimey.
God blimey.
Or blimey.
So, unfortunately, Trode really likes to sneak up on Yangus, and Yangus is easily startled for some reason, even though he's a very large man of a man. And every time he gets scared, it's a core blimey. Also, we're evacing again. We have finished the Alexandria Tower. We're going to use another one of those Chimera wings that we had earlier to get back, but we're also going to do a couple of other things. We got another strength seed. We also got a new shield that we want to put on some characters. We also picked up an agility seed, but as we talked about earlier, agility is kind of bad right now, so we want to avoid using them at all costs.
Yeah, the agility seed is really bad until it's really good. And after calamari, they're really, really valuable to get.
So we're gonna go over here to the inn. This inn is a requirement to progress story. Bangers here says that he and Mash decided to pool all their pocket money together so that we can stay at the inn for free, because who doesn't love children paying for adult stuff? And we get to stay at the inn, we get a refresh, and then we're gonna go do another long walk to our next town, and we're also gonna be fighting quite a few encounters. Another infamous monster is also gonna get fought. And we're gonna try to hit this experience value so we can fight, like I said earlier, one of the hardest and most technical bosses of the game that has a completely scripted AI, and you know exactly what's coming every single turn, and it's still easily the hardest boss in the game. And it would be so much easier if the one party member that we could use just decided to help us a little bit.
Right.
She's too frail and delicate. She can't do that.
Well, they won't let her fight.
She could 100% cast a fireball from the back. Just throw a fireball.
Agreed. Yeah.
You don't have to tank anything. Just throw a fireball. That's long range. Stand at the front of the boat and fire from across the boat.
And one of those fireballs would help because unfortunately, well, I mean, we'll go into more detail on that fight, but there's damage variance too is a thing that we have to worry about for that fight too.
So yeah, here we're getting a cutscene of Jessica arguing with her mom. Jessica's mom wants her to properly respect her brother's death and mourn it at home, while Jessica wants to leave, find the person who killed her brother, and get revenge. So since they have different ideas on how to deal with this death in the family, Jessica just leaves, and Jessica's mom says, "Okay, you're not welcome here anymore."
You know, mourn like a proper lady, blood-seeking revenge.
It's all about honor.
Let's you know, eye for an eye. I'm for it. So like we said earlier, we have a little bit more grinding to do. We need a ideally exactly 300 would put us at a perfect spot. We're also going to grab one extra item. As you can see, Jessica changed outfits. She went from a nice proper dress to a more casual looking one. But we're going to go up into her room and we are going to take from her that casual or that very formal dress for no other reason other than she left it behind and we want to make sure that she has it.
Yeah.
Maybe we might, you know, sell it for some money, but don't tell her. She won't know.
Yeah, if you don't sell it, you can actually put it back on Jessica and have her use it for a little bit. Don't recommend it for long because it's not a very good piece of armor, but it is an option.
To put it in perspective, another +2, solid. But to put it in perspective, she comes equipped base with plain clothes.
Wayfarers. It's Wayfarers.
Oh no, it is Wayfarers, you're right. Wayfarers is 5 defense, if I remember correctly. Jessica's outfit is 1 defense. So it's basically like nothing.
Yeah, it's purely an Easter egg sort of thing. In the 3DS version of this game, you don't have to equip outfits as armor. Here you do have to equip outfits as armor.
So this is a heavy encounter. It's an encounter where 64 experience. Skippers, again, give 12 experience per kill. Foxes give 20 experience per kill. Foxes are nice to fight because they also are the highest yielding gold drop per enemy on average. Like based on the amount of experience they give versus how much gold they give, they're the most gold efficient out of all of the groups. So taking them out is pretty safe. As we get further along, our encounter tables will start changing and we'll start getting different encounters. And we're also gonna, like I said, fight one more infamous monster. So we're gonna utilize that extra 4 strength that Hero has, that he's gotten from his strength seeds, and we are going to press onward. There's also another little item that we need to grab that we will also grab along the way. But as it stands right now, we need about 240 experience is about the upper limit where we want to be. Technically, it's exactly 248, but you know, 240 is a good number to be at. Hammer hoods give 21 per. Each Drac Mage gives 9 per. So this encounter is worth 42 plus 27. Quick maths. 69.
Nice.
Nice.
Hammerheads are usually pretty good encounters to fight. They have a chance to do nothing, which is usually what you want to see. And they also give a lot of experience. That, however, can be scary.
Especially given the fact that they've used Kasap a few times. But Hero or Yangus, because he's not wearing a weapon, he gets an innate bonus multiplier to his stat points. So when he had 3 skill points in his fisticuffs, if he didn't have a weapon equip,
Oh, that's good.
well, we are rich.
Nice.
Giant's Mallet is 135 gold when it sells, so we are happy campers right now. But as I was saying, fisticuffs, 3 fisticuffs points gives 5 strength, so it's equivalent to him holding his club that he was starting with. And then at 7 points, he gets plus 10 to his agility, which again is a lot. And so he's nice and fast. He gets to punch things, and he's also our main healer, which is kind of nice while he doesn't have his weapon equipped. We're also going to utilize that agility boost occasionally in the next fight. But this encounter is worth 80 experience and approximately, I think, 64 gold coins. Gold really doesn't matter right now because we got that giant mallet drop. That was the rare drop from them. And like I said, 135 gold is a lot of gold.
Yeah, I think something we touched on is that each enemy has a common drop and a rare drop. So getting the rare drop from the Hammerhood is really, really nice for money.
I do not remember the exact number. I'd be willing to bet that it's a 1 in 64 for the rare drop on him, or a 1 in 128.
I think it's
one of the two.
I want to say 164. I think 128 is too high.
It's. I have a guidebook at home that tells me all of the drops and such, but I didn't bring it with me.
I have 2 pieces of good news for you.
Oh.
The first one is that we have reached over $21,000.
Nice.
Very solid.
The second one is that the musical performance of the main theme's overture has been met.
Nice.
All right, Cordellium.
Very nice.
Nice.
Very, very nice.
Most of that $29 that we needed came from a $25 donation from Rusty. Hey, Flutter, it's the Rusty Peanut. Everyone in stream is cheering you on. We all love you. Less than 3.
Thank you, Rusty, and everyone in Rusty's community. You guys mean a lot to me.
We also have $8.88 from Blind Umpire, $8.88 for DQ8,
Nice.
as well as a $10 donation from Possum Coffee, who will be, in due time, replacing me as the next host for this run.
Right. So with this fight, we are at 741 experience total. We are very close to our thresholds. We have 55 experience that we need, so we get to be very, very selective in terms of what encounter we get to take. I think the best encounter that we could take right now is double Candy Cat. So the double Jail Cat encounter is 38. That would be the most ideal encounter that we can get. And that'll put us at that sweet spot where Hero stays level 7, but Yangus, because he has, for some reason, faster growth, this works perfect too, this is 40, gets the level 8. The level 8 is important because we need to put the next 5 skill points that he gets on his level 8 into his axe tree, because he also gets one of the most broken skills I would just say in DQ8. It's probably the second most broken skill. He learns
Helm Split.
He learns Helm Splitter, and he also gets an attack power +5 buff. Helm Splitter is so good in this game that they had to turbo buff it or turbo nerf it in the 3DS version. In this game, it does physical damage equal to 100% of his normal attack. So it's basically a normal attack. It costs 0 MP to use, and it also has a sap chance. So it just does the same thing as if Jessica casts her sap spell that costs 3 MP.
Yeah, so what Sap does in this game is that when you cast it on a target, it has a chance to half their defense. And there are some enemies and bosses that are just straight up immune to Sap or heavily resist it. No boss in this game resists Sap from Helm Splitter. So it's like when we say it's broken, we mean it is broken.
You will use Helm Splitter almost every boss fight. Like legitimately almost every boss fight you're using that skill.
Just that good.
Along with the other skill that got turbo nerfed in the 3DS. Twin Dragon Lash.
Yeah, that's a skill Jessica will get very later on in this run. You won't see her use it for a while, but when she uses it, it's very strong. It's our highest source of single damage for this run.
Very much so. So for the time being, we really don't have anything else to do. We're going to go grab one more important item because while, yes, we want to keep Hero's level at level 7, there's one big drawback to that, and that's that he only has 42 HP. The next boss fight just so happens to, even on max rolls, with the way that the script works, Hero can survive 2 hits.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why we've loaded up Hero with the best gear we could get this early on. So he has the scale armor and the scale shield. It's to make him be able to survive this fight at level 7. Because without this equipment plus that health seed, this strat would not be possible.
He'd have to be minimum level 8.
Yeah.
So we're about to enter Port Prospect. We're going to grab a couple more items. We're also going to rest at the inn to make sure that we have full HP. And then we're going to do one last shopping trip before we go and do the big boss. We're also, because of y'all's generosity, we are going to let...
I'm going to treat you to some live music.
Some live music.
Yeah.
So Ellie and Cordellium have been working on doing this duet of Overture during the cutscene after we start the sequence to start the next boss fight. So while that's going on, I will be mashing for Ellie while he plays the music, and then once everything's done, I'll hand the controller back to him, and he'll go ahead and proceed with fighting Calamari.
Yep, so I'll give you the controller once I get into the lighthouse, and then you can
For sure.
engage. Cool. Let's do the shopping she mentioned.
Yeah, so normally this run is done where you don't save because there's never really a reason to save in this game. Like we said before, if you TPK in this game, you don't get sent back to the main menu. You just go back to the last church you either saved at or the last town you were in.
Do you wanna hit the save just in case, so that way you don't have to buy another Chimera Wing to come back here?
That sounds good, yeah.
Yeah, so for the purposes of the marathon, we will be saving at specific moments in the run to increase our chances of success. Because this is one of the big early run killers. The big early run killer.
So while we're doing setup, Alec, if you have one or two for us, that would be ideal.
We've hit a bit of a lull here, but we did just reach an incentive. The next one, am I correct in saying that it is the piano medley?
Yes. Piano medley, that's going to be happening just before grind 2.
All right, we already have 707 out of $1,000 for that, so keep going on that. We also have $1,233 towards the $2,500 Dole Magus Phase 1 blindfold incentive, $60 out of $500 for the Don Mole Jam session, but that's a ways off, as well as $50 out of $1,000 for Le Club Poof Poof.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and mash through this next cutscene. Once the boat is in play is when the music will start. And everybody's in position.
What? Hello? We can't follow him so long as the ships are stuck.
Oh, I keep mashing the wrong button.
What?
I thought you were doing it on purpose.
I knew I could count on you. Who? The sea. I'll be waiting.
All right, so here we go. Once I confirm this next one, then we'll go ahead and do the performance.
Yep, and go ahead and mute the game audio too.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
you want to have him do is like all aboard bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Almost. All right.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Let's do that bit again.
Okay. Absolute cinema. Awesome. Thank you, everybody that donated to that. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Cord and Ellie have been working really hard for the past couple of days. I apologize to everybody that's roommates with us or lives nearby us. They've been in the room practicing for that. So thank you so much for letting them perform that for y'all. And we're gonna get right into the fight. Calamari, like I said, one of the most technical fights. Everything is scripted. He is always going to do the same actions every turn. He's going to fire breath, single target, sweep attack, single target, sweep attack, single target, and then repeat. So we are going to make sure that we are managing our HP values and praying that we do not outspeed. We want to see single target hits happen on Hero preferably because he's the one with the armor, but it doesn't really matter. Hero is going to be constantly using the heal spell to top off whoever is lowest currently in HP. We also want to see a really large heal here. Heal can heal from 30 all the way to 40, so it's a range.
One question about that, is there any difference between a heal and a medical herb for how much they can heal?
There is no difference. So they do both the same. The only difference is that his heal can be tensioned to increase its strength.
Okay.
The only reason we load up the herbs because our MP pool isn't super high. So there's a couple of times where we're going to have to use an herb. There's also a couple of small niche times where using an herb is super beneficial, like if we're trying to preemptively heal at full HP. But yeah, so that was second sweep, which means we are on final hit. The basic goal of the fight is every single turn we are... Oh, good target. We are trying to get every round of action. So like I said earlier, we go 6 actions per round and then it repeats. We want to get Yangus to 50 tension, and then we want to spend that tension on a Helm Splitter. And then we prepare for the next Flame Breath. Flame Breath does so much damage. So that's why we're always defending with Hero and then preemptively healing with Yangus. So first round is pretty solid. We got through it. No issues.
So Calamari has 360 HP. So the ideal outcome of this fight is you beat him in 3 cycles. Sometimes you will have to go a 4th cycle, which is fine. It only gets scary if you need a 5th cycle because you will run out of resources before that 5th cycle ends.
And again, the less times that we see either hero or Yangus outspeed is ideal. Technically, Yangus outspeeding on any of these turns is completely fine because he's not actually doing anything that's of importance. Hero, though, we really want him going second every turn.
Yeah, so you're probably wondering why this fight is as difficult as it is when we know exactly what Calamari is going to do. And the two big variants from this fight is who goes first and who Calamari targets with single target hits. Because if he keeps bullying the wrong person, that is really bad for us.
So far, we've gotten 2 hits in. This is the final single target turn, so probably safe bet to double heal here.
I agree. Got to fight muscle memories because we have our party slots.
That is also accurate. We need a big heal from this herb as well. 34 it's
fine.
good enough. We might have to defend at the beginning of the next round, depending on the damage roll from this fire breath. 19 is that's a little too high. 23 is not enough to survive, unfortunately. So I think the safe bet here is to defend and then heal with Yangus.
Great.
Also, very good choice because that would have definitely have taken him out. So we just got to get one more 50 tension off on Yangus. Perfectly fine outspeed there. It also comes a time where some runners will just play for the life of Yangus. It's stinky to not get the experience on Hero, but it can be made up 100% of the time. That is actually the best outspeed I've ever seen. That was a double outspeed too. So now that we have 50 tension on Yangus, this fight is pretty much done.
This is a win.
So we get the first try Calamari. 125, not bad. That's not a bad time. But yeah, that was Calamari. It looked really simple because it went well. Anybody that knows me, has Ellie, close to War Flutter, that have done this run so many times, that run can go off the rails so fast.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that really looked like a cakewalk, but that's because Calamari outsped almost every single turn. There were 2 turns he outsped, one didn't matter, and the other was really good that Hero outsped.
So we got good RNG.
We were Ellie was playing for Yangus's life, like I was saying.
Yeah.
we were gonna sack Hero for the win.
And the game rewarded me for doing that.
100. So we have a couple more cutscenes to get through, and then we get our next party member. So we get Jessica, and Jessica gets to start leading. It's a pretty, probably about 5 or 6 minutes of cutscenes and mashing and more shopping to do and all sorts of good stuff. So Alec, if you have anything else for us, I hope there's some good words from the chat and from the audience about that beautiful performance that we just got.
Oh, yeah. People definitely appreciate it. We had a lot of clapping in the chat. And we also have a $10 donation from PowerMoose666 with no comment. I would also like to draw your attention to the fact that Tantrum Merch is partnering with us this year. Again, you can see, if you are in chat, the little MooBot automatic message there. So there's your link. Every item in the RPG Limit Break collection, including shirts, blankets, a tote bag, and much more, will give Tantrum will donate up to $5 per item sold to the National Alliance on Mental Illness and its mission. So grab your gear now there at tantrummerch.com/RPG Limit Break. And we, of course, are RPG Limit Break. We are live from Denver, Colorado, supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. They are the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization whose work is focused around 3 main pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. So, awareness is a big thing. Some people think, like, what is awareness? Well, if you're not aware of mental health struggles, that's not a good place to be. And NAMI drives the national conversation around mental health from coast to coast and across all demographics, having appeared in major media more than any other mental health organization since 2021, with over 24,000 earned media articles in top-tier outlets, including NPR, CBS News, CNN, and the BBC. Oh, we just got a $50 donation from Flow284 that just says, "Good luck on the run."
Thank you.
Thank you.
Flo.
Thank you.
And once again, we have lots of prizes in this prize block. We have a good number of them that go until Zeliard later. Well, it would be today now in our local time zone in Denver. You can see that on the schedule. If you look there, that is when most of these end, other than the custom Nintendo Switch to Pocopia bundle, which is a $225 sum for the rest of the event. If you donate $225 in however many donations it takes, that will get you in for that. Zathian is the provider of that, so thank you for his generosity. And for the ones that last until Zeliard, we have the big prize for a $150 sum until the end of Zeliard. Final Fantasy IV Warriors Illuminated Manuscript. It looks great. We have it here, and I've seen it. And then we have a few other prizes that are some themed around Dragon Quest, some themed around other games that will be happening, such as we have some Final Fantasy prizes as well, not just that For Warriors Illuminated Manuscript. We have a Final Fantasy XIV Magic the Gathering Commander Precon from Ashen Prime. That is a minimum of $10 donation. In the same vein, we have a Final Fantasy 1 to 6 Pixel Remaster Collection for the Switch. That is $10. And then we have, more appropriately for this game, we have Japanese releases of Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D and Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D for the PS5. Dragon Quest Slime plushies. There are 2 of those. Those are all with a minimum donation of $10. Hero and Jessica Perlers for a minimum of $5 donation. And then for the next game after this, we have Phantasy Star Online Mixed Media Art. That is from Amber Harris Art, and it looks really cool. It is a minimum donation of $20. And then finally, also for Dragon Quest VIII, we have a wooden game replica made by Pigmented, and that is going to be a minimum dollar donation of $30.
Awesome. Thank you, Alec. So, not much has happened. We got some backstory about how Yangus joined the party. He was, in some bad situations, and he was trying to go back to thieving, and he decided that he was going to charge a toll for a bridge nearby Trodane's castle, and had, fell on some unfortunate times, almost fell into a cliff, and it was the kindness of Hero's heart that he saved him, and became the governor. So Yangus decided that he was in complete debt to him and decided to tag along and help out. So here he is. We also got Jessica in the party. So because of the generosity of the RPG Limit Break viewers, we're going to make sure that she's in the lead as soon as we have the opportunity to. But we have a little bit more shopping to do because we have all this gold now and we finally made it through Calamari. We're going to, stockpile up on some items, make sure that we're geared up for the next. We're also going to unfortunately nerf our party quite heavily by getting rid of the boomerang. But don't worry.
It'll be back.
It'll be back because King Trode has been working diligently every night, a.k.a. one night because we stayed at the inn. No, actually 2. Excuse me. It was 2. Stayed 2 nights beating a pot with a hammer to make it start working again. We got the alchemy pot. Alchemy pot is very, very important.
It's very essential to this run. So what the alchemy pot does in this game is you combine 2 items to make a 3rd item if it's possible to make that 3rd item. And the way it needs to cook for the item to be made, and the way that item cooks is how many steps you take. Steps on the overworld count for more than steps inside of a town, so you could put something in the alchemy pot and then run around in circles in town for hours, but it would take you a long time to cook whatever in the alchemy pot. It's a lot more time efficient to run around in the overworld. So our step count for the alchemy pot is going to matter a ton.
To put it in perspective, it is 1/4 the cost of steps in the inside of towns and inside of not overworld. So it takes 4 steps in town to equal 1 step in the overworld. And every item has a certain difficulty where it requires a certain number of steps. And when we say steps, it's not technically the number of steps, it's the distance traveled. So because we get to run faster because of math errors, we get to cook alchemy pots a little bit faster than other people.
Yeah, so something we're going to do here is if you don't start the alchemy pot while you're in Port Prospect, you'll have a cutscene when you leave of Tro telling you, hey, you should really do it. But we're going to use it right now to upgrade our boomerang eventually, to skip that cutscene entirely.
Also, the upgraded boomerang, the reinforced boomerang, we talked to an ex-thief who gave us an iron nail. And who would have thought adding iron to a boomerang would make it stronger?
Yeah, so typically when you talk to people in this game, like the thief there, they really want you to make the iron key first. But we will make the iron key eventually, just not right now, because we don't need it right now. But we really need the boomerang right now.
Priorities.
Priorities are important.
Yeah, so Jessica has the lowest HP and the lowest HP growth of the 4 party members in this game. So we're gonna try to cushion it a bit by giving her one of the seeds of life here that we've picked up.
The leather kilt goes over the Wayfarers on Yangus too.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Also, Hero is strong. He's gotten a +2 on all 3 of his strength seeds. So, very nice.
Oh, looks like I forgot to pick it up. I'll grab it.
No, you had the leather kilt in there.
Oh, the leather coat. I was thinking the wave.
Yeah, the leather kilt
There you
goes over the Wayfarers.
There we go.
Yeah,
There we go. Cool. Thank you.
No problem. So, ideally right now, we're going to hit a bunch of story triggers. We're going to fight a couple of encounters if it makes sense to, but because we've nerfed ourselves with not having the boomerang, we're heavily nerfing how much damage output that we can do and how fast we can get out of these encounters. Nice Kaishin.
crit.
Nice Kaishin.
Hey, well, we might actually get out of this encounter pretty crit. Crit.
Pretty crit.
Pretty crit.
So since grinding is a really big part of this run, it hasn't really come up yet since we've been able to grind going from point A to point B relatively efficiently. The next thing we want to get from Yang's skill tree is we want to put some points into his humanity. Oh my god, he
Save some for later.
No, so this is gonna frustrate us so bad because he's already natty crit twice. So at this point in time, this is getting into nerd levels numbers here. He has a 1 in 64 chance of natty critting right now. We are pumping points into his spears to increase his chance of landing a critical hit from a 1 in 64 to approximately a 47% chance if he uses a certain skill with a spear equipped. And he will miss way more often than he hits. And it's going to frustrate us since he's already natty crit twice.
yeah.
But, sorry, tangent.
Yeah, so we need to put up a few points into Yang's humanity because if you put if you put 4 skill points into Yang's humanity, he'll get arguably the most useful skill in this game, Whistle. And all Whistle does is it forces an encounter, which doesn't sound like it's that good, but for the purposes of grinding, it's amazing when you don't have to run in place to get an encounter.
Yeah. You cycle encounters really fast when you whistle.
Yeah, so ideally, Yangus hits level 9 before we get to the next dungeon. Because we do have to grind a tiny bit before the next boss, because we really want Jessica to hit level 9.
10.
10?
Yes, she starts at level 9.
Oh, right, my bad, my bad.
So
At 10, she learns Acceleratle.
yes, so she gets 9 skill points to make up for the fact that we got her late and she didn't start getting experience or started getting stat points early. So the game makes up for it by giving her 9 skill points on her first level up. So from level 9 to level 10. At 3 points in her staves, she learns another really important skill that she will use for the entire game, Acceleratle. Acceleratle does pretty much what it sounds like. It makes your party fast. It doubles the party's current agility. So agility, very good, because now that we can control how much agility we have, we can control turn order better, and we can make it so that we're going first, ideally, every single turn. So in this game, it's either you go first every single turn or you go last every single turn.
Yeah, and once we get Acceleratle, we really want to go first every single turn.
The more agility, the better.
And there will be some bosses too where we stack it.
Yes, because we really want to make sure that we're staying as consistent as possible when it comes to turn orders, so that way we can do the things that we're going to do. Also, bar fight cutscene, top tier.
Top tier.
One of my favorites. The physics don't make sense because Yangus teleports inside of this place like there's no tomorrow. Like, also, how does Homeboy hold onto that chair? I don't understand, but you know, Hero's just kind of confused, and King Trode is so happy.
Yeah, Jessica was going to break up this fight with a fireball.
Yangus just, you know, being the man.
He's just having a ball.
He's being a man's man for sure.
So yeah, this is our introduction to Angelo, who will eventually be our 4th party member. We just have to go through the next dungeon before he can actually be our 4th party member.
Also, we're going to do a couple more menus. We're going to make sure that we equip a couple of things. It's going to look silly when we teleport back to where we were just at, and then spin in circles for a few steps. But as Flutter was talking about with the alchemy pot, overworld steps count way higher towards the alchemy pot cooking than inside towns and dungeons. So 3 circles outside is just to advance the alchemy pot enough that before we get the next random encounter that we should get, the alchemy pot will finish and we will have our new weapon.
So the ring Angelo gave us actually gives us a little bit of defense and a little bit of attack, which is very useful for this early part right here.
Again, more strength on the AoE user is stretched out and it's exponentially better.
Yeah.
So that's 1 circle. That's 2 circles. 2 circles is enough. If movement is super, super tight, then 3 circles normally makes it, but we're not trying to be pixel perfect on our corners here.
Especially when it's not needed for this.
Yeah. But we have a few more cutscenes to get through. We're going to get introduced to Myella Abbey. We're going to get introduced to
The Templars.
the Templars. We're going to get introduced to Angelo and
Well, we already got introduced to Angelo. We were getting introduced to his brother and then reintroduced to Angelo.
his brother Marcello. And if anybody is familiar with Akira Toriyama, rest in peace, and how he likes to draw characters, you can look at this guy and be like, yeah, he's evil. He's got to be evil. He has a widow's peak, and it's an epic widow's peak.
I agree.
So he has to be evil. Just think, it's Vegeta. He was really evil, and he had a really epic widow's peak.
That's true.
It's funny because Marcello has a slight change of heart after a certain story trigger happens very early on here, and then immediately goes back to being evil.
Yeah, you know,
He has it within it. But
he got the Majin symbol on his forehead. So we have to hit a few more story triggers. We got to go down into the dungeon, and we find out that Marcello and Angelo are pretty mad at each other. The game doesn't not let you go out of sequence to some of these dungeons. It just kind of expects you to get to the next dungeon or the next town or area or major plot point and start exploring around. Technically, you could run from here all the way to Pickham, which is like 5 towns away, and the story would progress as normal. But it gets to the point where you can't progress any further until you go backtrack and do a whole bunch of stuff. So that's why we immediately skipped Myella Abbey as soon as we got here and went to Simpleton, so that way we can trigger the story that is technically 2 parts in Myella Abbey.
Yeah, this game is, I don't want to say rigid with its story triggers, but it's very thorough with its story triggers. You have to hit them. There are very few story triggers in this game you can outright skip to actually progress the main plot of this game.
For an early game, it was quite polished in terms of sequence breaking and out of bounds until some 20-odd years later, a glitch hunter by the name of Penta SR popped into our Discord and was like, hey, has anybody ever looked into these Japanese out of bounds clips and stuff? Because the game originally released in Japan on the Japanese version of the game, and then it was released in the West again. But the developers of the game in the West didn't think that we were going to like Dragon Quest VIII as it was, so they decided to change things to make it more westernized. They added voice acting, they added these neat little cutscene tutorials that pop up on screen. They added the entire menu different, like the internal menus that we go through and stuff like that.
The game soundtrack is real instruments in the North American version.
They added some cutscenes into it, like I said, to modernize it because they didn't think the Western audience would like it so much. And when they did that, they patched out a lot of the glitchy mess that the original version of the game was. With the exception of one, Penta SR found technically 2 instances where you can do this clip, but only one that ended up becoming useful. Us speedrunners found out about this clip and found out what it actually could hold and jumped on it and turned it into what it is today.
Yeah, we'll go into, when we actually do the clip, we'll go into a lot more detail on it then. But yeah, they really polished this game and put up all the bells and whistles to make sure this game was as successful as possible, because this was the first Dragon Quest game that got a worldwide release. So they really, really, really wanted it to do well. So they went all out with what they could do with the game.
That's also the reason why they made it incentivized for Final Fantasy lovers to buy this game. In the original release of Dragon Quest VIII in North America, they also were like, hey, by the way, if you buy this game, included with it, free demo for Final Fantasy XII. And you know how much you liked Final Fantasy X. 12 is going to be even better. So you know you want to buy this game so you can try it out, right? Maybe you'll play it eventually. I mean, that's how I did. My stepdad bought the game because he just wanted to do the demo. He spent $60 on a game back in 2005
for a demo.
Yeah.
And I picked it up and started playing it and fell absolutely in love with it. That's now we're scary.
Yeah, I had the demo disc as a kid, and then I played Final Fantasy 12 15 years later.
We need one hit here. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Jargon's, again, another pun. It's a dragon, and he's holding a jar. Jargon. Sure. But, you know, they're really scary. If he used Flame Breath, that does a lot of damage. We're also going to pass by one of our infamous monsters. That guy's name, his name is Lonely Joe. He's going to continue to be lonely, and I apologize for that. Unironically, me and Flutter in the private practice room, it was early today, I think.
Yeah, it was. We fought him and beat him as a thought experiment. The only worthwhile thing you get from Lonely Joe is the bronze monster coin, which, like we said, is 200 gold, but he gives like nothing for experience.
56 experience points.
Yeah, and for reference, the family doctor we fought before the last boss gave us 44 and was infinitely easier to kill than Lonely Joe.
And unfortunately for Lonely Joe, he hits way too hard, and our resources are a little limited right now. So we want to maximize the amount of, maximize our resources for as long as possible.
So the Dingaling here can be scary because they can backup call a jargon, which, as we just saw, can get a little spooky.
Also, super funny name. I'm sorry, I'm a child. Winkies are also really good sources of experience. They don't do a whole lot of damage unless you make them mad. They get mad when they get under 25% HP. When they only have 25% HP left, they get real angry. And when they get real angry, their complexion changes and they get a whole new skill set. And one of the things that they can do is they can cast eye laser, which is almost an insta-kill for most everything that we have. Like, it's
Literally eye beam attack. Thankfully, they spend their turn getting angry, so it's very unlikely that they live the following turn. But if for whatever reason they did live, it would be scary.
Also, we learned Whistle, very important skill. We are going to grind in this next area before the next dungeon, because the encounter tables here is a little bit more favorable for our current level and grinding. We need about 600 experience here to get Jessica to level 10 and Yangus to level 10. Getting Hero to level 10, ideal, not required though. Most runners, if they can get it in the course of the run, then they will. But for the most part, it's not worth it to force it because it doesn't really do all that much. The extra HP and the little bit of extra strength is nice, but really the only thing that it does is it increases the amount of agility that Hero has and makes the next boss fight that we're fighting a little bit more favorable. I guess would be the right word.
A lot more favorable, I would say.
So that was 90 more points. We are about 530 experience away.
So if we were crazy people and fought the next boss now, he would be harder than Calamari, but since we're going to grind a little bit before we fight him, then it's totally fine.
This is 90 experience again, plus the goodie bag, which is 35. So this puts us at 125 more points.
Nice.
Again, because we have this super strong boomerang now, we are blitzing through these encounters mighty quick, and they're very high value in terms of encounter rate. Backup call is actually kind of nice from the bag because it gives us a heal slime, which is an extra 18 experience, which puts us now at a total of 143 experience for this encounter.
One question on backups, are enemies able to do it multiple times?
I've not seen it.
Okay.
I've not seen it. In older Dragon Quest games, for example, Dragon Warrior 4, it is a common strat to force backup calls over and over again to grind experience and gold early in Chapter 2 and stuff like that. But I've not, to my knowledge, seen the same enemy backup call multiple times. Except maybe the Restless Armors in Trodain?
I thought they could.
It's possible. Off the top of my head, I can't remember though. At least it's early. The bags of laugh. We don't let them live long enough to find out.
Yeah.
So in this area, your encounter tables are fly guys that give 44 experience per kill. We have bullfinches that give 30 experience per kill. We have drakies that give an 18 or so. No,
I think it's 18.
20. It's 20. 28. It's 28 per kill because two of them equal 56. And then Bags of Laugh that give 35, and then again the occasional backup call for a heal slime that gives an additional 18. Again, I am an encyclopedia.
Good knowledge.
So this encounter was 2 Fly Guys, oh, no, you just told me 146.
There's 2 Fly Guys, a Buffalo, and 2 Dragons.
Yep. So we're gonna just make sure that we're topped up or pretty close to topped up, and we're gonna keep fighting. We need about 244 more experience, 2 Dracumas. Again, this is approximately 50, I think, yeah, it's 56 experience. So we are getting right close to our threshold before we go in. When we go into the next dungeon is called the Ruined Abbey. The Ruined Abbey, we're gonna be spending quite a bit of time there once we get Angelo in our party. So hope y'all are prepared.
Yeah. On our first trip here, we're just going to go in, fight the boss, and leave, because the encounters in the Ruined Abbey are actually really scary when we're just 3 party members. When we get Angelo, they're a lot more manageable.
Still scary.
Still scary early on, but not too bad.
Wing of Bat is the rare drop from Dracumas. That is a 35 gold drop. Very nice. Their common drop is a Moonwort Hole, which is worth 15. 2 Fly Guys is 88 experience. We need approximately 100 more, so we are on pace.
The Fly Guys are actually a really good source of money. Not as gold efficient as the Bag of Laughs, but in terms of money, they're the second best thing we can fight here.
They also, their drops are kind of nice. Their common drop is not great. It's a Cowpat, which is exactly what it sounds like. But their rare drop is actually a really cool item that we need. We need exactly one of for the route. It's a piece of plain cheese, and we got a Cowpat.
Okay, got a cow pat.
But we needed 1 piece of plain cheese for an alchemy recipe that we are going to use in about 9 hours.
Yeah, so
So remember that.
Yeah.
so
There's plenty of opportunities for us to get it, but the earlier that we get it, the less that we have to think about it. So it's just nice to have.
yeah, so the cheese is actually how you use Munchie in Hero's pocket. If you give the cheese to Hero, Hero can use the cheese and feed it to Munchie, and depending what kind of cheese you feed Munchie, it has various effects. We'll use it on 2 bosses, the final boss, and then
There's 3 instances where we are routing cheese into the route.
yeah,
You should take 1 more encounter so that at least Yangus gets 10. Sorry. But yeah, so we make, no, technically not 1, 2, 3, 4 bosses. There's 4 bosses that we use cheese. So it's Imperia,
oh right,
because we find a piece of cold cheese.
yeah, I forgot Imperia, because it's Imperia, Leopold, Rap.
Yes. But yeah, we're gonna use Munchie. Munchie's gonna be late game support. But right now we're gonna just try to take encounters in here that are really safe. Mummy boys don't really do too much. They alternate basic attack and then curse every other turn. But the other really neat thing about Ruined Abbey, if you've noticed when Ellie is in an encounter and then tries to run away from said encounter, depending on where we are, the load times for after the fact, like getting out of the encounter, change depending on where we are. Inside of dungeons, because how the game works in terms of like how it loads, it's not loading as many assets while it's inside of a dungeon, so the load times in and out of... Oh, hello there. It stayed. So this is a metal slime. Metal slimes are neat. We did 1 damage, but it's with a mummy boy, so it's still not guaranteed.
Yeah, so Ruined Abbey is the first instance where you can find metal slimes, which is one of the reasons why we will be here a while.
Unlucky.
Unfortunate it fled. If we would have killed that metal slime, we would have gotten 1,350 experience, which is more experience than the next 3 bosses will give us.
To put it in perspective, this mummy boy gives 55. So we would have to beat About 35 of them to equal the same thing as one of those little metally boys. And one of the neat things about DQ8 in particular, this is why the other side effect of holy water that is really, really nice. Metal slimes have so much defense that you can't basic attack them very well. The only real way to beat them is by is critting them, essentially, or chipping them for 1 damage at a time. It's about a 1 in 3 chance that a basic attack does 1 damage through their maximum defense points that they have. But holy water is nice because it is guaranteed 1 damage every time it is used on a metal slime. And metal slimes in this game just so happen to always have 4 HP, and we end up with 4 party members. So, you know, we can do the math and figure out that once we have 4 full party members, if a metal slime stays 1 turn and everybody's able to get an action, that's equal to 1 metal slime kill. And it is very, very vital for us because we need approximately 24 of them.
So this is the next major boss of the game, Tortured Soul. Tortured Soul has 3 actions he can do, and it's random which one he does. He can basic attack, he can cast Sizzle, which is an AoE fire move, or he can backup call. The ideal outcome for this fight is he just basic attacks every single turn until you win. The undesirable outcome of this fight is if he backup calls and then sizzles, so we've already avoided worst possible outcome.
Every single runner has their own way of doing the fights. Backup call on turn 2 is not the worst thing in the world that he can do, but everybody does this fight a little bit differently. But at the end of the day, whatever works to get him beat. He also, this boss has a weakness to sap, which is kind of nice. So Helm Splitter, really, really good. A 20 tension attack with Hero always takes out one of the 2 adds. Whenever he backup calls, he'll summon 1 toxic zombie and then 1 skeleton. If you kill one of the 2 adds, he'll never back up again, so we always try to leave the zombie alive.
So something you noticed there was that when Hero threw the boomerang, instead of hitting the zombie first, it hit Tortured Soul first. It's because the zombie came after Tortured Soul.
So it's not actually, when I said it earlier that it's actually like left to right, it's not actually left to right. It's left to right in terms of the party order in the menu. So Tortured Soul is technically occupying slot 1, and the zombie is occupying slot 3.
Yeah, and that's the annoying thing with the zombie is that when the zombie basic attacks, its basic attack has a few different properties. One of them is that it makes you lose tension, which can really drag out the fight. The other is that it has a chance to poison you, but poison doesn't do anything in encounters. It only ticks damage when you're running around in the overworld. It's when poison turns into toxic is when you take damage in the middle of the encounter when you actually have to worry about it.
Yeah.
So here just got poisoned, but poison does literally nothing.
She didn't get poisoned.
Oh, she did. Oh, no, she didn't. I thought she did. It made the sound effect, didn't it?
She just got hit.
I swear I heard the sound effect.
Yeah. So, yeah, for some reason, Dragon Quest VIII has 2 different poisons. It's actually being poisoned or being envenomated. And envenomate is damage per turn, and it's percentage based on max HP. And then being poisoned is overworld ticks of 1 damage per distance traveled. Jessica's kind of a punching bag right now, and that's a little scary. We would like her to either get a really good heal here or stop getting hit twice. And yeah, well, she's kind of in death range if she gets punched again. Remember how we said that party order and order in bosses kind of matters? As we get more party members, the percentage chance for certain characters to get targeted changes. So right now, whoever's in slot 1 and slot 2 has approximately a 40% chance of being targeted, and whoever's in slot 3 has a 20% chance. So the game incentivizes you to put your tanky boys up front and then put your weak support guys in the back.
Not really something I think the game explains to you outright.
Never talks about it, but the way that the game works it put Hero and Yangus in first slot, and then it gave you Jessica, who just magically puts in slot 3, and then Angelo, who magically gets put in slot 4. So most players casually would just leave that party as Hero, Yangus, Jessica, and Angelo. So you naturally have your 2 tankiest people in slot 1 and slot 2, and then your 2 supports in your far slots.
We should win next turn.
Yeah, so the ideal outcome for this fight is 2 50 tension attacks from Hero and Yangus, and then 2 20 attention attacks will kill Tortured Soul. Because of the down tension, the fight dragged a little bit, and we had to do some extra turns for healing, but so far it's going fine. Tortured Soul has done a lot of basic attacks, which is what you want to see. There's the poison.
There's a premonition.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so this next Helm Splitter should 100% take this guy. Oh, wow. That's a... Oh, you only used 1 accelerate. That's why. I was like, how come he outsped? Oh, there you go. That's Tortured Soul. So that is the next big boss that we've gotten through. We have quite a bit in terms of cutscenes and stuff to get through. About 7 or 8 minutes or so worth of cutscenes and stuff to get through.
There's a lot of story triggers.
Before we get to the big section of Ellie Senpai's section of the run is Grind 1. And as I stated earlier, we're going to be coming back to Ruined Abbey here. And we're going to be here for a while because we are going to be hunting the metal slimes. We need to hit certain level thresholds for progressing through this game. There's just no other good way of getting through them. You can get through some of these fights at lower levels, but it requires you to have way better gear.
Yeah.
So to compensate for not having money, we're just going to compensate for having more HP and more strength points because we're higher level.
Yeah, so we talked about Calamari and somewhat Tortured Soul being overtuned fights, especially Calamari. Most of the bosses in this game are overtuned, and the game will require you at some point to sit down and grind experience, whether it's you going from point A to point B and you fight every single encounter on your way, or you do what we do, which is actually a lot more efficient, and hunt metal slimes for experience.
So, with that being the case, like I said, we have a lot of story triggers and stuff to get through. A substantial amount of downtime right now. So, Alec, if you have anything for us from the host stand, now is a perfect opportunity.
Yes, we have received a few donations. Starting off with that Cord Community Memery, we have $67.67.
No, don't do it. No.
It's too late.
We're adults here,
It's too
please.
late.
From Randy.
Hi, Randy.
Thanks, Randy.
It
I'm
says,
an adult Randy.
"Howdy RPGLB and all watching. Cord is wearing some snazzy garments as usual. Here's to our favorite metal slime slave."
Oh, yeah. We should also talk about the drip. Cord's over here styling on us. For sure.
It's just standard.
It is standard.
It's nothing.
Every run that I've ever watched, he's been business casual, at least.
Dressed for success.
Dressed for success, indeed.
And we also have a pair of donations that are music related. $50 from Amazing Toaster. "I'm too invested in the setup for the piano medley for that to not happen. Get it done, everyone."
Thank you.
Thank you.
And $40 from the Countess. "Good luck with the rest of the run and keep the funky tunes coming."
Thank you, Callie.
Thanks,
Really
guys.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
An update on that piano medley incentive, we are at 83.9% with $839 out of 1,000 needed. We have a bit of time for that, but still get your donations in because we do want to hear those tunes. And finally, in the donations front, we have $15 from an anonymous donor that says, "As an Australian who suffers very heavily with mental health issues and dark places in life, people like NAMI open up the topic to be covered in more common places. I wouldn't be here today if not for these mental health services, and I cannot thank these companies enough. Good luck on the run, everyone. And Cord, get back on that trio grind ASAP."
I knew it was coming. I knew somebody was going to bring up the trio grind.
Thank you so much.
But yeah, a bit of an update on the incentives. We are still at $1,283 out of $2,500 for the blindfolded Domagus Phase 1. That we have a good amount of time to go for, obviously. The party leader is still Jessica with the same amounts of $100 for her and $75 for Yangus. We have $60 for the Don Mole Jam session still. And we have a new incentive here. Fight Ultimate Dragon. That is a $4,000 incentive.
That's a big one.
That is a big one. So, if you want to see that, I'm guessing this Ultimate Dragon is rather ultimate.
You could say it.
Don't overlap correctly and whatnot. But if you mash it improperly, like if you mash it too fast, it soft locks you and it makes you listen to all the voice acting. You can't mash.
It's not an actual soft lock where you just can't do anything. It's just like the game just forces you to watch the entire cutscene. It's very bizarre how it happens.
It's like a 30-second loss if you do it that way.
Yeah. Otherwise, what happens is that Yangus will play his first full line of dialogue while you're actively skipping his text. It's kind of funny.
Well, I do have to say, it's fortunate that you had a guardian Angelo looking after you there.
Nice. Very nice. Very nice. I appreciate that one.
Want that, Alec?
All right. So, will we get it?
Sorry.
Aw, we didn't. Well, we didn't overlap. We didn't overlap the first. What's it called? The first line of dialogue, but we still didn't. We didn't end up.
And the never-ending hallway of doom.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't it? It like locks on Angelo moving, and that's when you hear the dialogue.
Yeah. If the way that you mash the way you mash that text so that you get the overlap in dialogue is by holding up on the joystick but not pressing any other buttons. And then as soon as the text box pops up, then you start mashing. And that's when everything starts to overlap.
So this.
But yeah, as it goes right now, we escaped Myella Abbey with our lives. Marcello thought we were trying to take the Abbot Francisco's life, and so he interrogated us and said, "Oh, well, you're in cahoots with this monster, so you must be evil." And so because of that, he throws us in jail. But it was all part of Angelo's plan to get us out, and to keep himself out of suspected trouble. So he kind of throws us under the bus, then comes and saves us. But as he's saying goodbyes and letting us go on our way, we realize that the abbot is actually in trouble, and we find out that our bestie Dulmagus is at it again, trying to give spicy hugs to another person, and we still really don't know why he's doing this. He's on a murder mission.
It's on a hug rampage.
Yeah. He wants to hugs, and some people, no touchy. So we know that something bad's happening because the music is all intense and stuff, right? But we also heard the ding of the alchemy pot. Passively, while we've been doing all of our grinding and running around, we've been cooking the alchemy pot. It's a really great way to do multiple things at the same time. What we were making, we mixed the snakes. We made the snakeskin whip by using the leather whip that came stock with Jessica, with the scale shield that we got from Alexandria Tower. And with those two things, we make the snakeskin whip. And it's a really powerful early game item for Jessica. A lot of casual people learn about that recipe and then they make it and they use that whip for quite a while. But we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do what we do best and take it and make it and turn it into money. It sells for 1,750 gold, which is a lot. And we are going to be needing as much gold as possible for this grind. Because if you remember, I said that metal slimes in this game are susceptible to being hit with holy water. Holy water does exactly 1 damage per holy water on a metal slime, and all metal slimes always have 4 HP. Now that we are getting Angelo in the party, we're going to have 4 damage users. So we need to take out at least 24 metal slimes. We need to take we need about 24 metal slimes in order to progress, to be at the level cap that we're looking for. What we're actually like aiming to do for this grind is we are trying to get Jessica to level 19. Once Jessica is at level 19, she learns a very, very important skill innately called oomph. Oomph is, it does what it sounds like. It gives you a little bit more oomph in your punch. It doubles your attack power for, I think it's about 5 turns. So any character that's using it and uses any physical skills doubles their strength for that time. And when we're using things like tension, it, exponentially increases that amount, makes it way stronger.
Yeah.
So
Something to note about oomph is that it doubles your strength for your first attack. So if you do an attack that multi-hits, only the first hit will be oomphed, the rest will do normal damage.
they fixed that in the 3DS version, I believe.
I think they did.
Instead of it being double damage on the first hit, they spread it out evenly across multi-hits. So that it still technically does about the same damage, it just, the numbers look more clean.
Yeah.
And it also is less punishing because some multi-hit moves, the enemies have equal chances per hit to dodge. So if you oomph and you're getting double damage on the first hit and they dodge the first hit and then the second hit, you lose that oomph extra. So balancing it out across all the hits for 3DS is, I guess, technically a buff, right? So unfortunately, no spicy hugs from Dulmagus this time. He decided to javelin poor Abbot Francisco. He wasn't technically trying to. It was more geared for King Trode, but Abbot Francisco decided to take that one. Also, this is the first time that we actually see what Dulmagus looks like.
Yeah, up until this point, you've only seen him in flashbacks, and you have not seen his face. This is the first time you see him in color, and you see his face.
And that's the first of many windows he breaks too.
He hates glass. Glass is not his friend. Also, this is just me also memeing. I don't think these Templars have enough dirt. It doesn't look like they have enough dirt for what they're trying to do. And I feel bad because, they're in the rain. Because
it's just all turning to mud, realistically.
it's just, those piles are small for what they're trying to accomplish.
It begs the question, where did the rest of the dirt go? And that
Water.
I don't know. Everybody's sad, and we shouldn't be making fun of the fact of what's happening, but there's questions that need to be answered, and I don't have the answers to them.
Yeah, normally, this is a very heartbreaking scene, but we've seen this scene so many
We're so
times.
desensitized. We're unfortunately so desensitized to this stuff
Yeah.
now. It's just like, yeah, whatever.
I actually really like this cutscene, but after your 30th run, it's just like, oh, please get the funeral over with. I need to lose my run to grinds already.
Yeah.
That's the real tragedy.
So we finally regained control after all of these cutscenes, and we have more cutscenes. Not too many. We have a little bit more mashing, and then we're going to do some inventory management. Then we're going to do some shopping, and then the memery begins.
See you later.
I don't know if you saw a little bit earlier. I snuck some noisemakers to my friends. We're gonna try to make this as entertaining as possible. So every single time we get a freebie, so what we're gonna constitute as a freebie is any metal slime that we get into an encounter with that we preemptive. So it'll say the enemy is too stunned and doesn't know what to do, or something along those lines, we get a free turn to attack the metal slimes. We're all gonna, make some noise and all that stuff and celebrate. But again, we need 24 of these metal-y guys, and that's going to put Jessica from where she's currently at level 10 all the way up to level 19. And that's going to let us get through at least the next portion of the run. But it could be way worse. We could be in old versions of this route. In the interview that we had a little earlier today, we talked about some of the route changes that have happened over the years. And back in 2016, we didn't kill 24 of these guys. We actually killed 45 of them.
Yeah, so we used to kill 45 of them because killing 45 of them would put Hero to 25?
24.
24. And Hero being 24 meant we could skip all encounters up until Trodaine Castle. And Trodaine Castle is the first instance of this game where you can find liquid metal slimes. So the whole point of that philosophy was gearing up to be able to fight liquids.
Yeah, this game literally was grind so you can get to the next grind faster.
Yeah, literally.
But one of our friends and colleagues close to war, he came and swooped into this route. Probably was 2018, around the same time that I started, and he rerouted everything. Vinny Senpai really loves to go into games and take the route and make it his own. And he mathed it out and found out that killing 45 slimes in the beginning is still really worth it. But the old iterations of the route used to do 45 regular slimes, 5 liquids, and then would go and do a side quest that is completely optional to unlock the Dragon's Graveyard to find 3 King Metal Slimes. And then Vinny kind of looked at the math and looked at the numbers and realized that with good luck, if you were to just actually beat 10 liquid metal slimes in Trodaine Castle, it's close enough that you still hit all the skills that you need in order to finish the run. You can completely skip that optional stuff. So the route evolved into that, and then there was a little bit of an instance where right before the out of bounds was really implemented, Ashikawa-san came over from Japan and started doing NA runs, brought back the 3 Kings route, but changed up a bunch of stuff in the early game to make the early game grind way more successful and less RNG based.
Yeah, Ashikawa took some ideas that's in the JP run of this game and brought them to this version, and they worked wonders for about a month, and then we found the out of bounds.
It was a really good month because Ashikawa-san's route was really fun. It pumped stats into swords early and didn't rely on Hero's crit skills in his spear route. He still learned multi-thrust, but multi-thrust was as far as he went. And they started pumping more stat points into Angelo's swords and Hero's swords early for Metal Slash so that we can not rely on holy waters, but actually rely on physical skills and such to take out the metal slimes. Ashikawa with that route took the world record that had stood from close to war for about 5 years.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, this is a really good route.
I was learning the route, and then Penta SR was like, hey, by the way, here's an out of bounds. And Ellie was the first one, I think, that took that and made the first iteration of our out of bounds route, right? Because you were the first one that started doing runs of it. You got to it before I had a chance.
Yeah, I think so. I think I grinded for a good time, or got the first good time with the route.
Yeah, Ellie so the world record for the longest time in DQ8, when I first started, the world record was, I believe, an 11 hour and 43 minutes.
Yeah, by High Spirits.
High Spirits was the world record holder for that. And then Close to War came in with the route, changed it up, got his time all the way down to an 11:22, which was really a substantial drop. I had been grinding for a few years to try and get my times down to there. I was a couple of minutes off. I think I was at like 11:29 for the longest time. And then the 3 Kings route modified for Ashikawa-san came out, and he got that down to an 11:19 or 11:18 or something like that. Beat it by a pretty decent amount. and then Penta's out of bounds push times from the 11:15 range. Ellie's PB, I think, is an 11:01 right now.
You got it.
And then since then, I have pushed the number down to a 10:47. So over the last 3 years, we've gone from, a couple of minutes, a couple of seconds here and there to almost an hour saved from this out of bounds. And with good luck and a really skillful player, I think the game, because I don't think the route is completely optimized as much as it could be. I think this run can get to 10:30, which would be really neat to see. It'd be really difficult to do, but I think it can be done.
It's definitely made amazing progress. I mean, never would have thought this game would reach sub 11, but here we are.
Yeah.
But what we just saw Ellie do while I was sitting over here rambling about stuff, he took all of those items and all of that money that we've amassed over the first 2.5 hours of the run and sold it and bought 9 holy waters per character and then an extra 77 in our bag. So we have well over 120 or so holy waters that we are going to be using to take out these metal slimes. So get your popcorn, get your blankies, get comfy.
Yeah, it may seem like an overkill amount to get that many holy waters, but I guarantee you it's not, and there is a chance we need to buy more. A really good chance we'll need to buy more.
Ideally, we do this grind in one trip, but there is a greater than 0% chance that we're going to have to make multiple trips here. And we have 2 goals for the most part in this run, or in this section of the grind. We want to hit Jessica level 19, as we said multiple times, but we also want to make sure that we leave the Ruined Abbey with not a substantial, but a pretty decent amount of gold coins in our pocket.
Ooh.
Also, hello. Welcome to the party. Will you stay? And he's stayed.
Really obliging.
So we have officially gotten kill number 1. It doesn't make... No, come on, please. Do it right. Okay, I'm sad.
They were from the Dollar Tree.
Woo!
Let's go!
We got our first one. I'm sorry. I tried. A failure. So I'm going to be keeping track on my phone of how many metal slimes we've taken out. Like I said, we need approximately 24. It could be 23. It could be 25. It just kind of depends on how many extra things we end up taking out along with the metal slimes as we progress. So yeah, 1 down, many to go. On average, a good grind section here, you get down here, you're normally done within about 55 minutes to an hour and 5 minutes. That's like best case scenario. We will implement a hard cutoff. Yes, please. Save me the trouble. I love drawing. Thank you. We got a board.
There we go. One other thing we'll mention here at the top of the metal slime grind is that for any of the metal slimes that flee throughout the course of the run.
So I would love to participate in that, but I don't know if I can financially survive that.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll for every metal slime that runs away, I will keep track of them, and we may or may not, as a couch, collectively donate some amount of money equal or greater than that amount.
We'll figure out a way.
We'll figure
Yeah, we'll
something
figure
out.
Yeah.
I think we agreed to $1 per runaway.
Yeah.
But I can we make it a group effort? So like for every one that runs away, we're going to donate $1, but it'll be 25 cents from each of us. I can survive that one, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So there. If y'all want to join, if chat wants to join in, $0.25 per person per metal slime that's run away, and we're at technically 2 right now because we had one earlier that ran away.
I wouldn't count that.
We don't want to count that? All right, we'll not count. We'll not count
wouldn't
that one.
count that.
We'll only count this one. Well, okay. So 20 chat
Cheapskates.
agree. Handshake agree. 25 cents per runaway towards Nami, and towards one of the many incentives that we have left. We would love to be able to show off all of these neat little things that we have Easter egged in. Also, you can't see it really well because I draw really small, but I drew a little slime on here. Tell me I did a good job, please.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
Fabulous.
I appreciate it. I can draw it bigger, maybe. I'll try to draw it bigger. I'm very bad. My wife is the artist. I'm not. So I will try really hard to draw a teardrop that looks more like a Hershey Kiss, that's not very well shaped, and smudge the heck out of it and you know,
You have to show it.
I
You have to show it.
I don't think I did a good job, chat. It's somebody else want to try? Anybody else better at drawing than me? Because I'm terrible. You want to try?
I'll try.
At least your creation is happy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny because I have a whole template on my arm that I can just look at and maybe try to draw, but like, I don't know. I'm bad. My wife, again, love her to death. Brittany, I love you too. She's the artist. So much so that I have some of her drawings tattooed on me as well. But yeah, it wasn't instilled in me. I'm not good at this. It's a racer top. I've been sitting here rubbing it with my finger. I have black ink all over me now. It's great. I didn't erase mine. You got to one-shot it.
I'm not one-shotting it.
Come on, you can do it.
Is it that, or is it metal slime residue?
Okay, yours looks way better. And
doesn't.
It does though, because you made the eyeballs look right. I didn't make the eyeballs well. Mine just looks like a triangular rock with a smiley face on it. Hey, look, a metal slime stayed. Oh wait,
No, that was
it's
that
an
was
ambush.
ambush.
Oh, this was an ambush.
Yeah.
Oh. It stayed there.
Hey, there we go.
We can't guarantee that we get the kill though yet because it was a preemptive and we're technically on turn 2. The mummy boys alternate, like I said earlier, between basic attack and curse. So it's going to cast curse next. And Yangus is unfortunately really, really slow. So Yangus is more than likely going to get outsped by the mummy, and if he gets cursed, then we don't get the kill. But it landed on Hero, who's immune to curse, so we get the kill. Woohoo! We're at 2.
Even if it hit Jessica or Angelo, it'd still be fine since they already took their action.
Very much so.
It was a 1 in 4 chance.
We got there in the end, and we're at 2. 2 of them. Like I said,
We're 1/12 of the way there.
we're closing in on the end of what we need to do.
Yeah. So this baby metal slimes here, they can spawn in a large variety of encounters. Ideally, you only see them by themselves, so even if they do run away, the encounter's over quick.
Come on, please, please. Man,
Oh, I just destroyed mine. It's still there.
you know, we're trying. I promise we're trying. It doesn't... Yeah, I don't know.
We'll work on it.
We'll figure. We have a few more. Maybe it's just a couple of defective ones. We'll.
We might as well try them all. I love
I mean, surely the pink one works because it's pretty, right? No. Am I too strong?
Wait, so like, what do you want it to do exactly? I mean, it's going up and everything.
Yeah, but it's supposed to make noise.
I don't think
I don't think
are.
they're noise ones though.
They're not? Nice. Maybe they're not. We got another one. We're at 3. We're distracting y'all. It's working. Oh no, I'm making a mess. Yeah. 3. We're almost there. I promise, we're almost there.
1/8 of the way now. 3 out of 24.
Yeah, you're right. We are 1/8.
I just got out of a pre-calc class this semester. I'm gonna, yeah.
Can you remind me how far we're going to appeal?
You
18.
passed it.
Yeah, it was supposed to only
so
be
you wanna-
18.
Okay, so
So we're into staves now. No, we're in staves now.
Okay.
All staves.
Okay.
23, we would still be fine.
It'll be fine. So did we talk about Justice skill tree?
Oh yeah, I guess
Yeah.
we could talk about skill trees.
So
now.
the purpose of putting Justice skill tree where we do, the 18 and sex appeal is so that random encounters have a chance to get dazed and just do nothing for a turn when they look at Jessica. The 31 in staves is so that she gets the skill Magic Barrier, which is not useful for most bosses, but the bosses it is useful for, it's very, very good.
It
And-
was so good that when I started taking the early iterations of the route that Ellie made and started kind of looking into it and making changes, I've really found a lot of success in the sex appeal tree for Jessica because she gets the skill Puff Puff. And it sounds like, I'm just being weird about it, but I promise I'm not. It's actually a really good skill for a certain few bosses. But the value that I was losing for not having Magic Barrier was costing me so many runs late game that I decided to relook at it and rerouted it in very recently. It was a sad day for Puff Puff enjoyers,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
And even then, the boss we're referring to has a chance of getting dazed by Jessica by just putting 18 into sex appeal. The whole point of putting any points in the sex appeal is to just, since we're going to be getting into a lot more encounters than we normally would in other routes, it's just to mitigate how much damage we could possibly take from a failed flee.
It's about a 1 in 8 chance that the enemy looks at Jessica and was like, "Wow, you're pretty. I don't want to hurt you."
Yeah. And then the rest of Justice skill tree goes into whips. She's not going to use whips for a while, not until she gets Twin Dragon Lash, and even then, she won't be able to fully utilize whips tree until the Dualmagus fight.
Dualmagus 1 is where we really actually start using Jessica as a damage dealer. For the most part, she's just mainly support for a lot of reasons. Her strength growth early is really low. She starts to really ramp it up towards mid-late game, though. Access to certain whips in like strength relative to the weapon. We start seeing better stuff later. Did that fly guy outspeed the metal? It did.
It did.
And then it ran away.
That was a really low agility roll on the.
So that's another runaway.
Yeah. So
Um,
so Jessica's presented to you as like your mage, your magic caster, but for the purpose of the speedrun, she hardly uses her MP to actually cast spells. She's mostly a physical damage user for this version of the run. If the ulti dragon incentive gets met, you can actually see her be a really good spellcaster because she gets the highest single damage instance of burst magic in the game with magic burst.
also, unfortunate. Jessica passed. Jessica's kind of taking a nap. Don't worry about it. We'll get her back here in a second.
Yeah, so the unfortunate thing about a party member dying in this game is that early on we do not have a way to resurrect them with our party members currently. So what we have to do is we have to go to a church to resurrect her, which costs money. which is not something we really want to do because our money route is kind of tight right now.
There's definitely things that we can make up. A lot of myself, what I like to do during this grind, because we know we need to kill at least 24 metal slimes, I like to throw in a couple of fly guy encounters or bag of laugh encounters. I will throw those in there, and if I see them that are favorable, I'll take them out. It takes 33 fly guy kills to equal 1 metal slime. But you see a lot of fly guys over the course of it, and with the boomerang, and as you exponentially level up, you take them out pretty fast. So it's sometimes worth it.
Oh, I'm out of gold. That's right.
I would.
You still have Jessa's dress you can sell?
And the wisdom seed, I think you still held onto as well. That'll put you at a high enough amount. So that's something that I like to do, is I'll take out fly guys, and it also increases my money. Like I said earlier, there's kind of 2 actions that we're trying to take and trying to get done while we're doing this grind. Jessica level 19 is the most important thing. That's the thing that we need to do. Thou must, right? The other thing that we want to do is we want to end the grind with about 1,000 gold coins in our pocket. And that sets us up later for making sure that have the money to purchase the equipment that we need, some of the items that we need, making sure that we have enough money for the run itself.
Yeah, and the other thing with resurrecting party members is that the amount it takes to resurrect them goes up as you progress through the game.
It's based on their character's current level.
Yeah.
So it's level times this value equals gold amount spent. And yeah, we don't have that money.
It's really brutal. Once Angelo gets access to Zing, which is how you resurrect party members in this game, it doesn't become that big of a deal most of the time.
Most of the time.
Yeah, Zing has a chance to fail, and when it fails, it really likes to fail.
Is there 3 gold coins somewhere here? Well, you have the wisdom seed,
Yeah,
but I
also. I can go to Paragon Quay.
That's 24. It's 24 gold there.
Gold, thank you.
Also, for some reason, the inns are different values. It does the exact same thing, but depending on where you are, it costs slightly less or slightly more to stay at those inns. And so while we're here, we may as well utilize the inn to regen our MP and stuff like that. Because again, as we level up, our MP and HP values stay stagnant where they are. They just stack max on top. And so, why not top off our MP, because it is kind of important.
Yeah.
Alec, at any time, if you have anything that you want to interject with anything, like I said, we are going to be here for a while,
Yeah,
so please feel free.
Otherwise, we're just going to keep yapping.
We're gonna ramble.
About whatever we can think of.
Well, you're probably going to be yapping a lot, but we do have a couple donations. We have $10 from Friendly Cat. Meow.
Yeah.
Meow. Meow.
That conversation came
Meow.
today, too.
I think I know that person.
You probably do.
Yeah.
And $50 from KFizzle4. As I always ask during a Dragon Quest run, what is everyone's favorite monster in the series? I always go for the Golem and Haxorus.
Hackosaurus is a really good one.
A lot of people are a fan of the dancing foxes. There's a variety of them. That's a good one too.
I don't want to say the answer that I want to say because it's a cop-out, and it's an enemy that you really have only seen in the newer games. But
That's another one.
it is another kill.
Very nice.
I can guarantee that the one that I'm thinking about right now is Freedom's favorite one. So it's the ham sandwich, but it's spelled witch, W-I-T-C-H, and it's a pig with saber teeth wearing a wizard hat. That's a funny one. It's a class one. But I honestly think my favorite one is just the Gigantes. Gigantes is just a big derpy blue guy with a big stick.
I talked about it in the interview, but in this game there are enemies that can you find them in the field and then they combine to form an even powerful enemy. One of them is Mumbo, Jum, and Bo, and they combine to form Mumbo Jumbo. But my favorite of that line of enemy is Jab, Bo, Walk, and Key, and they form together to make the almighty Jabberwocky.
That's a good one too.
There's a third one, but I don't remember what they form into.
All right, chat. Y'all have better access to Google than we do. Somebody Google it, and then start a $2 donation train, and tell us all about it. Another metal slime. Surely this one stays.
Oh, the last one stayed, so this one has to.
Sad. So that puts us at 3 metal slimes that have run from us, at least that we've counted so far.
We currently have more kills than fleas.
That's a good thing. We're over 50%.
Yeah.
Ideally, we want to stay over 50%. I mean, actually closer to 75%, but 50% is not terrible.
Yeah, if you're killing half of what you see, your run is going to live.
It's worth pointing out, I think, over the years of me running this game, I can't prove this because I can't actually find it anywhere. But I have come to the realization, I think, that anytime you see an enemy in the Ruined Abbey that is a single mummy boy, that means that you lost a coin flip because that single mummy boy could have been a metal slime. So if you look at the formations and how they like to generate, a lot of the times you'll see the same formation of like skeletons with a random mummy in the middle of it, but then you'll see that same exact formation that looks exactly the same, but instead of the mummy, it's a metal slime. And there's a whole bunch of instances of seeing that. Like there's this one very, very rare encounter that you can see where you get 3 individual mummy boys. Also, freebie. Woo!
Let's go.
Freebie just means,
You ambush. Yeah,
we ambushed them and we get 4 free actions, so they can't run away from us before we get to give it a bath.
which is really good because otherwise this encounter would suck to try to do.
Yes, for sure. But yeah, there's a very rare encounter that you can see where it's 3 individually grouped mummy boys. But you can also see that same exact formation, but instead of 3 individually grouped mummy boys, you see 3 individual metal slimes. And then I've also seen that encounter be instead of 3 individual mummies, it's been 2 mummies and 1 metal slime, or 1 mummy and 2 metal slimes in random orders. So like, my intuition says that mummy boys and mummy boys are just unwrapped metal slimes.
Yeah, I don't believe him. I think he's just... It's the trauma from running this game too much.
You learn things about yourself as you sit here for an hour praying that this one's going to be the one that stays. Please. I have, over the years, I think I can count the number of completed runs that I have done without needing more than my fingers and toes. And I've been running this game since 2018. I think I've completed less than 20 runs because of how bad the grinds can get and how incredibly lucky you need to be in order to actually have a solid enough time to get through it where it feels worth completing.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing about this run is that it is incredibly RNG dependent. To PB, you need good grinds and good boss RNG, and the late game bosses in this run can be absolutely brutal.
They're not fun.
Yeah, not necessarily like they cause you to TPK, aside from Like
Rapthorns.
aside from Rapthorn, who is the final boss of this game, by the way.
Yeah.
They just eat so much of your time because you spent so much time trying to recover and keep your head above water. It's so rough.
This is also a slightly newer revelation, thanks to another Dragon Quest can we call him a guru? He's been around forever. He runs a lot of games. The one and only Mr. Hactical, who's going to be running along with Cowie, who donated earlier in the run. He's going to be running Dragon Quest VII Reimagined. He did exactly one PS2 run of this game, and he spent quite a bit of time compiling his own set of notes, analyzing the JP runs, analyzing the charts and stuff like that the JP runners have done. It apparently pays really, really well to be able to read Japanese, which I can't, because he learned through reading these charts that the Japanese have known for a very long time that a lot of the bosses in the game that I thought were completely random and just did whatever the heck they wanted to, are actually very pattern-based and are very easily recognizable. And he compiled all of that into a single chart, and because of that, a lot of those randomness things that we were facing with the late game bosses have been mitigated because we can kind of guess what's coming next and plan around it.
Yeah, we've talked about the JP runners of this game briefly before, but the JP runners for not only this game but like Dragon Quest in general, like this game is this series is massive. With that.
Nice Kaishin.
Nice Kaishin.
Let's see. If you count the number of runners of Dragon Quest VIII NA, more than 75% of them are sitting on this couch right now, who are currently still running them. So, Close to War has pretty much retired. I don't think he's coming back. High Spirits, we love High Spirits to death. He's done and dusted with this game. Dream Bomb, I don't think is ever going to come back.
The old master.
Cord might never touch this game again. After
What? I don't know.
Ellie will do his one run a year. I'm still trying to get the time that I want for some reason. I know it can go lower. Flutter is still trying to get her sub 11. But yeah, in terms of the number of runners for NA, there's not many of us. If you go to the JP version, or you go to the Nico boards right now, there's probably 20 plus active runners of this game on the PS2.
Yeah, but something to note, the JP version of this game has a very different run from the NA version, just because of all the adjustments and improvements that they made when they
It's also
made this game global.
It's also arguably a better speed game because the text, there's no voice acting in the JP version, so text mashing is a lot faster. There's a lot less cutscenes and stuff that they added to make the game more stylish. The menus have if you notice, like sometimes when we open and close the menus, there's a lot of lag in and out of them. Whereas the old style menus are text-based menus, like in the old Dragon Warrior games and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're 100% text-based. Where in here,
You like this pretty map. And
yeah,
everything.
yeah, every item has its own image and like its own inventory spot.
There's also one thing that the JP runners have that I am incredibly jealous of. They have the option to sell multiple items at one time, instead of where we have to sell one item at a time and then pick another item and sell it, and then pick another item and sell it. They can go on their list of items and highlight a bunch of them and sell them all at once. And that makes me so sad because it's so nice and so fast, and I wish I could read Japanese, because then I would just be a JP runner. But I can't. Another medal. By the way, we're at 6 kills and 5 runaways. Are you going to even the score, or are you going to tilt it more in the kill favor, sir? You are going to keep it going. So we're at 7 now. A third of the way there. Well, a little under a third of the way there. We are making progress,
We
John.
are.
So I guess this is appropriate time to talk about some of the safety things that we've put into the run. For the sake of time, especially given how the tech team had to work extra hard to even get us going, we have a couple of hard cutoffs for the sake of time. So again, we're trying to take out 24 metal slimes here before we can move on to the next area. We are going to hard cut off our time at about 3 hours and 45 minutes. If we don't have all of the kills required by 3 hours and 45 minutes, I think it's just best if we drink a magic potion that we have to warp us a little bit further into the future. If that's okay with chat and everybody else, that's what we're going to plan on doing. We're going to do it again for the grind 2 as well, where it's way more volatile.
Yeah, grind 2 is what the rate where we're going, we should be fine with this grind.
Very much.
It's the second grind that's really
Things can go
bad.
south quickly.
Yeah.
Hey, look.
Hey, Puff Organ.
See, that's that 1 in 8 that we were looking at. It just saved us a couple of points of damage. Another natty. We're at, that's 4 natural crits that we've gotten so far. Yeah, we're never landing a crit skill. At the rate we're going, we're not gonna do it. Again, the build pass that we're going through, Jessica's going into staves for magic barrier and then into whips for later. Angelo is dumping every single point that he has. Nice, a second bandana. Angelo is dumping every single one of his points into staves early because we want 2 casters of oomph. And Jessica learns it innately at level 19. Angelo only learns it when he has 65 total points in his staves tree. And because Angelo, for some reason, has the worst early stat growth of all of his levels, he only gets 3 to 4 skill points per level for a long time. We are dumping staves from when we get him at level 12 all the way until he hits level 28.
Yeah, we talked about this briefly, but each character has different rates at which they level up. They also have different rates at which they get. Oh,
Okay. That was very dramatic because we got 3 characters that outspent us.
They also have different rates at which they get skill points, and Angelo in this instance is a very late bloomer for his skill points. So unfortunately, he's only, for the purposes of this run, you'll only really see him get points in the staves.
Yeah. The way that the game that works it, at the end, if you never use a single skill seed, every single character by the time there's another natural crit.
I'm gonna start.
We need
I'm tallying these.
5 crits. We're at 5 total natties right now, so we're gonna start a crit counter. Anyway, when any character hits level 100, they will have guaranteed 250 skill points. The max that you can max out is 2 trees plus half of another tree. So at the end, they'll all have 250 if you never used a single skill seed.
Yeah, unfortunately with this game, this version of the game, there's no way to see what skills you're going to get when you put skill points into a tree. And typically with this game, each character has 2 trees they're really good at and 2 trees they're not really good at. So a common casual trap is that you either spread your skill points out evenly between each skill.
That was me.
Or you put all your skill points into a skill tree that is not that good, and there is no respec in this game. What you get is what you get, and the only way to change that is to start a new file.
Try again. I guess I can't say that we'll never see High Spirits play DQ8 again, because every once in a while he and Ellie will do a reject percent run. Those are fun.
Those are fun.
I feel like there's a lot of sarcasm behind that. There's so much sarcasm behind that saying. Oh,
it's a fun category in the sense it's different, because what reject is, it's using skill trees that, like they mentioned, very weak, but it does make it it changes up the boss strategies, so it's interesting in that sense.
But yeah, those were fun. Ellie's done a lot of different challenge runs of this game, which begs the question: who likes the pain more? Is it me for grinding for world record in this run all the time, or is it you for making new ways to experience the pain?
I would say you, just because you finished less than 20 runs in 5 years.
Fair.
True.
That's fair. But the runs that I did finish were really good.
That's true.
They were really good runs.
He has world record for a reason.
I don't know if that's something to be proud of, honestly, given how this run has treated me over the years. Like I said in the interview, God bless my wife, because if it wasn't for her letting me be a complete degenerate every Sunday, I wouldn't be able to do the things that I do, and I wouldn't be able to say that I do hold the world record in this category. I'm allowed that one day. 6 days of the week, I got to be a full-blown adult, but one day of the week I get to be a kid.
And this is
do
half
child
of that
things.
day.
Yes, this is half of that day is dedicated to the stream.
I do have a couple quick donations that I can throw out right now.
Have at it, sir.
I have $10 from Benji PM. Here's to the noble cause of Nami. Always a treat to watch RPG Limit Break, especially when it's Dragon Quest. And $10 from Ham Fruitcake. I heard you guys mention ham sandwich as your favorite, but I know you meant ham fruitcake. Good luck and get that sex appeal up.
Thank you, Ham. I appreciate it. But yeah, we're gonna supplement a couple of Fly Guys here for not only some extra money, but just to make the experience route a little bit nicer to us.
Yeah, typically with how most of these grinds go is that you need maximum 25 to get just to 19 to be able to leave. More often than not, it's 24 because of all the extra things you kill. In instances where you only need 23 kills, it's probably not a good run because that means you killed a lot of junk.
For sure. But, you know, at the end of the day, though, you have a lot of money.
That is true.
Also, back to the topic of flea luck. When Hero hits level 17, that is the level cap for this area. And why it only targets Heroes level and nobody else's, not like party average or anything like that, beyond me. But it's convenient because after 11 kills on average, sometimes 12 depending on the ads, is when Hero hits his level 17. So once we hit level 17, that's the first major break point of wow.
Wake up. Okay.
That was 4 straight 25%, by the way.
Yeah, so if everyone stayed asleep there, Ellie would not be able to run away because at least one person needs to be able to take an action for you to flee.
But yeah, once level 17 hits, the encounter cycling will happen a lot faster because unless we get ambushed, the flee rate is instant. Angelo should know Zing by now. No, I'm incorrect. Oh, well, Jessica's fine. She's not getting targeted. Surely we get the 75% flee, right? And Jessica lives?
Surely.
Yeah. See, we're fine. We're fine.
Yeah.
Just don't look at her HP value.
Yeah, nothing to worry about.
We're completely fine. It's fine. We're at full health. I don't know what we were worried about. We're fine.
Yeah, so another reason why getting Hero to 17 as fast as possible is important to prevent that from happening.
Also, it's going to be nice and convenient because there's another mechanic of Dragon Quest VIII that we haven't talked about. So when you start the fight, you're given a prompt where it's fight, flee, intimidate, or tactics. So Obviously, fight means you open up your fight menu and you can pick whatever actions you want. Flee sounds pretty simple. You run away from your attempt to run away from the encounter. Intimidate, Ellie has done it once now. You can force your characters to make a scary face and try and scare the enemy. And when you're at certain levels, they have a chance to be like, oh no, I don't want this, and I don't want no smoke, and they run away. When you are higher than the current level cap of the area, if the enemy is not undead or not a metal slime, it is guaranteed to run away from you if you try to scare it. Undead enemies are immune to that action. They cannot be scared. And metal slimes have they can do one of three things. They can either look at you funny, they can attack you, or they can run away. But yeah. So once we hit level 17, we will really start to cycle. There's some encounters that we really just, if a metal slime spawns with it, we really don't want to even attempt it because it's just not worth it. Drakkies are pretty much the bane of all grinding's existence because they can just put, especially Yangus, to sleep because he's another natty.
That's
We're
six to the counter.
We have just as many natties as we do metal slimes that have run away from us. This is
What are the odds?
it. So Jessica, because she has no points in her skill tree for Fist, 1 in 64. Yangus has a slightly increased chance to crit because of the points that we have put in his axe tree. He is at a 1 in 32 per hit. When Hero has his spear equipped, it's also going to be at a 1 in 32, but you can't crit with a boomerang or a whip. Any AoE weapon basically cannot crit.
Yeah, that's a side effect we didn't mention of the boomerang, is that yes, it hits every enemy, but it has the drawback of not being able to crit,
This is
which
a lot of ambushes.
is a very reasonable drawback for what the boomerang can do.
And then Angelo. Has Angelo crit yet? I can't remember.
No, I don't think
It's
so.
been
It's been Hero.
Jezero.
It's been Hero 3 times. Jess, Yangus.
Yeah. Angelo has a sword equipped, so he's also at a 1 in 64. That's
Ooh, man.
another.
This might be like the worst ambush luck I've seen in quite a long time. It's a lot of ambushes here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, right now, because of time, this is a scary attempt. We're at a high enough level where our HP pool is kind of high enough. It did stay, so it unless
I'll count it, but
no, it as long as nobody. Well, no, because Jessica has access to the snooze spell. Snooze is really, really effective against skeletons. For some reason, skeletons, while they're dead, they're also very sleepy. And so casting that will put the group to sleep.
Yeah.
Also, it was brought up to me once, and I never understood why. Why do the skeletons have a sword but choose to just attack by throwing their head at us?
It's an intimidation factor.
I think he's right.
Is it?
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem like an effective attack when compared to the fact that he's holding a sharp, pointy object that he can swing maliciously.
I mean, his head's also a large, blunt object.
But it's empty.
I don't know about that.
It has to be. He's a skeleton. They don't have organs or skin or anything like that, right?
Those are scary skeletons.
Is-
Well, I'm just saying.
Is my logic broken? My logic might be broken.
Maybe. Oh, something just fun fact to point out: the snooze strat for putting the skeletons asleep is something we got from the JP runs, because
Yes.
that's something they do in the JP version.
They a lot of the things that we do in early game routing have been adopted from the land of the rising sun, for sure. They are really smart with this game.
Yeah, they think of things like we never would have thought of.
For sure. But right now, 11 kills. Hero needs probably, given his experience value, probably
2 more? I think?
no. It's less than 1. He's somewhere in between 1 and 0 remaining to hit level 17. And once he does, like I said, this process will speed up quite a bit. But we're at 11, and for those playing at home, 25 cents per run, we're at 6 runaways. So it's $1.50 per person at the end of the grind. We'll take the final tally. Also, this is the other drawback to the 3DS version.
Or the yes.
No, not the 3DS, the PS2 version, I'm sorry.
Is that
Compared to the 3DS version.
Yeah, we have to, when we want to move items, we have to painstakingly do it one at a time. So to move holy waters from person to person, it's one at a time, 1 per person.
I have, myself and Close to War have timed how long it would take to evac, zoom to Alexandria, buy 9 holy waters per character, put them on, and then walk back. Unfortunately, it is substantially slower than manually doing it unless you are really slow with your menus.
Yeah, it's because you have to go through 6 loading screens to go to Alexandria, get the holy waters, and come back to this grind spot.
So, unfortunately,
As slow as it seems,
it's still faster.
Oh, I don't know if we mentioned the particular room we're in has a slightly higher chance of finding metal slimes in it than any other room in the Ruined Abbey.
Yeah, not really sure why, but it's just the encounter table for the poison pool room has more instances of metal slimes appearing than any of the other places. That's another ambush.
I should make an ambush counter.
There's so many counters that we need at this point. Natties, runaways, kills.
You got a bigger board, Tech?
Yeah, we might need a bigger board. It's either that or we're going to have to erase the abomination that I was my Hershey Kiss.
It stays.
But he's so happy.
You got the smile down. That's
Yeah, he's so happy.
Yeah, sure. It looks like a potato. Oddly shaped potato.
But may I also pop in for just a moment to remind people that we have some incentives for this game. The next one up is the Dragon Quest VIII Piano Medley. That one is going to be $111 more, and then they will play some tunes for you. That is specifically at $889 of $1,000 needed. We also have Blindfolded Domagus Phase 1, which is at $1,293 now. It has gone up slightly out of $2,500. We have the Don Mole Jam Session, which is at $60 out of $500. The Club
I don't
Poof
actually know how many we've gotten, so it's just a lot.
the Club Poof, which is at $50 out of $1,000. And Fight Ultimate Dragon, which is at 0 of 4,000. But presumably that's at the end of the run, so you have time. But
Lots of time.
if you want to see any of these things, feel free to donate.
The Ultimate Dragon fight is easily the hardest of fights in the game. There's so many things that can go wrong. There's so many things that you're trying to accomplish. And all the while, Ultimate Dragon can hit you 3 times per turn.
Not only that, Ultimate Dragon is a gauntlet fight. So in order to fight the Ultimate Dragon, you have to fight 7 other dragons to get to him.
We are not going to do that. We have prepared ahead of time. We've already completed the gauntlet, and we are at just the Ultimate Dragon.
Unfortunately, like doing the whole gauntlet plus Ultimate Dragon would add another hour plus to the runtime, and that would be a little unreasonable.
Only a little, though.
Another metal slime. We're at
okay. We're on a roll.
We're at
We're on a roll.
14.
We're on a roll.
We're double. 10 to go. Maybe. 10 to go.
With 100% runaway rate, so
Yeah. But again, we're at level 17 on Hero, so we can start being a little bit more aggressive with some of the encounters that we're getting. And we can cycle these encounters a lot faster with everything. So we're in a good spot.
At the rate we're going, we could finish this in one trip. The ideal outcome is you do finish this in one trip. There are if you do get unlucky enough, you do have to make a second trip, but it's usually not too bad. The ideal threshold for that is that once Hero finishes putting points into his spears and can utilize his spears for this grind is when you would make the second trip.
Which would be level 19 on Hero, which is approximately 18 Metal Slime kills. 18 Metal Slime kills is about when Hero gets to level 19. It might be actually 19 kills. And then once we get the spear, we can utilize slightly different strats and have a higher success rate of taking these guys out. The evac was a tactical reset.
reset the RNG.
We were getting so many ambushes. It's got to be better now, right? Like reloading, it's just like unplugging and plugging in something, or you're turning it off and turning it back on. You gotta
try restarting the modem.
Yeah, that's 100% what we're doing here.
So we're on trip 3 now instead of just trip 1?
Technically, this is trip 3.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. Well,
Well,
you know,
not what I was trying to manipulate there.
tack on to that one.
A lot +1.
A lot +1, and then it ran away on us. The actual hit and run.
The worst is when they steal a water and then run away.
Or 3 waters and then run away. Well, you know,
Yeah, I think you made it work.
I think I did.
it's
I'm trying to summon that battle that has like multiple metal slimes. It'd be nice to see.
we haven't seen a multi
Yeah.
spawn yet.
It's funny because when me and Key were in the practice room earlier today, I took over for him a bit, and I got 5 encounters of double metal slimes.
Wow.
We stole all the metal slime luck.
Oh, thank you.
You know, hey, look, this is a perfect instance of we can use
You can intimidate
the
these
intimidate
guys.
strats.
That's right. Good call.
So the metal slime doesn't know what to do, but everybody else is like, nah, we don't want any of that. Yangus is too strong.
Especially the Draki, since they can put us to sleep.
And then we get a free shot at just a slime by itself, and it stayed. So it's a little bit easier. It makes our job just a little bit easier whenever we can scare those guys away. Even if there's some instances where it's kind of not worth it. Like if there's multiple metal slime like that appear, and there's only like one fly guy or something like that. Like those aren't really worth it, but that encounter, especially when there's multiple Drakis, very, very worth it. Also, Jessica's level 17, 2 levels to go. We have climbed, 6 levels so far? We're almost there. Hero's level 18, he has 1 more level to go before he's out of his spear tree until very, very late game. 59 points in spears is where we want to be, and it just so happens at level 19 we get exactly 59 points. He gets his upgraded.
They keep doing that. It's the muscle memory.
Yeah.
So normally with this grind, you would have Yangus in the first spot, so you can very quickly menu to whistle. But for the donation incentive of having Jessica in the first party, we need an extra down input to get to Yangus's whistle.
Somebody in chat could fix it and make Yangus the party lead again with just, a simple little $25 donation to Nami. But
Excuse
I
me.
don't think they should.
It would take $26 to put him ahead.
Well, with ties, wouldn't it be runner discretion?
In theory,
We can make that. We can make that rule on the fly, can't we?
I suppose you could appeal to the audience and see what they have to say about
That is also fair, I suppose. We can't just be bending the rules as we go, right? But yeah, $26 then. Flutter would get upset because
I would get upset because out of everyone on this couch, I would do this in a normal run.
that she does in normal runs. Because, you know, aesthetics are important.
She's my favorite character.
That's very true. But try number 4. We got it this time. We've got 15 metal slime kills right now. We are 9 away. Single digits, chat. And like, it seems like it's been a slow process, but this last hour has flown by. And you can't say that it hasn't.
Absolutely not.
Exactly. This has been fun. We're trying, okay? We're trying. We're trying so hard.
The time is passing quicker than I thought it would.
It is, and I'm having fun. I feel I don't know. Maybe nobody else is.
I'm having fun.
We're having a good time.
This is great. Plus, we only have a little bit of ways to go before we might be able to have our piano medley. We're raising money for an excellent cause. And, you know, it's the memories that we've made with our friends along the way. Is that the right way to say it? I don't know.
It's not a bad way to say it, certainly. And it's true. Like, we're spending time here with friends, and that's a big help.
Yes, very much so.
And, like, we all understand that last few years, they've been very stressful for a lot of people around the world. It's put a huge strain on many people's mental health. In the U.S. alone, 21% of adults reported suffering some kind of mental illness. That's about 52.9 million people. So please remember to reach out for help if you feel like you need it. You are not alone.
Absolutely. Unlucky. We lost another one.
My bad.
But this is... What do you think? If we hit the cutoff, should we add of nominal value to the couch total as a punishment for being bad?
I think, yeah.
You mean for Ely repeatedly accidentally?
I don't know. I feel like punishments need to be made for... I don't know. Maybe I'm... Our whiteboards that we have are just going to be nothing but tally markers of random things. So bad. How many times have we accidentally evac'd because muscle memory has gotten us? How many times have we gotten natty crits? How many times have we been ambushed? How many times have metal slimes run away? Well, you know.
Here's another one.
We're at 10. 10 runaways. That's 250 for those playing at home.
In the grand scheme of things, it's actually pretty good.
The unfortunate part is our spawn rates have been
Kind of low.
kind of abysmal.
Like we've seen 25.
We've only seen 25 metal slimes, and
We've killed most of them, which is good.
we aren't very far off though. We only have 9 to go, and
Potentially 8.
potentially 8. Friend, it's just water. I promise you, it'll be worth it.
Well,
I don't know. I'm running out of memes to go through here. I don't. Maybe. Okay. We can't count it yet because the Drakkies are still on the screen.
I'm gonna optimistically count it because there's no way Yangus gets outsped, right?
Absolutely not.
It's like level 19.
Yeah, see, he went first.
He's like level
He-
19.
He outsped. Well,
Wait, someone has a...
he outsped Hero.
oh,
We got it. Woo! We're one step closer to Omek's temple. Wait, wrong game. All right. That's what, 16?
16. Yeah.
16.
Oh.
And plus with all the ads that we've killed, we might 24 is probably going to be our number.
More than likely 24.
Let's just start getting metal slime encounters and then 5 fly guys back to back to back to back to back. That would be perfect. Because then we would have a lot of money. We'd be able to supplement a metal slime or 2 with some fly guys, and we would get lots of metal slimes. I mean, 3 is not bad, I guess. It works. And plus, the rare drop on fly guys, like we were saying earlier, piece of plain cheese. We need one of those. So it would be exactly an 8-second time save.
Yeah, we have one planned in the run in case we don't get one here, but 8 seconds in 12 hours matters.
It matters a lot. I have 8 seconds to save in world record just by getting a piece of cheese. Like, come on. It's 8 seconds. 8 seconds matters to a lot. Like 8 seconds to us it's funny when you put it in perspective. If you told a Super Mario Brothers 1 runner that they had 8 seconds to save in their run, they're the bottom of the leaderboard. 8 frames is a lot in that game.
Yeah.
8 seconds to us is drop in the bucket. We might accidentally lose 8 seconds because, we took too long to go to the bathroom during one of our bathroom breaks. Hey, you got to plan. You got to plan when you're doing 12-hour runs.
That's true.
Thankfully, this run does have instances of planned bathroom breaks.
Like, there's one coming up after this grind's done. When we get to the end of it, when we go up to the top of Wisher's Peak, that's in... Okay. It didn't steal 3 from us. We got another one. Yay. But when we get to the top of Wisher's Peak, there's like 2.5 minutes where we have to wait for the moon to get into the correct position in the sky. And it actually makes you sit there and watch and wait.
I know that sentence in itself sounded like a meme, but that's real.
Yeah. You stand there and you watch the moon move for 2 minutes.
We need to go to the top of the mountain.
This is intentional.
This one is purposeful. We are unfortunately out of supplies, but Hero just hitting level 9. Well, he's very close to hitting level 19. So we are going to do some things to progress a couple of story flags and then restock and then finish up everything.
Yeah.
So, or how we said that we were trying to do things in one trip. This is unfortunately because we don't have enough metal slime killing items to get the last few bits. We're gonna go and restock and re-up.
Yeah.
So some overworld running, we're gonna grab a couple of extra items, we're gonna get a couple of zoom points, and then back to the rice fields.
Yeah, so this is normally what you would do after all the Myella Abbey stuff, is that you would walk past Simpleton and continue along the overworld path. This game's actually really good at pointing you at what direction to go, at where to go next, by simply just following the path it's literally laid out for you.
Did I see the alchemy pot ring?
No, it's not good. Well, no, it did ring. It ringed after like the second time you left the inn, or left the abbey and went back in, I think. So while we're doing all this overworld travel, we're also going to utilize the alchemy pot to make a couple of items. You notice that we had been picking up a couple of magic seeds. Seeds of magic are just like every other seed that you can get. If you use one on a character, it increases their maximum MP by either 3 or 4. And that sounds really nice. But if you take that same magic seed and you mix it with a holy water, you, after a few steps, get a magic water, which restores 30 to 35 MP when used as an item.
Yeah, that sounds not as good as increasing your maximum MP, But for this route in particular, when we get to the second grind, we really can't leave, because if we leave, we have to clip back out of bounds and then walk back to where we need to grind. So we want to stay there until we're done. So which is why we need to make the magic waters, so we have enough MP to actually finish.
Yep. We pick up two magic waters that are just out and about that we can pick up, and then we make 3 because we find 3 magic seeds along the way, giving us 5. So that's an extra 150 MP on top of our full MP pools when we start the grind. And even then, that's not always enough, given how the grind's gonna go. And if this first grind is any indication, the second grind's gonna go great.
I mean, it's been good. And like, mathematically, it's been good.
Yes, that's why I said it's gonna go great. It's gonna go great.
Yeah, just don't look at that counter. That counter is bad. This one's the good counter.
If the grind 2 counter looks like this counter, it's gonna be great. For sure, it's gonna be great. But yeah, so for some reason, the Riverside Chapel is a zoom point. So we're coming here to grab another magic seed, and then we are going to set time of day after we do a little bit of shopping. We're gonna go grab that spear that we want so badly on Hero, because he has a higher chance to crit whenever he starts using some skills. He also has enough agility now at level 18 of going on 19 that he has a higher chance of outspeeding a Metal Slime. So instead of even needing it to stay for an entire turn, sometimes Hero just gets lucky, outspeeds it, and can crit it into oblivion. So because we made the Thief's Key, we are going to open up these chests and we're going to find another boomerang. We're only going to open up the far left and the middle chest and steal a couple of items from this guy. He wants us to open all 3 so that he can unlock his shop, but we don't need to because we've already gotten bandana drop.
Yeah,
That's the only reason why you unlock his shop, is so that you can get the bandana.
Yeah, if we didn't get the bandana from an enemy drop, we would have to open the 3rd chest, which loses a little bit of time. But it has for the sake of the speedrun, a completely worthless item in a mini medal. The mini medals are like a side content thing where you collect them throughout the overworld and in dungeons to unlock various prizes at Mini Metal Island, which for the sake of the speedrun is not useful. So if we can avoid picking up any mini medals, we will.
Am I okay to sell the boomerang? The regular boomerang?
The regular boomerang can be sold. One of the 2 bandanas can be sold. The Wayfarers can go away. And the Cowpat, yeah.
That's good.
For the sake of this second part, because we have the spear now, really the only person that needs full stock of water is Yangus. Hero doesn't really need the waters. He can use a handful of them, like 4 or 5 of them, because he's going to be more so going for crit skills than anything else. So just having a few here and there and having extra for after the grind is going to be good. We just need to make sure that we have enough money at the end of this to rest at the inn one last time. And then if we can get out of this, like I said, we would ideally like to be at 1,000 gold, but that's 1,000 gold if you're doing 1 trip. As long as you're around 300 or so, if you do 2 trips, you're completely fine in terms of money route.
Yeah, we need it to be nighttime for the next story trigger. The next story trigger can only happen at night.
And if I can interject, 42 Super Mario Brothers speedruns into this run for a moment. We have a $20 donation from Possum Coffee. See y'all soon. That is our next host.
Nice.
Nice.
Thank you, Possum.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, less than $100, it looks like, for the piano medley.
Getting there.
We're getting closer.
Yes, indeed. We are at 909 out of $1,000, so that is $91 to go.
We have about an hour and 15 minutes or so, depending on how the next 13 minutes of the run goes. Like we're at 17. We need about 7 more. It's very doable.
It's more than doable.
See if we can get this done without having to pull our safety save. Another natty.
Okay. In Hero's defense for this one, that was a 1 in 32, not 64.
Okay, fair. But when he has the 47% chance to crit, and he doesn't
We'll
5 times in a row,
yeah, we'll remember this.
I will remember this moment. But a little bit more to go. We're getting closer. We're getting so close. It's going to be better. We're gonna get a double.
We still haven't seen a single double.
We haven't seen more than 1 in a single encounter yet.
I want to say that's unlucky, but it's kind of just how this game can go.
For sure. Hey, it stayed though. So now Hero has access to his upgraded crit skill. So we say, so his upgraded crit skill makes his Thunder Thrust ability turn into Lightning Thrust. Thunder Thrust has a passive ability where it is a 25% chance that if it hits, it does critical damage. It is a 25% chance that it does normal damage and a 50% chance that it does absolutely nothing. When you upgrade it to its next form, so it goes to Lightning Thrust, it becomes a 50% chance to be critical and a 50% chance to do absolutely nothing. The reason why I say that it is a 47-ish% chance to land a crit skill is because even though you are throwing a crit skill, if it says that it hits but the enemy gets the 3% dodge, then you miss. So that's why I say it's about a 47. So it's a little less than 50-50, but it's actually a 50-50.
Yeah, unfortunately, enemies still have a chance to dodge the ear attacks.
Another ambush. And it ran away immediately. We're at 12. So now that we have, but also because we have the crit skill, we can change how we tackle metal slimes. What we'll see Ellie do is he'll cast Accelerate with Jessica, and then he'll throw a water with Yangus. He'll basic attack with Angelo, and he'll throw a crit skill with Hero. What that does is Hero has a pretty decent chance to outspeed. So best case scenario, he throws the crit skill, crits the metal slime, and we move on. Worst case scenario, it runs away and nothing ends up happening. The middle case scenario is Jessica casts Accelerate, it stays a turn, Yangus throws a Holy Water. With Accelerate on Angelo, Hero, and Jessica, the likelihood that those 3 outspeed the metal slime is about 93%. So we can throw 3 Holy Waters with them, and they are very likely to perish if they stay 1 turn. And obviously that number, that 93%, increases as more levels are gained. So with us needing 6 more. 6. We've got time. We can definitely get this, especially if we get a multi-kill. If we get a multi-kill, that would be really nice.
What you need is more preempts.
True.
Yeah, we've only gotten
1 freebie. Yeah. That's 14. We still have more kills than runaways, which is, I guess, still technically good, but a little bit of bad luck. And that's just kind of the way that these grinds go. Also, he has a better crit rate than without the crit skill than he does with the crit skill still. That's the... I don't know what's a worse sound. The sound of a metal slime running away or the sound of the failed crit skill. I don't know what's the like more sad sound that you hear. I feel like for me it's the crit missing. I hear that more often than anything.
Probably that, because you think the chance is right there, and then it's
Especially when it's like the same liquid metal slime has stayed for 3 turns and you've missed 6 in a row. It's a 50-50, by the way, supposedly.
except when it's
Allegedly.
0.
Yeah. I don't know. Hey, look.
Finally.
A freebie! I give up. I made an effort, and it was a poor effort. But an effort was made, and you can't fault me for that. Right? Right.
Right.
We're not going. We're not wallowing in our self-loathing right now about what we're trying to accomplish. I promise. We're doing great. We're 5 away.
We're 5 away.
It's very, very, very possible. Like, for all we know, we get the triple. And I have in 8 years, 7 years or so. Don't do it. I didn't say it.
You did.
I said 8 or 7. I almost said the other number, but I didn't. In the time of that I have been running this game, I have gotten the triple kill 2 times. Exactly 2 times. Hey, look.
Hey.
Look at that.
God,
See,
dumb.
this is that encounter that I was talking about where it could have been the triple. It just didn't be the triple.
Yeah, I think that's still not real. So, fun little. I think this is the first time it's come up. Undead enemies in this game are susceptible to whack. Whack is this game's version of insta-kill.
And we
Hey,
crit
nice catch.
one.
All right.
All right. So, we're actually at a 50-50 on the crit skills. Technically. We are at 20 kills.
4.
4-ish more. I can tell you exactly how many if I get a chance to look at the experience value that's on Jessica.
If Angela levels up off of the next kill, then we need 2 more.
Is that the way that math works?
Yeah. It's 2 kills after Angelo hits 19.
I have a chart that has exact values for leveling up every character. And Jessica, to get to level 19, needs a grand total of 37,418 experience points. Exactly. And I think we're around 30K. Maybe 31K.
I could check after the next fight.
Actually, might be 32. $32,312. So yeah,
So 3 more.
3 more. No, hold on. I'm not breaking out a calculator right now, but maybe I am. 37.
5,400 before.
32,312. $5,100 experience, and this one stayed. So this is a guaranteed kill now. If Hero misses this critical, Yangus is going to throw 1 water, so that's 1 damage. It's down to 3 HP, and then we're going to throw 4 more waters, just in case Yangus decides to outspeed. And like I said, it's about a 7% chance that this thing doesn't go down. Yangus outsped Hero.
Classic.
Classic. But another one down. That's 21. And Hero or Angelo just got to level 19, so that's another 1350 down. 3,756 experience until we're done. So that's 2 kills.
hey.
Double. Maybe. Pause champ. Pause champ. Hold.
I'm holding.
Okay,
One
one
stayed. 2
Okay,
stayed.
Okay.
Oh, man. All right, hero crit it.
Nice.
Oh. So now we're still at about a 7% chance
Why would you say that?
because I'm being realistic.
You're supposed to be optimistic.
That's what I said. Realistic. And nice. So, by my math,
Well, we need one more. Yeah.
we need 1,056 experience. So one more, and we are done. Can we do it? Also, we're going to start pumping skill points into a different tree now. This is an intimidate angle for sure.
So now that Hero's done with spears, we're going to put the rest of his points into courage until the run is over. Courage is by far Hero's best tree. It has an amazing capstone, which we won't see, but it has a lot of other really good things in it.
No.
Shucks.
Maybe. Yeah. We can do this. It's obviously because I said out loud that there was a hard cutoff, that we're going to get right to the hard cutoff.
I don't think we need to hit. I don't think.
Yeah, no, I think we can progress
Yeah.
a little bit further. We'll not hit the hard cutoff unless this goes like another 4 or 5 minutes. Because we need 1,000, and we could supplement that with Fly Guys if we really wanted to. But ideally, we just, instead of preempting 3 encounters in a row that weren't metal slimes, we just preempt 1 metal slime, and that would be really, really cool. Like this one? No, that's the wrong thing. Game, please. All right, we'll just crit it. It'll be. We'll just crit it, right?
It's not easy.
Just do it. The
Angelo. Yang sounds good, Angelo.
Yangus, well, yeah, well, he missed anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered.
Angelo went last.
And he didn't land the 90% death skill.
Is it really that high?
It's 90% to hit
That's
on an undead.
a lot higher than I thought.
Yeah.
While we're cycling for this last one, I do have a couple donations.
All right.
I have a $5 donation and then a $1 donation from Mobstyle. The first has no comment. The second meant to put a message on the last dono. I wanted to say good luck to everyone, especially to Flutter. I love learning about the ins and outs of games I like. Thank you for being a part of the event that lets support better mental health.
Thank you for donating. I'm glad to be as informative as I can be with this game.
We also have a $26 donation from Bradley Saber 22. Jessica's a beautiful, beautiful girl, but Yangus is a real eye candy for me.
Yes.
Less than 3.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, it's pretty good.
We did it.
Uh,
And that is Jessica level 19.
Believe it or not, mathematically that was a good grind because we did kill more than we see. Me and Key have definitely have runs where we've seen more than that we've killed.
All right.
Also, with that being the case, round of applause from chat and from everybody on the couch for Ellie his first part of the grind, the first part of the run, the first leg being completed. We are going to pass the controller off now to Cord Senpai. He's going to take over. We're going to do a quick little controller swap. So don't be alarmed. We're going to swap controller real quick. Everybody has their preferences.
Yeah.
And Cord Senpai is going to take the over for now, and he's going to progress us till the end of grind 2.
Yeah, so after the end of the grind, we zoom to the Riverside Chapel, and now we're going to make our way to Ascanta. Ascanta is a really weird story trigger because it seems like a totally optional area,
For sure.
but it's 100% required to continue the story. Because doing the Ascanta quest with its king is how you meet Ishmari, and Ishmari is very important for later in the run.
Oh, Yangus.
Jess is still winning.
Is Jess?
Oh, is she?
Oh, Alec, is Jessica still winning, or is Yangus still winning?
Still, Jessica,
Oh.
we haven't had any donations for that particular incentive in a while.
I thought
I heard
I
the
thought
26th
based on
and-
the 26th that it was towards that incentive. Oh, well, Jessica's back in the lead.
Not a bad thing.
Not a bad thing.
Perhaps they meant to, but they didn't.
Yeah. Be sure to, whenever you're putting your donations in, at the bottom of the donation page, to put it towards an incentive of some sort. Whatever it is, as long as it's going towards something to help progress the marathon a little bit, would be really, really appreciated. But we got some overworld running to do. It's going to be a little bit of time between our next grind. We have a couple of bosses that we're going to fight. So a break from the monotony a little bit is nice. But yeah, the real big one that we really want to see, this Don Mole jam session incentive, is coming up in 2 bosses. So not in this next one, but the one immediately afterwards. Let's work on trying to get that one. You think?
Yeah.
But Alec, if you have anything for us, that's perfect. We're just
Sure.
getting a few story triggers right now.
I would like to remind everyone that we have a whole bunch of prizes for this segment. We have, I'll do this one a little bit faster. We have the grand prize for the custom Nintendo Switch 2 Pokopia bundle. That is $225 over the course of the event. The Final Fantasy IV Warriors Illuminated Manuscript for $150 cumulatively before Zeliard finishes. We have a Final Fantasy XIV Magic the Gathering Commander Precon, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D for PS5, and Dragon Quest HD 2D PS5. Those are both the Japanese release. Dragon Quest Slime plushies, there are 2 of them. Final Fantasy 1 to 6 Pixel Remaster Collection for the Switch, and 2 mini new amigurumis. That is for $10 for all of those things. That will get you in the running. Hero and Jessica Perlers, those require $5 to get in for those. To get in for a Phantasy Star Online mixed media art piece by Amber Harris Art, that is $20. And the Dragon Quest VIII wooden game replica is $30.
So yeah, this is our next story trigger that we talked about. Ascanta is the city itself is in a permanent state of mourning for the passing of its queen, and I mentioned that you can only find that out at night. It's because the king only comes out at night to mourn at his throne for his queen's passing. So as we find that out, and as we're leaving, one of the maids of the castle tells you, "Hey, my grandma used to tell me of a story of a mountain that can grant wishes, can you go there and see and grant a wish to help the king? And-
Yeah. She actually says, I can't remember the exact thing about the story, but go find my grandma. She lives in a house next to a church up by the riverside. Go talk to her. And so the game expects you to go back to the Riverside Chapel and talk to the grandma, but you don't have to. Like, you can just go to the Wisher's Peak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what we're going to do because, why get told what we already know?
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't just go straight to Wisher's Peak, even though that's what we know we have to do. We have to trigger the cutscene with the maid in order for the Wisher's Peak story trigger to actually happen.
So a little bit more running to do. We gotta go back. We are about to go to an area that technically had a better spawn rate for metal slimes than the Ruined Abbey. But if you remember what I was talking about earlier about how the game likes to load certain instances in certain areas, when you're in the overworld, the game wants to load the entire overworld chunk. The game loads the entire world. That's how you have these seamless transitions and stuff like that while running around outside. And there's very little loading triggers while you're out and about in the world. But the downside of that is the game loads the entire world in at a time. So when you go into a battle, it loads the battle arena, and then once the battle ends, reloads the entire world. Whereas in dungeons, it only reloads that small dungeon, so it's way faster.
And that alone, if it weren't for that, this spot right here that Cord's actually walking would be an amazing place to farm metal slimes. But because of those load times, it's just not worth it. The spawn rate for metal slimes where he's walking right now is pretty good. But in terms of farming, yeah, it's ideal to do it inside.
You get more bang for your buck, like per encounter, because there's more opportunities for multi-kills in this area. But yeah, just those load times are tough. We're going to end up feeling the wrath of that a little bit during grind 2, but the bad is far much way outweighed by the good. The good that is getting to an area of a map that you're not supposed to get to unless you had an item that you're only able to get after, having beaten the entire Dark World and Gemin and such.
I have an update.
We have an update. What do you have for us?
First of all, we have a $26 anonymous donation. No clue if it's the same person or not, but that one went to put Yangus in the lead.
All right.
Nice.
Thank you for the muscle memory help. Actually, you might want to put Jessica in slot 3.
It doesn't matter for now.
Well, yeah, the party will get corrected later. So the party, there's one instance where the party auto corrects to after the Escantha cutscenes and all that stuff play out, a party resets to Hero, Yangus, Jessica, and Angelo. So we'll keep Yangus out for here and then put him back out later, unless somebody snipes it again.
Do not know why that happens. It's the only instance of it happening in the game that doesn't involve a party member actively leaving the party. It just happens.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't get to the pots down at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, not something we mentioned with the alchemy pot, but the alchemy pot is in the carriage, and in dungeons or instances where you don't have access to the carriage, you do not have access to the alchemy pot.
And so this is the Wisher's Peak. This is where we were actually legitimately waiting for the moon to... If you turn your character around and hit R2, and then look up to the... No, not that way. Other way.
We're getting there.
There he is. We're waiting for the moon to get to the highest point.
Yeah.
And you can see it moving ever so slowly. But it is a pretty night sky.
With Turbo, this is legitimately a 3-minute wait.
It's a 3-minute bathroom break. This is ideal for You set your controller to auto fire. You stand in front of that door, and then you go run to the restroom real quick. It is ideal.
Speaking of, I may take advantage of that. Can you mute me?
I want to say this exact scenario happens like in the super old route where at one point we were getting Sabercat and we had to wait for it to be evening for the Sabercat scene to trigger.
I want so badly to bring the Sabercat back, but it's just so far out of the way.
Yeah, unfortunately, to get the Sabercat, you have to do a series of quests, which in turn means that it takes quite a bit of time, despite the Sabercat allowing you to move really, really fast in the overworld.
What route was that in?
I was in the beginner route, so it would be the sword route.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Long time ago. So it's been so long since I've actually gotten the Sabercat. Does the Sabercat stop random encounters in the overworld?
It does not, unfortunately.
So you just run faster to that. Well, does it reduce the number of encounters that you get because you're moving so much faster?
I think so. It's definitely beneficial early on because you're high enough level to use Holy Water and skip a lot of encounters, but it's still beneficial with Padfoot.
And if I may interject for just a moment,
Please.
we have a couple donations here. One of them is a $225 donation from an anonymous donor that says, wanted to donate during one of my favorite games. I'll have to watch it later. And that is a good reminder that on the RPG Limit Break YouTube channel, there will be VODs of every run of this event. And finally, we have a $26 donation from Bradley Saber 22 again. That's the name. Pro tip, don't just checkmark the name, click the big add button on incentives. Yangus Hype.
Thank you very, very much for your generosity. We really appreciate it.
And with that, I will be signing off as host and giving the mic over to the very capable hands and voice of Possum Coffee. Thank you for bearing with me. I hope you enjoyed my time on the mic.
Thank you very much, Alec.
Thanks,
Thank you, Alec.
All right. So, Ishmari, we are still on the fence a little bit. Ishmari is like the proprietor of life. We don't really know what Ishmari is. All we know is that they're very powerful being, and they are able to grant wishes if you manage to make it to this his world.
He's at the very least an elf,
He is an elf.
which there are 2 elves in this game. One we won't meet until the very end.
Yeah, you're right. So, Ishmari tells us that he wants to meet the king, who's in deep sorrow, and try to bring one last little bit of joy, or not one last, but bring back some sense of joy into King Pavan's life. And by doing so, what he's going to do is he's going to summon the memories that King Pavan has of the good times that he had with his wife Sasha, and it breaks King Pavan out of this endless 2-year loop of sorrow that he's been in. So more cutscenes and stuff like that, but these are very, very important triggers that we need for a little bit later in the run.
Kind of breaks the monotony of like all the tragedies that have been happening. When you look at the Dragon Quest series, of course, you know that a lot of tragic events happen throughout the games. But yeah, this breaks it up. And some good news here.
All right, I am going to attempt to draw a liquid metal slime on this one.
All right.
And
You can always use your arm for reference.
that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna stare at this a little bit and draw. This is not gonna go well.
Well, if you nail the smile, that's 30% of the battle there.
Is
And
it?
a couple bubbles on top of them.
Shit, but I'm.
I see the artistic vision.
Your
Yes.
That
I mean, it's better than my first one.
It is better.
I can honestly say I looked at what it actually is supposed to look like, and wait, hang on, that's bothering me. I need to fix that.
I will say he looks a little bit more terrified than happy.
I mean, I would be terrified too if I knew that a party of 4 was coming to terrorize me and 14 or 15 of my closest friends. So what do you think, chat? Did I do a? There you go. You can kind of see it. It's small, but it's the thought that counts.
Guys, I think it's a passing job.
It's better than my first one, for sure. But King Pavan has finally broken free from his sadness and sorrow, and he is ready to lift the permanent veil of mourning that has been over the kingdom of Iskanta
The Black Banners.
for the last 2 years. And we are allowed to finally be allowed to live normal lives again.
Yeah, so you're probably wondering, why is this important? Aside from meeting Ishmari, this prompts Trode to want to go to our next desired location, which is Pickham, because at this point we've kind of run out of leads on where Dulmagus is. So Yangus has an idea of, my hometown's not too far from here. You can go get some food and drink, and we can ask a friend of mine where Dulmagus could be, because Yangus swears that his friend knows everything that can possibly be known.
Yeah. Unfortunately, King Trode, because he's not a sightly thing to look at, has been left outside in every single town that we've been in since the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
So he's a little down in the dumps.
Yeah,
He's a little sad. He could go for a nice cold beverage.
Yeah, he deserves it.
I think so too. So we're going to go and get him his nice tall cold beverage. The only problem is we run obviously into a few issues along the way. And this is, again, why we were talking about heroes all of a sudden in the front of the party again. Not
Or, oh,
yeah, it's not Jess.
yeah.
Well, so this is a little scene where we get to see King Trode a little bit, like you said, down in the dumps. A little sad.
Yeah.
Princess Medea, the horse, is trying to console him, but, she can only do so much.
Yeah, unfortunately, the curse that Dulmagus put on King Trode turned him into a monster, so all the townsfolk see him as a monster, so he can't go in town.
Yeah.
But a short walk between here and Pickham. Not too much to do. We are going to start cooking in the alchemy pot a new item because we have completed our last magic water. We should have plenty of medical herbs in the pot. We're going to mix 2 of them together. There's 2 reasons behind that. We are a lot lower level than we normally have been in routes prior. And so the next couple of bosses are a little scary given the fact that we have such low HP values. So having the extra healing items, such as strong medicines that you get for mixing 2 regular medical herbs together, is really, really useful to have on certain characters who don't have healing spells otherwise. Mainly being Jessica.
Yeah, for most of the early parts of this run, Jessica is mainly a support, but the issue is she's a support that doesn't have healing. Our 2 healers are Angelo and Hero, but for this early in the run, Hero has to be our damage user because he's the second best at dealing damage right now. So we're going to supplement that for Jessica by giving her some herbs to throw around at people.
This idea of doing the alchemy pot here, because we never had anything to do with the alchemy pot, after we made the 3 magic waters. This was kind of just dead steps. It was Flutter's idea, actually, to start mixing the medical herbs together for the strong medicines. And it also serves as a secondary purpose, because if we end up never needing to use them, regular medical herbs, when you sell them, sell for 4 gold coins, and you buy them for 8 gold coins. If you mix 2 of them together at a cost of 16 gold coins and sell it, the resulting item, you get 88 gold for it. So it is easy moneymaker.
Yeah.
So can be very beneficial. Minimum, we would like to make 2, but if the steps allow it, a 3rd one is always nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are going to lose access to the alchemy pot in a short bit, meaning normally we would be able to make 3 very easily, but since we lose access to the alchemy pot, we're probably going to not be able to cook the 3rd one. The 2nd one should be done around the time we lose it.
For sure.
In terms of the healing potency for a strong medicine, you can think of it as a mid-heal. Probably restores 60, 70 HP.
Yes. It's about, I think it's 55 to 70 is its
70.
range. Which is a very substantial heal, given the fact that, max HP on some characters is about 87 to 90 or so.
Yeah. And I think it's a good strat to put on, like Jessica, as you guys mentioned, because usually she goes first with Accelerate, so it's a guaranteed first heal.
There's also a couple of instances, especially in the next fight when we're fighting Trapbox. If the fight drags, because ideally we fight Trapbox and we defeat him on turn 4, but if the fight drags on and we need to we need to prolong things, having Jessica as an extra healer is super, super useful.
Unfortunately, we're entering a higher level area, so our holy water is losing effectiveness just because we're we're entering a higher level area.
Yeah, the holy water will still prevent, not prevent some encounters as in skip them, but it will lower our encounter rate. Unfortunately, we will not be able to outright skip encounters until we finish the 2nd grind.
Yeah. The old, like I said, Flutter had mentioned earlier, the older routes that did 45 slime kills in the Ruined Abbey was so that we can guarantee that we're running away from all encounters, or that holy water effectiveness is always in effect until past Trodain. And then included with that, after Trodain, when we take out the 5 liquids, it pushes that threshold a little bit further until we get to right before we fight the Great Argon Lizard. But the downside to that old route it was a big issue for me when I was first learning the route, as we had to fight Dulmagus 1 and 2 without multi-heal. And the idea of fighting Dulmagus without multi-heal is a scary, scary, scary fight. But when Close to War came through and changed it to the 10 liquids in Trodain, while it was more painful and painstaking to try and get all of those kills in that area, if you were successful in getting out of it, it guaranteed that you had a lot of extra strength and skill points and skills for the mid-game bosses, but it was the cost of being a little bit weaker later, because you were 1 level down towards the end of the game.
Yeah, without multi-heal and Dulmagus, you're forced to do 2 options for healing, and the first option is you use both Hero and Angelo to spot heal people as needed, but if Dulmagus has a lot of party-wide attacks, so you can't spot heal everyone in a turn, so you kind of have to prioritize your lowest HP members. Or in runs where you don't have multi-heal for Dulmagus, we used to get Cure Cheese, which is a multi-heal that Hero can use twice per battle, because Munchie can only eat 2 cheeses per battle.
He's got a little tummy. you know, you eat 2 big hunks of cheese, you get a little full.
Yeah.
And, you know, some other people that I know that get a little stopped up. I mean, it's the honest truth.
It is. No fiber.
No fiber.
So yeah, we arrive at Yangus's friend's house. His name is Brains, by the way. He's the man who knows everything. And he's not here. So it's like, well, Brains isn't here. Let's go see how Trode is doing.
Trode's, you know, indulging in some adult beverages in one of the local pubs. And while he's in there, he's incredibly happy because he gets to enjoy a drink, but he's also very sad for his daughter, Medea, who I don't think we explained it, is the horse. Part of the curse that was put on by Dulmagus. He talks about how, you know, Medea is actually the one suffering because she's always working. She's actually pulling the wagon and being a horse. And then we hear a kerfluffle outside. And come to find out that people around here are not the nicest.
They also work incredibly fast.
Really? Oh no, I should have known better. People around here like to steal things. Who would have thought? Well, let's go find Princess.
Oh, shucky darn.
A lot of people casually would talk to this guy, and he's like, "Hey, you can't pass through my turf. You better pay me first." And they'll be like, "No, I'm not doing that." And they'll take the long way around. But for the sake of speed, we are going to pay the man 10 coins to pass by.
It's 10. I thought it was 5.
It's 10 coins.
Oh my god, we're getting scammed.
Super scammed. Super duper scammed. Because you pay him twice. You pass by him twice. But we also, while we complain about, you know, stealing from people or people stealing from us, we definitely just bullied this man into stealing 1,000 gold coins from him.
Oh.
Because Trode scared him a little bit because he's green.
Which is a substantial amount of money, by the way.
For this portion, yes. It's enough for us to buy a new piece of armor for Jessica. And it does 2 things. It changes Jessica's appearance, which is aesthetically pleasing. But it's also the best. We're not gonna go get the armor.
Or whatever.
That's just passing. Go to the armor shop. You can just go over right here. I don't think I wrote it down.
Oh.
But this is why we wanted 1,300 gold.
Oh.
But we don't have enough.
You can sell a medicine. A strong
You can
medicine.
sell a strong medicine, yeah. Yeah.
With just enough money. Perfect.
Yeah, so we want to get 13. That's why we wanted to leave with at least 300 gold after the grind 1 so that we can buy the dancer's costume. It is a nice boost in defense for Jessica. We want to try to get any defensive items that we can get onto our party as we can. So it's only a 14 defense increase. It's not that much of a difference, but every HP for the grind 2 that we're going to get to is important. So anything that we can put on our characters to help protect them and keep them possibly alive is what we're trying to do. When we get to the out of bounds, we'll explain it a little bit more in depth, but essentially we're going to be level 22-ish in a level 70 area. And it's about as scary as you think it sounds. So
Does the dancer costume give any evasion bonuses?
it does not do. It only changes aesthetics, and it's a plus 17 total or 18 total defense.
Okay.
Compared to the Wayfarer's Clothes, which is only a plus 5.
Nice defensive boost, yeah.
So it's enough that it matters. We're also going to make a couple of other items using some of the things that we have in our inventory later to also boost up a little bit of extra defense.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't do it now because, as we found out by hitting the various plot triggers in Pick'em, in like the 2 minutes we spent talking to Trode, Medea got stolen. The person who stole her mitts sold her for 1,000 gold coins, and then that person sold her to someone else named Red for who knows how much money.
I think she said it was 10K. 10,000 gold is what she paid for it, or 5,000.
I don't.
Like that.
She mentioned that like the horse is very high quality, but I don't remember if she says a price for it.
I don't remember. I feel like that's no. The number that I'm thinking about is when she found 10,000 gold coins in
A later dungeon.
in Captain Crow's area.
Yeah.
But yeah,
The purpose of us taking the 1,000 gold back from Mitz was to rebuy Medea, who already got resold.
so we just honorably keep the 1,000, and
Use it to finance a new outfit for Jessica.
yeah. Nobody's gonna question it, right? It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, so
He stole from us first. It's
True.
only fair.
So normally what happens here is after you finish that conversation with the black market dealer from Yangus, with Yangus, Yangus tells you, hey, we need to go to Red, talk to Red to get the horse back. And if you go to Red first, she'll send you here to the Swordsman's Labyrinth and tell you, I want the treasure at the bottom of Swordsman's Labyrinth, which Yangus has tried to get before and failed. Turns out you can actually skip that conversation entirely and go straight to the Swordsman's Labyrinth to get the tier first.
You don't skip the actual like.
You still have to have that conversation with Red, but you can preemptively get the Venus tier.
Yes.
And then go back to Red's place, have that conversation, leave. Trode will be like, why do we leave when we have the Venus tier? And Yangus will be like, I don't know. And then you walk back in.
He's like, I have a way with women. And, and that's like legitimately what he says. And then he just turns around and he folds.
Something that I think is very interesting is that Yangus actually has different dialogue if you talk to Red first versus if you never talk to her at all.
Yeah. Yangus is way more confident in this one whenever he's here without that conversation. He's like, I've been here before, but I was by myself, and now I have friends. So we're gonna succeed. But if you go to Red first, he's like, I'm so scared. I was here before and I almost died. I don't know what's gonna happen. So we're gonna be running away from every single encounter that we find here unless we get into an encounter with 2 or 3 of a specific enemy called a goodie bag. They look just like the bags of laughs from the Ruined Abbey. But they look a
They're
little
jazzed up.
like those guys. There's 4 of them, so we definitely want.
Wow, this looks juicy in terms of gold.
We definitely want this this encounter.
You should re-equip the boomerang to Hero.
Yes, that's also a decent idea. So the reason why we want to fight these, when we fought the bags of laughs, it was 35 experience per kill and 25 gold per kill. With the goodie bags, it is, I think, 28 experience? No, 56 experience per kill, but it's 106 gold per kill. And money is very important right now. So this is 400 and almost 50 gold from one single encounter that is very safe to fight. Also, we have another natty. And that one was with the fist, so that was a 1 in 64. We are currently at 8 naturals.
Does Yangus not get a bonus to crit unarmed?
Not on unarmed. So that's 425 gold for that little easy encounter. And the more goodie bags that we find and the more money that we can process into our inventory, the happier that we are because we are able to purchase safety items and all of that good stuff. So again, as we progress through there's a couple of push puzzles and stuff that we have to do. But if there is anything from the host stand, we have a minute or two.
That's perfect. This is Possum Coffee. I am taking over for the wonderful Alex 47 who was here earlier. So yeah, we do have a few donations. The first one we have is $8 from Sayo. Cordellium playing the 8th entry in a JRPG series. I can't believe it, mate. Good job so far to all the runners. Keep it up, folks. Enjoying Dragon Quest VIII so far.
Thanks, Seal.
All right, and then we've got $15 from Fertiscan. 15 for 15 escaped metal slimes. Yes, I am counting the pre-grind one. Hey, Flutter, did you know that the axe scale parallax can inflict the paralyzed status?
Yes. I'm so glad somebody brought that up. We want to talk about that one?
So Yankus has a skill called Parallax, and typically it's a skill we use in the run, but we use it for raw damage because it has a really high damage modifier for Yangus when he doesn't need to use Helm Splitter anymore.
Plus 30%.
And
physical.
Normally we use it on bosses who are immune to most status effects. It turns out Parallax can paralyze normal enemies, and I had no idea till like 2 months ago.
It was a whole conversation. I was in the middle of a run, and Flutter popped into chat and was like, did you know that Parallax paralyzes things? I was running a completely different... I think I was running Nocturne at the time. And I was like, honey, the name is Parallax. Para-X.
It could be like parallel.
Paralyzing axe?
I just thought it was a cool name. I think it's a cool name.
It was a whole conversation. It made for a great YouTube short. We have enough time for maybe one more if there's one.
That's perfect because we do have one more donation. We have $10 from RPD234. Dragon Quest VIII will always hold an important place in my heart, as it was the game that taught young me how a JRPG works. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that.
And just a reminder, this is Possum Coffee, hosting for Dragon Quest VIII, Journey of the Cursed King. We've got Cordellium, CreativeEly, Keeanolookalike, and Flutter on the couch. And we are raising money at RPG Limit Break for the charity NAMI.
If you want to put the bunny tail on Yangus, you can.
Okay.
It doesn't. The only thing that you really need to make sure that he has is the chainmail over the leather kilt.
Right.
But the bunny tail it gives a tiny little defense boost and a small agility boost. And because he's currently unequipped with his axe, it'll give a little bit more. We want to leave the axe off because we're going to cast Accelerate turn 1. So Trapbox is the first real non-scripted fight. Trapbox is a little random. Ideally, he does just basic attacks. He has 1 action per turn, but he can do 5 different things. He can basic attack, desperate attack, cast Snooze, cast Fizz, or Fuddle, and then cast Crackle.
Yeah, Trapbox is the first instance of a boss that has Desperate Attack. The Hammerhoods that we ran into or like very early in the run, can use Desperate Attack, but it's a very low chance. And Desperate Attack is basically a guaranteed crit skill from that enemies have. And only enemies have them. No one in this game has Desperate Attack, unless you count the Lightning and the Thunder Thrust and Executioner skills we have on Yangus and Hero as Desperate Attacks, but they're not guaranteed.
Yeah, crit skills do times 2.5 damage and ignore defense, so that's why they're super scary. But luckily for us, Trapbox doesn't have too high of a strength stat, and we are also pretty high level, so our HP values are pretty good. Also, Legasp. Who would have thought that we walked up to this very ornate-looking treasure chest and there happened to be an enemy inside? So for the strat for this fight, what we're gonna basically do is we're gonna use the tension skills as much as we can. We want really badly to avoid seeing Trapbox use Fuddle or Snooze because it breaks our tensions.
Fuddle and Snooze are the two worst things he can do, because not only will it lose us our tension, it'll lose our character's turn, and if he uses Fuddle, we can't really do anything about it. Angelo can wake people up. He should have Tingle by this point, which wakes people up from sleep.
Yes.
Confusion, however, is a totally different beast.
Confusion in this game is really funny too because you're confused, but after a few turns, instead of curing your confusion, you're paralyzed. But if you're confused and you get hit, you have a chance to not be confused anymore, so there's no paralysis with it. I don't know why the two are tied together, but they are.
It's very strange. And Trapbox and the next boss, Don Mole, are the two instances of bosses that can confuse you. And Trapbox is a lot more manageable because he only has one action a turn. Don Mole's a lot more annoying with it because Don Mole has... it's a whole thing with this fight that we'll get into later.
Yangus got put to sleep, but that's not the worst thing.
Not the worst.
Like I said, ideally we get all the boys to tension 50 and get oomph on all of them. And then Jessica, cast oomph on all of them and they all do their skills. Angelo hits, Hero uses multi-thrust, and then Yangus uses parallax. Trapbox has 1100 HP, so usually that's enough to take him out. But unfortunately, we lost the tension, so we'll probably need to tension up to at least 20 tension on both the boys.
Because he's about half health.
What would you do with Jess?
I would just defend with her, honestly, because she's not really... She used her one magic point, and there's not really anything else that you can do. You could also tension her instead of Angelo and use Angelo for spells and in healing and stuff like that, and then use like crack or not crack. Probably be bang would be best. But after this 20 tension should be enough to take him out.
If it's not, he's going to live like a sliver of health. So yeah, since we're fairly overleveled not fairly overleveled, but a decent bit higher level than Trapbox, we can kind of play this fast and loose and not be too worried about anything bad happening.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
pretty close.
It's like,
also, characters dying here is fine. The amount of experience that Trapbox gives is 1,050. So it's less than a metal slime. It makes no sense as to why he gives such a little amount of experience. But Hero missing out on 1,000 is
it's
negligible at best.
For the sake of the grinds we do, it's barely a drop in the bucket.
But that's Trapbox. Also, we get to go down and we get to utilize this free heal one more time. The neat thing about this free heal, I think it reses, but I'm not 100% sure.
It does not.
Oh, okay.
So I learned it the hard way. If Yangus dies, you can't progress with Red's story.
It does. It does, actually.
It does?
Look at that.
I didn't know that about Yangus with Red, though.
Oh, he probably died in a random encounter then on the way.
Must have. But now we get to go progress the story. I have a decent idea for chat argument.
Do we really want to start one?
Do we
right
want
now?
to? Do we want to start one? Because that would be a great thing. Because we can get a little bit of buzz going. Who's best girl in the game? Is it Medea? Is it Jessica or is it Red?
I don't think it's fair to throw Medea out there. We've only seen her as a horse.
Yeah, but I mean, she's still she's still, a potential best girl.
Is this like a "Would you love me if I was a worm" kind of thing?
I mean, Hero still loves her.
Chat, this is your opportunity. Donate to us and let us know who's the best girl and why.
Yeah, it's we have to stir up a little bit of controversy. But for right now, we're just going to progress story. This is what we were talking about earlier, where the game really wants us to come here first before going to the Swordsman's Labyrinth, but it lets you do kind of a little bit what you want. It rewards you for being explorative, and you end up walking in here and Red's like, hey, I want this gemstone that you have. And no matter what you do or say, you can't give it to her without leaving.
Yeah, the game will act like you came here first, even though you didn't, until you leave, when Trode will be like, don't we already have the Venus tier?
Why haven't we just give it to her? She's already got it.
One of the big changes from this version of the game and the 3DS version is that here Red is just an NPC. In the 3DS version, Red actually becomes a party member very late in the game. And she's arguably the best party member in the 3DS version of this run.
So broken.
Yeah.
There's so many things about the 3DS version that's busted. Ellie, was it 18 that you ran the 3DS version here at Limit Break?
Yeah, I think it was either 27 or 2018. Definitely featured right at the end of the run how OP Red was with her throwing the money ability. But yeah, she's an amazing overall around character. And not only does Red come into the 3DS version, Mori too. So you even get a playable Mori.
I would love to be able to utilize Mori because we run past Mori's place on our way to pick him. I would love to be able to utilize him.
Right.
But the amount of time wasted or the amount of time spent getting the ability of call team far outweighs the usefulness of the skill. Even for like categories that are longer, like Ultimate Dragon, where you would think you would be able to sacrifice your monster team to save your team to survive a really bad stretch of attacks or whatever, it's still not worth it then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really only in extended categories like Ulti Dragon, it's really only a safety option for you to have. It's not actually optimal.
But after all of that work, we gave the Venus tier. It took Genghis begging, but we got the Horse Princess back. Also, Cordellium.
Cordellium.
Do we need a Cordellium counter?
I mean,
At this
it
point.
wouldn't change. It's the same amount every run.
That's fair.
But chat doesn't necessarily know.
That's true too.
I don't know.
I'm actually sitting here thinking about how many times does it happen, and I think it's 5.
It's at least 5.
Does the last one in Tyrant Gully count?
Yeah,
He doesn't do the pose.
But he was going to say it.
He just said, you know what? Never mind.
I think it counts.
It counts. I agree.
Okay, it counts. All right. So, we have successfully recovered the Horse Princess. Trode has learned his lesson, and he's just going to be like, you know what? I think I'm just going to stay outside every town from now on because I don't think it's worth it for a little bit of booze. And plus, I'm going to keep an eye on Medea. It just seems safer. But we come back to pick him because, Yangus is like, hey, man, we still need to talk to Brains. And miraculously, after all that side questing that we did, Brains just happens to be home. No cutscene or anything about him being home. He's just in his room, and we go talk to him. And he tells us that, he does have a lead on Dulmagus. He saw something. He had reports of a weird jester walking across the water to the western continent. But we have no way of getting there.
Yeah, something we haven't really discussed about this game is that we start on the eastern continent, and the only way to get to the western continent is by boat, and right now none of the boats will take us there because the waters are very dangerous.
So what do we do when the water's dangerous? Do it ourselves.
Yeah, so Brains recommends, hey, if you want to go to the western continent, go get yourself a boat. And he points us to the direction of a boat somewhere in the area south of Trode.
Now is a good time to unequip the bunny tail and the hairband.
Do you think I still have enough time to get that other strong medicine?
It should be done by
Yeah,
now.
you should have enough time.
The steps still count while you don't have the alchemy pot. You just can't open the alchemy pot.
Oh.
It's silly. The pot dings even though you don't have the pot.
Yeah, even though the alchemy pot isn't with you when you don't have Medea, if you take steps in the overworld, it still ticks down. It's a really funny interaction.
So we're going to mix that bunny tail that we had along with the hairband that Jessica came with stock. We're going to make some bunny ears. It is one part of 3 that we would need for casual players to turn Jessica into a bunny girl. You need that. You need the bunny suit and the fishnet stockings. But unfortunately, we're not going to get the other 2 items. The bunny ears, it's another one of those things where we're not really utilizing the alchemy pot too well during this stretch. There's no real good items that we have in our inventory. We don't really have enough money to get anything that we could add. So we're trying to utilize the items that we do have access to help increase our survivability for later. And the bunny ears are a 8 defense increase from the hairband that she is already wearing. So like I said earlier, a little bit goes a long way. It just every point of HP matters when we get to the next big section.
Yeah, unfortunately, because Jessica is our squishiest party member, and because we can't keep her in the 4th row, we need to keep Angelo in the 4th row, because for this whole early to mid game part of the run, Angelo is our lifeline. He's our only party member with Zing. He has our best healing right now. We need to keep Angelo alive as long as possible by any means. So we have to keep him in the 4th row, which means Jessica is kind of susceptible to dying.
Also, free 6,000 gold. And it's another direct increase to defense for Yangus. We're going to utilize this helmet for Yangus for a little bit. It's free. We just jump down this well. We spend 48 seconds or so on a cutscene, and bam, upgrade. It's also on the way, so we may as well.
Yeah, it's a gold we could not possibly, we couldn't skip it if we wanted to.
6K is a lot.
Yeah.
And we're going to also go a little bit out of our way while we're about to run to this next cutscene to find another overworld chest that has a sledgehammer in it for no other reason other than it's worth 1,000 gold.
1,000 or 12,000?
It's 1,000.
12,000 would be really nice.
Yeah, 12,000 would be great. 1,200 would be.
I said the wrong amount.
All good.
My bad.
So we have a fair minute of downtime. We're gonna run up to the boat, and Trode's gonna be like, "Hey, cool, we found a boat. This is nice, but why is it so far inland? You know, we're actually kind of close to home. Let's go home and check the library at home, and maybe the library at home will give us some answers as to what we can do." So we're gonna run back to Castle Trode. So if there is anything from the host stand, now would be an optimal time.
Fabulous. We actually do have one donation. We have $15 from Freedom Pulse, $15 for 15 metal friends released into the wild.
Nice.
Thank you so much for that donation. And while we're here and we're entering the mid-game, just know that those incentives are ticking down. We are so close to the Dragon Quest VIII piano melody. We're just, looks like about $68 away, so please get those donations in sooner and later so we can meet that incentive and make it happen. And while we're ticking down on that, if you want to get really feisty, The blindfolded Dalmagus phase 1, it's coming up. We've got about a lot of money to go for that one, but if you want to push through it, hey, let's make it happen.
How long about do we have on the Dual Magus?
So dual Magus incentive, we have, let's see.
I have at least 3 hours.
Yeah, it's about 3 hours to go on that. So there's still a substantial amount of time on that. The piano medley, though, we have one more boss fight to get through. The cutoff for that is going to probably be right after Don Mole, which is the next boss that we're going to. So hopefully we can get there in time.
It's still quite a we still have to. Technically, our next dungeon is Trode Castle because right now Trode Castle is cursed. So there's the game treats it as our next dungeon. Thankfully, though, it's fairly short since we're going to be skipping most of the optional rooms. We're going to pick up one set of items in a side room at the very start and then go straight to the library.
And just a reminder, we are here today at RPG Limit Break for raising money for NAMI. RPG Limit Break 2026 is coming to you live from Denver, Colorado. We are raising money for NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was founded in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses. And they have maintained that focus to this very day.
So we got a little bit ways to go. There's a small chance that we can find, there's a very small chance that we find the, one of the funny encounters that Flutter was talking about earlier. Mumbo Jumbo may or may not pop up here.
It's fairly likely we see the encounter. Whether or not they transform is another story entirely. Because if they for them to transform, we would have to fail a fleet, which obviously we don't want to do. And even then, it's not guaranteed they'd transform on the first turn. I don't know the chance of it happening.
I don't actually know what forces them to.
I think it's just a random thing they can do. Because I've had it where I failed a fleet and they immediately transform.
So a couple more encounters that we have to go through, and then a pretty substantial flashback cutscene where we get to learn about exactly what happened the night that Castle Trode went and got cursed by Dual Magus.
Yeah, so up until this point, we've gotten bits and pieces of what happened at Trode and what happened to Trode and Medea. Here we're going to get the full flashback, like Dual Magus, what Dual Magus did to them and everything.
What happened to Trode? What happened to Medea?
What happened to Hero?
Hi.
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 My med.
She has powerful magic, but it's not strong enough to clear all the vines. Just enough to open a door.
Yeah, I think this is the start of a running gag where the game will do everything in its power to cover Trode's face
Yes.
in this flashback cutscene.
Makes it very convoluted for some reason.
So-
But at the same time, like...
Well, like the game really wants to build up this big mystery on what Trode looked like when he was human.
Yeah, I don't know why that's a thing, but it is a thing. Same with Medea. They don't want you to see Medea's face either.
Well, Medea's face gets revealed much earlier in the game than Trode, which I think is very funny.
I don't really know what the deal was about why they wanted so badly to. Not only did they want to cover Dual Magus' face for a little bit, but it was also Medea and Trode. They just don't like. And
It's a drip feed.
Is it?
Yeah.
I guess.
Can't just be all at once.
I guess. So the flashback here, we learned that it expands upon it a little bit more in the 3DS version as to what happened. But basically, Dulmagus entered the castle, and because reasons, Castle Trode holds the magical scepter of doom. That's chained up and covered in a magic circle and all that stuff inside the castle.
Yeah, no one knows why it's chained up. It just is. And it's just here in Trode.
Don't mess with it. But Dulmagus wants power, so he's like, you know what? I'm going to mess with it. And he decides, I'm going to steal it.
Yeah, the background on that is that Dulmagus, he was a student to Rylus, and Rylus didn't acknowledge his power, so Dulmagus kind of wanted revenge because he wasn't getting that acknowledgement from his master.
So it's like Palpatine.
Just a little bit. So now he has the power of the scepter, but he's like, this isn't what I wanted. I guess the magic circle is interfering with things. So let's go in, outside where we can actually get some real power. I'm not doing it this time, I promise. I did it in the practice room, and it was terrible. Control it. No, no, resist. Ah. Yeah, so for, I'm not sure why vines were the curse item of choice.
What on earth?
But the magic circle is at least protecting Medea and Trode from further ruin. And but unfortunately, everybody else inside of Castle Trode is permanently turned into a plant.
Yeah. Don't worry, they'll get better. I promise.
We just have to save the world first.
The simple task.
Yeah. We don't know what we're saving the world from yet. We just know we have to do it.
Well, we don't know we're saving the world yet, not until way later.
I think, the story is that Trode thinks that once we defeat Dulmagus, the curse will be lifted. Or we're somehow going to beat Dulmagus up so much that he's like, I'm sorry, I'll reverse the curse. Because, bad guys do that. But we'll see. Hero, on the other hand, is just, he's fine.
The only one not turned into a plant for some unexplained reason.
It's because his clothes and stuff are different colors than everybody else's.
Oh, I never thought of that.
He doesn't look like generic NPC number 4. Also, when we're running around in Castle Trode, this is the first area of the game where we can run into a new metally friend, named the Liquid Metal Slime. The Liquid Metal Slime is a very hard encounter to kill. Unfortunately, we cannot use the Holy Water strats effectively against Liquid Metal Slimes. Liquid Metal Slimes have 10 HP.
They have 8.
I thought it was 10.
No, they have 8.
Maybe it is 8.
8 HP. 2 rounds of holy water will defeat one.
Is it? Okay. So we would have to keep a metal slime. We would have to keep a liquid slime there for 2 turns, and that's very unlikely to happen. So we're going to try to go for a crit skill. Unfortunately, hello, good sir. Hello, friend.
Okay, so unfortunately, Yangus doesn't have his fully unlocked crit skill. He only has the 25%er. Oh.
The tease.
Another one to the counter, though.
Oh, that's the LMS counter.
That's the LMS counter.
30.
So we want very badly, we need at least 1 liquid kill to get Yangus his 50% crit skill.
Yeah, so unfortunately, with the way the routing worked and the amount of kills we need, Yangus can't get access to his crit skill until we kill 1 liquid metal slime, which is really sucky.
We could go and try to beat up more of the small metal slimes, we would need on average 4 more in order to have a substantial chance to get the level up. We might need to supplement a little bit of experience here and there, but it's just not worth it.
Yeah, the way the mathematics work out, it's just better to fish for a liquid with either Hatchet Man or Lightning Thrust.
So inside of Castle Trode, though, it's about a 10%-ish chance for a liquid metal slime to spawn. Unfortunately for us, though, the liquid metal slimes can only spawn 1 at a time. And you can imagine from the runners past where we would spend hours in here whistling over and over again to try and defeat 10 that spawn 1 at a time. And it was beyond painful.
It was a time.
And instead of that, we're going to continue through the next boss very underleveled in comparison. And the fight's going to take much, much longer. But the reward that we can get by being in this really high level area that we're not supposed to be in is encounters that can spawn upwards of 7 liquid metal slimes in a single encounter.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. And all past versions of this route, or of the routes in this game, except this route exactly, the next boss is kind of a joke. However, since we're actually under-leveled, he is one of the most annoying bosses in this game.
Not only underleveled, but severely undergeared.
Yeah, that's the other thing holding us back, is that our gear is not good.
So we have about, on average, 2 or maybe 3 more encounters before we get to the library. Unless Mr. Cord Senpai here wants to greed 1 or 2 times and throw a random whistle out there.
I think we can try once or twice.
I mean, we were teased once.
I think I always try once.
We were teased once by the singular first encounter liquid metal slime that just decided to appear.
What's the worst that happens? We TPK?
I mean, yeah. We don't have much gold, but we kind of need all the gold that we have.
Would right now be an okay time to interject?
Absolutely, if you have anything.
I do. We have $50 from Kino with a comment. No one saw me playing with my phone trying to make this donation. Right? And then $25 from a mysterious donor. And with both those donations, we have met the Dragon Quest VIII piano melody incentive.
Yeah.
So that's really excited about that. I cannot wait to see it.
Awesome.
If you really did that, I'm sitting right next to you and I didn't notice.
See? Ninja. Yes. Either that just proves that Flutter was oblivious or I was really good at what I was doing. All right, so how many whistles are we gonna do? Are we gonna try? What are we thinking? I'm ready to gamble.
1 is a treat.
Is it? I'm ready to gamble. a little bit.
You whistle once as a
It's a treat.
treat.
Oh, but this is a
See,
free,
yeah.
this is a freebie. Try. You got to try again.
Double or nothing.
Double or nothing.
Okay, we actually doubled. Okay.
Hold.
This got a little scary. Oh, it's fine. Oh, well, no, hang on.
It's okay.
It's fine.
all right.
It's fine. We're fine.
So the Hunter mechs in specific are really scary because they can take 2 actions.
If they just decide to.
Yeah, and they have
Okay, see, yeah, we're fine.
a really powerful AoE attack.
We're fine. Yeah,
Third time's a charm.
yeah. Why not?
All right.
It can't be as bad as the last one, right?
Surely.
Oh,
Aw.
And it wasn't.
See, it wasn't as bad.
So anyway,
Yeah, let's go.
Let's not talk of this again.
You know, it was worth the effort. We got teased by the random liquid that we saw at first encounter. Getting a kill here it's really nice to get because it puts you with that one kill, so you have your 2 characters that have the crit skill. Also, early kills gain the most level because the amount of experience between levels is much lower. So being able to start the grind 1 or 2 levels per character higher means more HP, more MP to be utilized while we're grinding. So it is very beneficial to at least give it 1 or 2 tries. For me, like serious, when I'm trying to like go for PBs and stuff like that, I won't do it because the idea is I have a higher chance of getting them during grind 2 section out of bounds than I do in grind 1, so I'm taking the risk on purpose. But in this setting, you know,
Yeah, I think a marathon setting, go for a couple whistles.
three was
Yeah.
Yeah, in my runs of this, I always do at least 1.
So we're back in the Moonshadow realm, and Ishmari gets comments is like, wow, y'all are back again. I rarely get seen once every 1,000 years, and y'all have seen me twice in the last hour. What do you want? And we ask for the ancient ocean to be brought back so we can move the boat back to the water. But unfortunately, the Moonshadow harp that Ishmari has is not strong enough. Needs a little bit more oomph behind it. So,
I think that's just a regular harp.
no, it's a Moonshadow harp. It's just not
The
the
Moonshadow
Moonshadow
harp.
Yeah. So Ishmari says, hey, maybe the last time I heard about it, I think the harp that I need is in Ascantha. So this is why we had to go out of our way to talk to the King of Ascantha, because it turns out that the Moonshadow harp is the prized possession of that kingdom. And because we're friends with him now, he's like, yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah, thankfully the king owes us 1 favor.
And that's the one favor. So we're going to go get that. We're going to go talk to him, and he's going to...
Unfortunately, the king of Ascantha is going to be not too helpful with actually getting us the harp.
Also, it's a ways away. Well, not a ways away. We have about 25 or so, maybe 30 minutes or so before the Dawn Mole jam session would begin. And we need to get a little bit of help on that one, I think.
Yes, we're about $440 away from the Dawn Mole jam session. Look, y'all made the Dragon Quest VIII piano melody happen. Let's make that one happen too. I believe in you. We can do this.
Please and thank you. We'd really appreciate it. It's a very funny little cutscene that we get to play, and we would play the actual like voice actors and stuff like that because they're pretty funny. So we got to Ascantha, and we can't talk to the king at night anymore because he,
He's happy now.
he's happy, so he's awake during the daylight hours. So we're gonna rest at the inn. It again does a couple of things. It replenishes our MP and stuff, sets time of day, allows us to go up to the top of the castle and talk to King Pavan. King Pavan decides, you know what? Y'all were so good to me. It's time to be good back. I will give you what you asked for. No questions asked. But we have learned of a thing or two when it comes to the royal vault that nobody is supposed to have access to except him. So we have a few minutes or so of some cutscenes and stuff to mash through, and then a little bit more running through the next dungeon before we get to the next boss. So, Possum, if there's anything from you, now's a good opportunity.
I got nothing, but right now is not a bad time to talk about prizes. We got plenty of Dragon Quest prizes available for anyone who donates, such as the Dragon Quest VIII wooden game replica. We've got Hero and Jessica perler beads. And then alongside that, you can win the Dragon Quest slime plushies. We have so many Dragon Quest slime plushies, it's not even funny. And then you can even win your own copy of the Dragon Quest III HD 2D PlayStation 5 Japanese release, or even the new one, the Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D PS5 release. So get those donations in, get those prizes, and let's get these incentives funded.
All right. So, unfortunately, King Pavan has been robbed blind by somebody who was strong enough to break through a whole wall. And he's a little embarrassed. But you know what? He's not going to stand for this.
Even though he just stood.
Even though he just stood. Don't worry. I'm going to summon the castle guard. Don't go chasing after them. I got this. So
we never see him again.
we absolutely never see him again. We decide, you know what? We're just going to go after it ourselves. And funnily enough, if you come back here after you've beaten the dungeons and you talk to King Pavan, he's like, oh, you did it. I was working on that. I'm sorry.
He like gives you a thumbs up. He's like, cool.
Pretty much. He didn't really help. He wanted to, I think, but I don't think he really wanted to. So we have like a little bit more running around to do. We're running through the mole hole tunnels. This is another instance where we might be able to find a goodie bag or two.
Yeah, the best thing we could see here is like 6 goodie bags all in a row, which is like 600 coins or something.
It would be absolutely lovely to have that much extra money, but
We already found 4 of them, which is like an absolute huge cushion for our money round.
yeah, we were a little bit low for a moment, but
We're pretty close to Don Mole.
yeah, we have only a few minutes left before Don Mole gets before Don Mole shows up. So we're running out of time, chat. Hopefully we can snipe this out because we're about to get to Mole Hill, and yeah,
Come on, chat. I want to believe.
we have a couple of items that we need to grab. The life seed here we're going to not going to use on a hero or on our characters. We're going to hold on to this for another alchemy recipe later. And then we're entering the molehill.
Yeah, so this is the actual next dungeon with a boss at the end. Castle Trode was kind of a dungeon, but there's no boss. It was just plot stuff. This is like the actual dungeon, which is a lot smaller than Castle Trode. It has very few optional places you can go and explore.
Yeah, for sure. We also need to make sure that there's a few inventory things that we have to do prior to the Don Mole fight. So we'll have a small little cushion of time, but we maybe have less than 5 minutes before we actually go to fight Don Mole.
Would right now be an okay time for a donation?
Absolutely.
All right. We've got $25 from Bob, the Ninja Goldfish.
Bob.
Yes, and it's a little bit of a lengthy, but a good one. Dragon Quest VIII was one of the first games that my wife and I truly played together after I moved to the States, and the phrase, Yengus didn't get it, is often heard in our house. I'm so glad to get to watch Cord, Ellie, Flutter, and Keeanolookalike run this game that holds so many amazing memories for me. Oh, and Possum, I hope you are having the best time. I am absolutely having the best time, thank you. There's a little bit more. And Yengus is the best girl.
Yes.
Best of luck
Yes.
to everyone involved in the marathon. I miss you all, and I hope you are having all the fun. And I hope you will all give each other a few hugs for me. Money goes to the choice of whichever runner wins the best of 3 rock, paper, scissors. And remember, guys, gals, non-binary pals, and all those beyond the spectrum, in the words of the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, please be excellent to each other and party on, my friends.
Thank you, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
All right, so I guess because Cord has his hands full, that means it's the 3 of us that are rock, paper, scissoring. But do we need a rock, paper, scissors if all of us have the same answer for the donation incentive? Like what we're trying to push it towards? Because it's obviously we're trying to push it towards either the Don Mole incentive or to get the blindfold dual magus incentive.
I think it's up to you.
I concede.
I guess Ellie.
And Spirit?
One,
One,
two,
two,
three.
three.
Oh,
Oh, wait.
I thought we were going 1, 2, 3. I thought we were doing 1, 2, 3, go. I'm sorry.
Let's go. Oh, let's do 1, 3, go.
1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go.
1, 2, 3, go.
Ah. All right. So, unfortunately for us, because we're right at Don Mole and it is time to do the donate, it is time to actually do the jam session if we were going to do it. I'm going to put that towards Dual Magus blindfolded. So we're doing a little bit of inventory management right now. We need to make sure that the garter is on Jessica. We need to make sure that the bunny ears are on Jessica. We need to make sure this slime crown is over the pointy hat.
Not over, but in on Yangus, because even though we got the pointy hat in Paragon Key,
Yes.
that pointy hat is going to stay on Yangus for the literal rest of the run after we sell the slime crown.
Yeah.
We're going to use the slime crown for a defensive option on Yangus, just because it does give a lot of defense to him. But we've mapped it out. The math has been done. The pointy hat is Yangus's best hat option, at least for the speedrun.
Defense at late game doesn't really equate to much. It's just the fact that Yangus has so much HP that it doesn't matter. So you could put a better helmet on him and it would reduce the amount of damage that he would take, but he has so much HP that it doesn't matter. You can move the strong medicine off Yangus onto Jessica as well.
Okay, I think this is about all I can do.
Yeah, that's
this is
that's
the last call for Dunmore.
yeah. Unfortunately for Don Mole, we're not jam sessioning with him today.
Sadness, but let's get Dolmegas funded, guys.
Yep. Dolmegas is very... we got another 2 or so hours before that happens, so plenty of time to get that in. And hopefully Flutter's hard work that she's been working on for the past couple of days, we get to showcase this off. But this is the Don Mole fight. Don Mole with this route is not fun. He's not fun fight. He can go very south very fast. So what we're gonna do is we're going to try to utilize our AoE skills as much as possible to take out the soul moles. And we're going to pray that we do not get confused.
Yeah, unfortunately with the actual enemy lineup with Don Mole, because they're separated into 3 groups, the 2 moles on the left, Don Mole in the middle, and the 2 moles on the right, it makes a lot of AoE really awkward to use because we can only hit 2 moles at a time. And Don Mole is the scariest part of this encounter. He starts with the performance, which...
That's rough.
That's pretty bad. Which has a chance to confuse everyone on the field, including the moles on his side. Ideally, only one person would get confused.
There's no way to get rid of confuse on Yangus, so the only thing that you can do right now is unequip both weapons.
Yeah. Thankfully, even though we don't have control over what Hero and Yangus can do, but we can still manage their inventory and unequip them of their inventory. Hero doesn't do much with a punch. Unfortunately, since we have invested into Yanks' fisticuffs, he does kind of hurt with a punch.
Yeah, but it's better than the axe. He has more points into axe, so it's just...
And a higher chance to crit with the axe.
Yeah. Ooh, hey, that actually is nice, though, because it made Yangus come to his senses. So now you can start utilizing some damage. Also, the soul moles are beating each other up, which is also very nice. And running away, so this is neat. Don Mole also is a scripted fight, scripted per se. His first round of attacks, he's always going to do Confusion, attack, Earthquake, attack, and then Call a Friend. And then it rotates back to the beginning, but for some reason, unknown to anybody, he'll just skip actions and move to the next action in line, or even further down the line. I've seen him go from Earthquake to attack to back to Earthquake. So he skipped 5 of his actions in a row. So right now that we've cleared the field of all of the extra enemies, all we're trying to do now is mitigate the amount of HP that we lose. So using Jessica to heal, using Angelo to heal, trying to get Yangus to 50 tension to do a parallax to do good amount of damage, hoping that Hero snaps out of his confusion. This should knock him out of confusion. It doesn't, obviously, because I said something. I'm sorry. But yeah, this is just the grind of a fight. So I'm just gonna let Cord try to think this through.
Yeah, ideally we want a random hit to knock Hero out of confusion, so he doesn't get paralyzed, because once the confusion runs out, then he's gonna get paralyzed for a couple turns.
We have a single Moonwort bulb. Oh, there you go. That's nice.
Perfect. So this fight is actually why we kept the boomerang to deal with the ads that Don Mole has. Otherwise, when it's just Don Mole by himself, once Hero gets a bit of tension on him, we're going to hit him with multi-thrust, which, if there are other... what multi-thrust does is that it randomly hits whatever's on the field. But if there's only one target, it can only hit one target, so all of the attacks get hit into that one target. And multi-thrust has a chance to hit 3 or 4 times.
So we're at backup call now, and then next turn that he gets is going to possibly count confusion, or he's going to skip down the line. So if he does another performance, then that's where we're at. Otherwise, he might just basic attack.
Let's get there. How much HP does he have? 1,200?
He has 1,280 HP total. So we're maybe 550 damage in right now. So we still have a pretty big gap to go.
Cordellium's making good progress here.
But all we can do right now is just kind of, like we said, keep HPs as high as possible, try to do our best to chip them out as much as we can, and utilize tension. So here we go with performance. Hopefully we don't get as unlucky. All right, perfect.
Nice.
The Soul Mole E being confused is nice because he can also help beat up Big Don Mole.
Or they have no idea what to do.
That is also a thing that they can do. Magic, unfortunately for us, doesn't knock a character out of confusion. So we can freely use our magic spells to keep them confused and still do a little bit of chip damage.
Yeah, and we've talked about prior versions of this route before. In prior versions of this route, you are much stronger. Hero has access to Zap if you do the entire grind in Castle Trode, which Tension, Zap, Bang from Jessica will wipe the field. So you have significantly less things to deal with.
Getting confused is still unfortunate, but you also have a really high MP pool, or high HP pool as well. So you can do a really good amount of damage in a short amount of time, and you blitz this fight pretty fast.
Nice. Might be able to get it this turn.
This might be a kill. We need about 500-ish damage, by my guess. That's 325. It's a good amount. Parallax. There
Yeah.
it is. Very good. As for how it started, that was a solid fight.
Yeah, like this fight can go so wrong so quick.
Right.
And it's not likely you wipe to Don Mole. It's really low chance of actually TPKing to him, but he can eat it so much time.
It can be a very slow grind to get through that fight. So, with all of that being the case, now that Don Mole is down, we're gonna start setting up soon-ish. You want to start setting up now, or do you want to wait?
I'll head back and
Okay.
get ready.
So Cord Senpai here is gonna start getting set up to perform his piano medley for us,
I'm gonna
since the generosity of the. I don't know how your turbo controller works. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna mash. I'm just gonna. I don't want to mess with things, but yeah, Court Senpai is gonna get everything started for us, and I'm gonna do a couple of little things for him while he's going to go get set up, and then hopefully he's gonna have this performance ready for us in a few minutes. It's gonna take a couple of minutes to get everything set up, so bear with us.
Yeah, so now that Don Mole is out of the way, we can go get access to the boat. And once we have access to the boat, it's when we have access to the second big grind of this run. And we need to do a little bit of prep before that grind. It's mostly healing. So we've mentioned before that the thing that really hurts in this second grind is that you really have to do it in one trip. If you had to do it in multiple trips, it would be such a time killer, because you have to take the boat, go to the island where we do the clip, and then once you're out of bounds after you've done the clip, walk back to where we need to grind, which eats like 10, 15 minutes on its own. It's really, really brutal. So we're going to try to mitigate that as much as possible by stocking up on as much resources as possible. So we're going to buy about 127 herbs. And I know that sounds like a lot, but we will burn through these very quickly.
So we're a little bit shorter on money than that would be ideal. So we're going to be a little bit shorter on herbs than we would like to normally be. So 110 is just gonna have to do for now. And then I think another 5 waters, because we're cutting it a little bit close with our cash.
That should be enough until Hero gets Holy Protection.
Yeah, because we don't have anything. We have 1 Wayfarer's clothes.
It's like
Not
2.
worth it.
It's like 3 herbs.
So what we'll do here is we're gonna rearrange a few more items for inventory reasons.
You might wonder, why do we need all these herbs? Well, while Angelo and Hero have healing spells, well, for this grind, we want to save MP as much as possible for their crit abilities and for perhaps maybe rezzing, accelerating. So we don't want to utilize their MP for healing, so that's why we're stocking on herbs.
Yeah, especially since Angelo is our only way to revive party members, and it's very likely someone will die at some point during this run. Typically, it's Jess or Hero. Yangus is beefy enough where you can take a lot more hits than the 2 of them. And Zing, even in the menu, has a chance to fail. It's a 50-50 on whether it reses someone or it leaves them dead. And you can burn through MP so quick by just a series of unlucky 50-50 Zing reses.
For sure. So we need to set time of day so we can hit the next story trigger. We need to go back to the Moonshadow realm, and so what we're gonna do here is go back to Castle Trode and talk to Ishmari again, and there'll be a lengthy cutscene of the performance before the performance of Ishmari performing and resurrecting the ancient ocean to lift the boat back into the actual ocean. After we gain access to the boat, I'm going to be going a little bit out of my way to grab the only real safety item that we can get for this grind. You're very limited in what the game allows you to have in terms of resurrection. So Zing is the spell that has the 50-50 on whether or not it works or not. There are items in the game called Yggdrasil leaves that you can pick up that are item use 100% guarantee that you use the item and your character revives. Once you get the boat, this is the first instance of where you can actually go to find one, and it's a little bit out of the way. Under normal PB runs and such like that, you would never go for this. It's a 5 or so-ish minute detour. But in retrospect, if I was to die if the Cord or I myself, whoever, dies trying to do the grind, it is a 12 to 13 minute easily time loss to try to get back to where you were at beforehand. So the 5-minute loss for a marathon is 100% worth it.
Yeah, so I talked about it's very easy for Jessica or Hero to die here. It's also really easy for Angelo to die, even though he's in the last spot in the party list. So with the targeting priority on the party list, it's 35, 35, 20, 10. If Angelo dies at all during this grind before Hero can get his res spell, because eventually Hero will get access to a res spell, you have no way to revive Angelo. So the leaf is contingency for in case Angelo dies.
And I think it's level 29 or 28 that Hero learns Zing, which is
It's a few kills.
8 kills in,
Yeah.
9 kills in, something like that. We need to kill a minimum for this grind, for the way that the math ends up working out. We need to take out a minimum of 13 liquid metal slimes during this grind. For marathon safety purposes, we are aiming for 15 though. And 15 is important because if we get to 15, as long as Angelo survives and gets all 15 kills worth of experience and does not die to any of the bosses from that moment on, he will guarantee that he will learn prior to fighting Mini Rapthorn the skill Cuzzing, which is the upgraded version of Zing. It is a 100% chance of success, and it not only does it 100% res, it 100% heals as well. So not only do you get the res, but you get a full heal on that character as well.
Yeah, because that's the other thing with regular Zing. Not only is it a 50-50 to work, when you revive, you only revive at half HP. So it's very likely if you revive Jessica mid-fight, she comes up and then immediately gets knocked down.
I've argued this multiple times, or I've complained about this multiple times. I still think the skills should be Zing is a 50% chance of resing to 100% HP, and Cuzzing should be a 100% chance to res, but only reses to 50% HP. It makes more sense. But, you know, who am I but just a speedrunner of this game who complains because he loses 8 Zings in a row on Imperia and loses a really good run. Not I, but I. So like I said, we have a pretty substantial cutscene here. We are gaining access to the boat, and then we're going to go out of our way, like I said, to try and find this item.
I will sing to bless your journey on the ancient ocean, my children.
So yeah, it wasn't just Ishmari's harp alone. He needed help from Medea, who was singing there. And because of their combined performance, they were able to get the boat into the ocean.
A duet of sorts.
Yeah,
Another duet.
another duet.
So we get to watch the boat fly or float upon the ancient ocean, which isn't really an ocean, and then descend into the real ocean, which is a real body of water. So how it differentiates between the two, magic and stuff, I guess.
Yeah, so Ishmari revived the memory of the ancient ocean before it dried up and receded so that the boat can go to the what is the ocean now.
Because apparently this boat is old and is really, really, really old.
Incredibly old.
Also, as soon as you revived the memory of the boat and the ocean, the boat all of a sudden was no longer really dirty and gross looking. It's all bright and fresh painted and whatnot. So, props to Ishmari for having the juice.
So yeah, now that we have access to the boat, we're going to reset time of day. We needed it to be night to talk to Ishmari, but now we need it to be morning, so we have enough time to get to the grind location. An important note about where we're going to grind: liquid metal slimes only spawn at night, so we need ample time to be able to get there. And if we just went straight there, we would get there in the middle of the day and then just wait there. So it's a bit more efficient to rest at the end till night, even though we just rested,
So-
and then head there.
Yep. So now that we have access to the boat, we're gonna go ahead and do a quick little detour to get the items, or the item that we need. But it appears as though we may almost be ready with setup for the performance. I'm just waiting to get final confirmation that we're good to go. If Cord Senpai's ready, we can send it to him. Well, we got maybe a little bit longer, just a smidge. I'm super excited for this. Again, apologies to all of our neighbors in the hotel, but Cord's been working real hard on this.
Absolutely.
So I'm super, super stoked that he gets to...
You guys are in for a treat.
Absolutely.
I'm so excited. I can't wait.
Oh, as an aside, now that we're on the boat, we have access to ocean counters, which are very, very, very scary.
All right, so we're going to throw it to Cord Senpai here. He's ready to go. All right. Thank you so very much, everybody, for meeting that incentive and letting Cord do that for us. That was absolutely beautiful.
That was beautiful.
That was so cool. Thank you also to the tech team for making that possible, because that was such a logistical nightmare. But real quick, before we move on, I've paused the game a little bit. We are about to do the out of bounds clip. This is the big discovery that we have found in the run that has helped us get the run down to where we're going to do. So it's real simple. PS2 era games, if you run at a certain speed and try to clip into 2 polygons, you kind of just fall out of the world. And so now we're out of bounds. We're definitely in a place we're not supposed to be. We still end up getting encounters, unfortunately. But what we're going to do is we're going to spend the next 7 minutes running in the ocean blue. It seems really counterintuitive, and it doesn't seem to make sense as to what we're doing. But once we get about 2.5 encounters out from the island, we stop getting encounters. As long as we stay a safe distance away from the
island where we clipped out of bounds from. So this game actually has a contingency if you, for whatever reason, fall out of bounds, is you'll see whoever is in the party lead, they're going to keep falling until they they hit a certain point on the floor, and then they'll pop back up on the ceiling. And this is the game's contingency is if the player is out of bounds, they can get back in bounds by falling back through onto actual tangible land.
Nice dodge, because Angela would have died.
Oh, good thing we have the leash.
Okay, so we triple run failed there, but unfortunately we made it out. This is also the reason why we have so many herbs, so that we can not utilize our MP any to full heal our characters. And so now that Cord's back, do you want to take the controller?
Sure. How many counters did we just get?
So that was the second one.
Okay.
So we should be far enough out that we can start turning to the west, the northwest, and then more north. We're very far out. We're not getting encounters anymore.
Yeah, so once we clip out of bounds from the southern island, we start going southwest to get out of encounter range as soon as possible. Encounters can only spawn in a certain radius away from the island we were just at. So we want to avoid those as fast as possible because they are very dangerous encounters. And we're going to circle around the island until we start running to the northeast section.
Yeah.
Which is...
It's time to start heading towards the east.
Yeah. So the goal here is we need to get back to the Wisher Peak area because there's a lake. It's
You're so far north.
I think it's just called the Unnamed Island or whatever, which is where
Yep, that way.
Which is where the liquid metal slimes spawn.
So I talked about it a little bit earlier with how in the overworld, the encounters, we always load super long in and out of encounters. And that's because the world is trying to, or the game is trying to generate an entire chunk of the world. And it just so happens in our sense or in our situation here, what we're trying to accomplish, this section of the world where this unnamed island is at the south is connected to the same area of the continent that the unnamed isle near the lakeside cabin lives. So it works out perfectly in our favor that we go to this island, it's still loaded into memory, and then we clip out of bounds and run there.
Yeah, so the area that you can vaguely see in the background, that's the Pickham Swordsman's Labyrinth area, so we're going to... there's a chance we get back into encounter range and find encounters there. Thankfully, they're not that scary.
Yeah, it's just a time waste at that point. So all we're basically trying to do now is we're trying to get there. So we still have a decent amount of traveling to go. We're also at the same time, it works out really good. As Flutter had mentioned earlier, the liquid metal slimes only spawn on this island at nighttime. And we set time of day for this purpose of, as we're running in the overworld trying to get to this encounter, we're burning daylight. And it works out if your movement's really solid and you get there, you end up right as daytime starts.
Yeah, you can actually do this clip too fast and do this run too fast.
You need to head more north.
Where you actually make it to the unnamed island by Wisher's Peak too fast, and you either have to sit there and wait for some daylight to burn for it to be night, or you puff, or you just forward walk there.
You know?
Dang it, hero.
Never beating the allegations.
Now's not the time.
You're never beating the allegations. But small preview of what we may get to see later from Lake Club.
It's really, maybe they'll do it, but the witches can cast Puff on Jessica, and it's a very funny interaction.
As a note, we do have the League Club Puff incentive. We've got $50 in. Donate and for more Puff action.
Club Puff would happen right as...
There's a lot of time for it.
Yeah, so at the end of Section 3 into Section 4. So we have plenty of time for that still. We still have a lot of work to do for the Dual Magus blindfold incentive that I really want to see that one too.
I would love to see the blindfolded Dual Magus incentive too. We still got a ways to go, but we're farther in that one. So get those donations in just so we can see it. It's going to be really cool, I'm sure.
But as I was saying, we have a little bit more of running to do. So, Awesome, if you have anything else for us.
I do actually have a donation. We have $5 from Snake 1982 that says, "Thanks for this beautiful game." And thank you, beautiful person, for that lovely donation. Other than that, I don't really have too much. But let's see if I can find something.
More east. Yeah, so the gap in the mountain there is where you're aiming at. But being this far north means you're going to stop getting the Swordsman's Labyrinth encounters. So that's good.
Then let's take a moment and talk about NAMI, the charity which we are raising money for. NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness, is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization. NAMI provides advocacy, education, support, and public awareness to improve the lives of all individuals and families affected by mental illness. NAMI exists to ensure that no one is alone on their mental health journey. And NAMI is such a wonderful cause. I'm really glad we're here raising money for it.
Very much so. So we are but a few steps away from getting to the lake. We don't actually have to get to the island for the encounters to spawn. We just have to be in the water of the lake for these encounters to start popping up.
Yeah, right now these are Wisher Peak encounters, which we aren't scary, but they're not what we're looking for. We know when we'll get to the island area once we see the right encounters. So we're looking for bloody hands, killer croakers, and vampire bats.
Or liquid metal slimes.
Yeah,
those would be really nice to see too.
Yeah, so at night, there's only 4 enemies that can spawn here at night. It's bloody hands, vampire bats, killer croakers, and the liquid metals. I know it doesn't sound like a lot of enemies, but they're very scary.
Very good start. So this is one.
Oh my god.
Well,
oh,
it's
the piano took everything out of me, I think.
It's fine.
All right. So now that we're actually here at the island, we can just...
We didn't like that encounter anyway.
Yeah, we can just stay suspended midair. Ideally, we get an encounter that's just liquid metals, because normally this is an area you are supposed to only access after you get the Godbird Soulstone, which is very late into the game, and this is a pretty decent encounter to start with.
Yep.
We really need one kill here, so Yangus gets his upgraded crit skill.
1 stayed, so that's all that we need. We just need Hero to land a 50-50.
Or Yangus lands a 25%.
Yangus got it. Okay.
He did not get that.
One more time.
We got another chance. Maybe. It stayed again. Now would be a ideal time for a natty. Hit him with the strong stick, Angelo. Oh no, that's... There it is. All right.
There it is.
Slime number 1, most important slime, because it gives Yangus level 21, which gives us his upgraded crit skill.
It's also a lot of stats. So we cannot survive like a 3 or 4 flea from like a group of like 6 or 7 enemies. We will just die. So getting the extra stats from this kill is very important because it will give us a bit of a cushion to be able to survive some of the encounters here.
We are also going to always, and I mean always, make sure that all of our characters are full health at all times. Even if it's 2 or 3 HP, it is worth burning the herb for because every HP matters.
Yeah.
The number of times that we've had characters survive 1 or 2 HP.
Yeah, this is a part of the run that's so scary that 1 or 2 HP is the difference maker and has been in many runs.
We have the herbs. We're gonna go ahead and use them. We have 5 magic waters. Ideally, we like to keep at least a minimum of 1 by the end of it, but they are all expendable.
Oh, I thought they were called vampire bats. They're night emperors.
The versions under them are the
Yeah.
the vampire bats.
So something important to note about the other enemy spawns here, the killer croakers and the night emperors aren't too dangerous. The killer croakers mostly don't do anything unless you hit them. When you hit them, they show their back face to you, which is when they get scary. Thankfully, that they're are very manageable.
Yeah, so
By far the scariest thing here is the bloody hands, because they can infinitely backup call more bloody hands or other dangerous enemies that we really do not want to see.
they also hit really hard.
At the level Jessica is, they will 2-shot Jessica with a basic attack.
That's not good.
It's fine. One person's awake. As long as one person can take an action, we can flee.
As you can see, big owies.
Yeah, so that hand did 60 damage to Hero, so their range of damage is between 60 to 75-ish.
And Hero has a decent amount of gear on. So
Yeah,
just-
Jessica Jessica gets 2-shot by them. Yangus gets 4-shot by them, which is incredibly scary when you take into effect that the bloody hands can spawn in groups of 8 and multiply into many more than just 8.
Yeah. Luckily, I say luckily, the max number of enemies that can be on the field at one time is 8. So 8 in a single group or 8 random group or random numbers in groups, but there can only be a total of 8 singular enemies on the field at one time. So that's at least something. We know if we end up getting a bunch of bloody hands that they can't go too far, too crazy. There is a limit to their madness, but
Yeah, the bloody hands are so dangerous. Even one being in a group of metal slimes is worth running away from just because it can very, very quickly get out of hand. This is a very good encounter. The Night Emperors are... the scariest thing they can do is put you to sleep. Which, in the grand scheme of things, isn't that big of a deal.
Okay, one second.
one stayed. That's all that we need. Oh, bad targeting. We always want to target the metal slime that's farthest away from other groupings.
Okay.
They didn't crit anyway, so
It didn't matter.
It didn't matter. It's still worth going for just this one.
For sure. It stayed again, so we have another opportunity at it. 1 damage. Nope, no natties. Hero.
Yangus.
Dodge.
Dodge.
That's that 3% that I was talking about.
Yeah, so this is why we say that killing a metal slime is like more like a 47% chance, because they do have a chance to just outright dodge, which isn't a factor in the 50-50 crit calculation.
Oh, now you do
Oh,
it.
cool.
Thanks.
That's another runway. Actually, that's a lot of runways. That was...
Yeah, good luck keeping track of the number of runaways. I want to say that the liquid metal slimes have the same chance to run away as the other metal slimes, but it feels like it's higher. And maybe I'm just biased because more of liquid metal slimes run away because we need less of them. But it feels like their runaway chance is substantially higher. Also, this encounter, failing to flee it, a little scary.
Yeah, so the hip drop does like 50-ish% more damage than a regular chomp. Again, I think the scariest thing is the foul breath putting your entire party to sleep.
Yeah, we can't really afford too many multi failures in fleas. Even though the Night Emperors are the safest enemy,
No, not when there's 8 of them.
that's the downside to them. Goodbye, hero.
Goodbye, hero. That's fine.
Blood sacrifice was required in order to get out of that encounter.
Again, the only one we really care about keeping alive is Angelo. Angelo is our biggest lifeline through this whole grind section.
And that's the other reason why we went out of our way to get the Yggdrasil leaf. Because if Angelo does happen to take an untimely dirt nap, we have something to get him back up, and we're not required to traverse that long walk again out of bounds. So we're gonna keep searching. We're gonna keep searching for this.
Yeah, because I know we've only gotten 1 kill so far, but because of the way the enemy formations spawn here, bye Jessica, since we can just randomly get an encounter with 6 or 8 liquid metal slimes, we could very easily kill 3 or 4 of them in one encounter, which is like a third of the number we need.
I'm always the unlucky one when it comes to this grind. Even my best grinds that I've gotten in my world record run, for example, multi-kills never really happened for me. I think I've seen Flutter get a quad kill once.
And in my last run before, my last practice run before I came here, I got a quad.
So it's doable. We can get 7 liquid metal slimes in an encounter. This is 6, but it's still pretty solid. We just need, 2 or 3 of them to want to hang around for a turn.
Getting 2 kills, ideal. Anything more than that's amazing.
2 stayed. 2 out of 4. We have 2 crit
Come on,
chances.
Matt.
No, hero's just gonna crit. No. No.
Yangus?
Okay.
All right.
We still have another chance. This guy might decide to stay another turn, so we get the 2 more chances plus 2 1 in 64s to do another crit. There's hero. All right, so we got a double. We are at 3 kills now, and like I said, our goal is 15. Technically, 13 is the minimum amount that we need in order to progress. We could continue on with 13, but for added safety, we are going to try for all of them.
Yep. Something to note that's kind of annoying and hasn't really been relevant up to this point. When a character gets enough XP to get multiple levels, You have to do each level individually. You can't do them all at once, which is very annoying.
It was fixed in the 3DS version. It was also fixed in the 3DS version that if you didn't feel like using your skill points, you didn't have to. You could stockpile them.
Yeah, here you're forced to use them.
Thou must. All right. So we are at 3. We need 12 more. More stats. Every single kill that we get is just more stat generation, more survivability, more likelihood that we can survive the next encounter. And remember how we had like 110 herbs and now we're over halfway gone through them? This is why.
It's fine. This is why we made so many magic waters for this exact purpose.
Mm-hmm. You're always, almost always going to use one on Yangus.
I'll probably use one on Yangus after this.
One stayed. As long as one stays every time you see one and you get a kill, we're happy. Especially when you land the crits.
Nice. There you go.
Number 4. Yeah, well, you know, hey, that works too. So we're making progress.
Oh, well, by the way, liquid metals give you 10,050, 500?
10,050.
Yeah, so that's more XP than the next 5 bosses? Or 6?
I think
Imperia is 1 liquid metal slime.
Imperia is 1 liquid metal slime. Captain Crow is 6,750. Gemin is 9K. No, yeah, it's like 9K or something. The liquid metal slimes are a lot, and it gets even better if you find a king metal slime. There's a few instances where we may or may not see a king metal slime, and if we get one of them, a king metal slime equals 3 liquid metal slime kills in 1. It is 30,000 experience per kill. For every 7.5 regular metal slimes that you kill, that equates to 1 liquid metal slime. Very solid encounter here. This is worth just going for the natties for sure. 2 stayed.
I mean, outside of this, we've gotten 8 natties. Surely we can get 1 free.
Yeah, there's a few more.
There's gotta be 1 or 2 more left in those shoulders. What we got? Hero? No. What about Yangus? Yangus has 1, right? No. But we try again. Hopefully at least 2 out of these 3 stay. 1 stayed. 2 stayed. All right. A double kill would be lovely.
A double kill would put us at 6, and we need 9 for Hero to get Sing.
Yes. I thought that was going to be a natty. It looked like it might have been a natty. There's one. All right.
Nice.
We still got the double.
Yeah,
Hey,
Yangus.
just swing for it.
No. Got 1 anyway.
1.
1 is better than none. I'd say well, we need to protect our characters and keep them alive at least, so now is where we go into survival mode essentially to try to make sure that everybody gets the experience for this.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we didn't bring this up in the baby metal grind, but you need to finish the encounter to get the XP from what you kill in it. So in order to get the actual liquid metal slime, we have to deal with the Night Emperors. Where if we were to run away on accident, which I definitely have not done before.
Never. That's never happened
Yeah.
to anybody in the history of ever.
We'd get no
Or
XP.
even today.
Well, you didn't have any kills on that one, at least. We're also getting a little bit close to the level where we have to start paying attention to Yangus's skills. MP usage is very particular, and Yangus is about to learn the skill Padfoot. It is a 4 MP skill that is used in order to reduce the number of encounters that you get in the overworld. And yeah, you don't want to spend 4 MP on Padfoot when you're trying to get encounters.
Especially when a crit skill is 3 MP.
Yeah, so we're gonna burn we're gonna burn our first of 5 holy magic waters on Yangus here, and continue onward. 5 kills, need another 7 or so. We're gonna do the hard cutoff for this one, I think, at 625. That'll give us a little bit of time, because we got to this a little bit later than we normally would have. So after 625, if we don't have all the kills, we're going to drink our magic potion. So that way we can keep making progress. So let's try not to have to do that.
And while you do that, I'm going to go ahead, if it's okay to do a donation.
Absolutely, please do.
All right. We've got $20 from Reliant23. Hi, Cord and chat. This is a poll. What is your favorite run at RPG Limit Break 2026? Mine is Dragon Quest VIII because Cord learned it just for this run and then serenaded us with the piano. Let's see a blindfold challenge next. I agree. I would love to see a blindfold challenge too. Please keep donating, and thank you for your donation.
Thanks, Reliant.
Thanks, Reliant. I played the long game with Cord Senpai here. He was reluctant to try to come back to this game until I was like, hey, we can maybe get this in the limit break this year. I need your help.
We're here now?
And we're here. We're out here. Go for the whack.
Yeah.
For sure. It stayed. Please don't back up. Well, okay.
At least it's a hand.
Well, this is where things can get really out of hand if the hands keep backup calling. Okay, I won't count this yet. Okay, that is good at least.
This one was the one that was summoned, so it won't do anything. I would Helm Splitter.
Okay.
And then attack, and then cast another whack.
So the bloody hands can summon more than just other bloody hands. We'll point them out if they get summoned, because they're kind of memes in mine and Key's community. If they get summoned.
Frizzle.
But one of them is okay to deal with. One of them's more of a support enemy. The other is
Death. Okay.
Good deal.
We managed to beat the hands, which is nice.
Yeah, only one
Backup
call is incredible. Typically what happens is that one will backup call, and then the next one will backup call, and it's just the endless conga line of hands.
And then you're also just dealing with approximately 5 bloody hands, a Talos, 2 Asylum Birds, and a lot of sadness.
All right, and we have another donation. $16.70 from Taborlin P99. Good luck and have fun, runners. Happy to donate to a great cause. From the Cordellium farm, we are cheering for you, and we are looking forward to more 56 and 26. Thank you so much for the donation.
You're never going to live that one down, are you?
It still sounded like such a good idea. But thank you, Taberlin. Thank you.
Hey, there's always 56 and 27, right?
Oh, a preempt.
Hmm?
A preempt.
Yeah, preemptives are nice. Preemptives have another little quirk to them. If you get a preemptive where you surprise the enemy, your first flee is guaranteed. So you get a get out of jail free card essentially, which is really, really, really nice. But we're making progress. We're at 6 kills. We need another, what?
9.
I can't math. 9. Yeah, single digits. But again, easily catch a triple kill here. We get a really good encounter. We get a little luck behind us, and we can make this work.
And while we're working on this, please just know we have our incentive run for the blindfolded Dalmagus Phase 1. We're at $1,343. Let's get that closer. I want to see you guys do it.
Absolutely. Also, little scary there. The sweet breath put all of our party members to sleep, but luckily some Yangus got bonked and woke back up, so we got to try again. But we're still hunting. We like I said, we're 625. I think is the safest bet for us to just cut it off.
We can see how many we have by then. If we're like 1 or 2 off, I think we can push it a few more minutes.
Yeah, we'll try to stay fluid with it.
How long do you normally want to take with this grind? Like 30, 20 minutes?
So it's to get to the out of bounds. Absolutely not. To get to the out of bounds,
It's tempting.
it is very tempting given the circumstances, but absolutely not because with
of this.
multiples,
Yeah, this.
And that.
it's him. Run away, please save us. There's a reason why Mr. Talos over there is dangerous. If he gets an action, he does a metric.
Oh, there's 2 of them.
He does a metric ton of damage. Yeah. That's not his strong attack, by the way. That's his basic attack. He has another one where he winds up and just punches, and it does an extra 50% damage. So Jessica at full HP gets 1 shot. Talos, I think, is level 70 something or whatnot. It's not fun. He's scary.
He's very scary, yeah.
But all it takes is one or 2 really solid encounters with this grind. As I was saying, I was thinking earlier, for PB runs for me at least, it takes about 15 minutes worth of setup. You can try this one. It takes about 15 minutes of setup to get to the grind spot. And then ideally, unlucky. Ideally, it's about 35 to 40 minutes worth of grinding to finish everything off. But I usually have a hard cutoff time for myself. Nice crit, by the way. Please don't crit. Thank you. I have normally like a hard time cutoff of like 545, 550 for my PB attempts. Usually around there, I still have a chance to pull a PB with how my late games and stuff go, but it's rough. It's really hard to gauge sometimes. 'Cause like it just takes 1 encounter. Like this. This is a solid encounter. We can easily get a double kill here, and we're right in there. Well,
We're single.
or we get a single, and
Singles fine.
1 is better than none. Come on, Yangus, you got it. Nice.
Okay.
All right. So we're at 7. We're halfway there. We are halfway there. So we can it's still every single kill that we get, it gets easier. More stats, more defense, more HP especially. Just better survivability. Those encounters that we can't really afford to flee from 3 times, 2 times, we start being able to survive it.
Yeah, right now, Yangus can tank like 7, 8 hits right now. Jessica still like is a pretty princess, can only tank like 3, 4 hits, but ideally they just beat up Yangus or Hero.
You know, be the tanks that they're meant to be.
Yeah.
No, wrong, incorrect. We got out first try. We haven't seen we've seen 6 in the single encounter. We have yet to see the max liquid metal slime encounter.
They're back.
They're back, and they're thirsty. No.
Yeah, so when the killer croakers are like this, they're pretty docile. The only thing they can only do 2 things. It's either they do nothing or they basically attack for 30 damage. It's when they show their back to you is when things get scary, because then they have access to thwack, ice breath. There's something else
They hit harder.
Yeah. There's something else they can do.
They do burning breath.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
They do burning breath, which is paralyze.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be afraid to throw a water or 2 on Angelo if you feel like you need to. Like I said, ideally we hold on to 2, or we hold on to 1 magic water, but they're there to be used. So we need to see a couple of slimes here relatively quick. Otherwise, we might have to drink our potion. Scary.
It's fine if the hands don't get a turn. If the hands get a turn, then
Well,
it
also
gets spooky.
Yeah, it's also kind of nice that there's so many frogs with the hands because they're less likely to backup call. They can fit 1 more enemy on the screen, and I think the only thing that it could bring is another hand. But it's hard to tell.
I also have no idea what to do. Okay, good.
We survived. And we also have access to full heal now, so instead of spot healing over and over again, we can burn all the MP to just full heal. There's the 7.
There it is.
Now we're talking.
All right. Shirley.
So we're hoping for them to stop running away.
Okay. Well.
Wow.
1.
So this is why I say I'm almost certain that they have a greater than 50% runaway rate, because 7 of them we lost 6 coin flips. Actually,
well, we lost 2 more.
we lost 2 more of them, and another one.
That is unlucky.
So, yeah, you know,
That's just how it goes sometimes.
that's the way the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. Oh. Oh, no. No. Please, no. Okay. Oh, no.
They brought his brother.
Stomp. Yeah, 130 damage with Stomp. That's fun.
Still not the strongest move he has.
That's the number 2.
And while we continue the search for a metal slime, time is ticking away on those incentives. Blindfolded Dolmagus, phase 1, if we can get that funded, that's going to be so cool to watch.
Go for it. Well, never mind. At this point, they're probably just going to run away now, so just run away from them. Come on. No. Wrong big groupings. At least we're getting first try runaways, which is most important. Okay, we're back. All right, this time they're all going to stay, right?
Oh,
We got one to stay.
we're already looking better.
2. Better.
Leave it there.
Okay, well, possible double.
Double here would be amazing.
Double here would be stellar.
you go.
There's one.
And double here would put us at 9.
There's the
Nice.
double. Awesome. Awesome. So 9 kills. We're what? 5 more? Or 5? No, 6 more.
6 more.
So this is the level where we need to start paying attention to what skill we're using, because Yangus learns Padfoot. Padfoot occupies the first slot in his spell list. So we really, really, really need to make sure that we're not accidentally Padfooting, because that's a crit skill lost every time we accidentally do that.
Yeah. It really sucks for the muscle memory because now we need an extra down input to use whistle, and it's not many more encounters we use whistle for.
We're almost done with Angelo in the Staves tree too.
Yeah, Angelo needs one more level to get to 65 in Staves, where he learns the thing we've been building up for him to learn, which is Oomph. Kathwack is nice because, so whack, thwack, kathwack. Whack is single target. Thwack is a group of enemies, so it would be the 2 Knight Emperors in this case, for example. Kathwack is every enemy.
But they all still have the same % chance of actually casting it.
Yeah, it's just single target versus multi-target versus a lot of target.
Yeah. It's also incredibly expensive in terms of MP usage.
Should probably heal Hero's MP, I think. He only has a few crits left.
Okay.
He's got enough right now that he can probably survive a little bit longer.
You say so?
And while we continue the search, new donation, $10 from a mysterious donor. No comment, but still, no comment is fine. Actions speak louder than words, and we thank you so much for your donation.
Thank you so much. Just come on. We can find another free runaway.
That's nice at least.
It would be really nice to see the 7 slime encounter on a preemptive.
Yeah.
That'd be really nice. Yes. This is worth going for. Especially if you land the... I would psych up with Jessica. I wouldn't even go for the natties anymore. I'd psych 20 to Jessica and then
Do the thwack.
Whack.
with a single whack, yeah. Because 20 tension Frizzle should kill the bloody hand now. Or that.
Come on, crit.
This will put us at double digits. There it is. Okay.
Five
Just
more.
just a few more. Just a few more. We're almost there. One good multi-kill and we're in there. Also,
Hero now has Zing, which means if Angelo dies, we have a contingency
outside of our leaf
outside of our other contingency.
that it turns out we're probably not going to end up needing. We might. You never know.
It'd save us 1,000 gold.
True. Also, nice Seed of Agility that goes immediately on Hero. There's 2 of them in the inventory.
Use both on
Well,
Hero.
Yeah, use both on Hero.
Okay.
We want Hero to be a speedy boy.
Yeah, so we want Hero to get as fast as possible, and to supplement this, we're going to give him a bunch of items that increases agility. He has the highest, he has access to the highest agility accessory in the game. Or the highest agility hat with the
No,
bandana.
he has the agility bandana with the Mercury's bandana, and he also gets the.
And then the
Meteorite.
meteorite bracelet, but that you can put that on anyone.
But we want it to be on Hero because the other reason why we're dumping points into his courage tree is because he becomes the greatest healer of the game.
Yeah, so this is around the part where Hero transitions from being one of our main DPS to our main support. It goes from Angelo being our lifeline to Hero being our lifeline, because not only does Hero get access to Omni Heal, which is a full heal to every party member, to everyone in your party. When you put enough points into Hero's courage tree, the amount of MP Hero needs to cast abilities goes down by a half, and then 3/4.
Quarter than half.
It's quarter, half, then 3/4.
Well, no, he reduces his spell cost by 1/4, so he can cast at 3/4 cost, and then the next one is he can cast at 1/2 cost, and then that's it. So Omni Heal is normally a 32 MP per cast, and then we can start doing it at 16. Okay. So with the fact that we're at 10 and we need 5 more.
And fish for a few more, I think.
All right. So then do we want to, because also with the fact that we are dangerously low on supplies. Do we, so it's 6:30 then? Make it?
Let's see what happens. I think we can fish for a few more. We haven't really been here that long.
That is true.
It's only been,
An hour?
has it?
Yes. 5.5 is when we got here.
I'd just like to take a moment to talk about NAMI. The National Alliance on Mental Illness's current work is informed by more than 40 years of inspiring conversation, support, and action that ultimately strengthens the fabric of communities and promotes opportunities to thrive for anyone touched by mental illness. NAMI draws on their past accomplishments, the wisdom of lived experience, and current scientific understanding of mental health to help those suffering.
Yeah. No, you didn't have to cuff wag.
Oh.
That's fine. Yeah, they were all in one group, so you could have done regular thwack, but okay, that's fine. I mean, not bad.
That's good.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that we burn the MP and then we just end up running away from it, but it's the amount of experience that you get from finishing that fight versus the amount of stuff that you would put into it, I think is just not really worth it. Yeah, we can try. You can try this one. I would start tensioning with Jessica to use her MP pool, and then not use any more of Angelo's MP. I would just defend with him. Chance at 1. Because if you go to 5 tension, you can do a single frizzle and then a mercurial thrust, and that should be enough to take out a frog. There's a crit. Nice, nice. We're at 11. So yeah, so just defend Yangus, mercurial thrust, frizzle, and then defend. And then you repeat the process. It takes a few extra steps, but well, Jessica normally outspeeds there. I would mercurial thrust again to turn him back around. And then Angelo has 1 zing in him.
This thing feels going to run away.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can try rezzing with Hero. He has 1 zing too.
He only has. Oh yeah, he does have enough MP for 1 zing because he has 3/4 cost. Oh no, he doesn't have 3.
No, it's 8. Okay, never mind. I was mistaken. My bad.
Yeah. Unlucky stuff. This is just the brutality that is Dragon Quest VIII speedrunning. You have to win so many coin flips, and you have to win so many coin flips in a row quickly in order to, yeah, just use the last one on whoever, it doesn't matter.
Should use the leaf.
Yeah, at this point, just use the leaf too. But you have to be so incredibly lucky, and the likelihood of getting out of runs, or getting out of the grinds with a run that's worthy of attempting to continue, I guesstimate is somewhere around 5%. Maybe a little bit more. It's so brutal. And then on top of that, because we're in the overworld, the amount of time that it takes between encounters when you're just hoping and praying that that a few liquid metal slimes appear.
It really doesn't feel that bad here.
It's tough. I wouldn't. You don't have any MP left.
Yeah.
You need to, if you're even gonna try to continue this, you'd have to fish for the 7 or 8, or the 6 or 7 number of liquids in a single encounter. But I don't know. I think it. What do y'all think?
This is probably a load angle because we need 5 kills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, because of the grind and whatnot, we have prepared a couple of safety saves that we've made that are we're gonna drink our magic potion and we're gonna fast forward in time a little bit. So
It's really not that much forward. It would just be the end of this grind, which is 5 more kills.
yeah. So for the sake of the marathon, so that way we don't get even more further behind, I think it'd probably just be best. We're gonna load the autosave, so if you'll just give us just a moment to get everything for that.
And then Flutter, you're gonna take.
Oh yeah, it is my turn.
And while we do that, let's just a note, let's please get those incentives funded. We've got the blindfolded Dolmagus, phase 1. It hasn't budged. Let's try to get a little movement on it. I believe in you all. You can do this.
So you should be at. You'll be right where the safety save picks up right where the grind ends, and I teleported straight to my other abbey.
Okay.
So you'll need to go to Paragon Key to rest at the inn, and then it's slot 8. All right. So pretend we had a good grind and we finished it, and we ended up with our 15 kills. This is exactly where we would be at. Like I said, the grinds are so iffy and they're so variable that sometimes you can't get through the grind. The game just won't let you. And unfortunately, it started off pretty good, but it just ended up not working out.
Yeah, and it felt kind of bad the whole way through.
Yeah, the first little bit was all right, but so now that we have our kills, we have plenty of money, we're in a pretty solid spot. We're gonna head to the Western continent. We're gonna start chasing after Dulmagus a little bit more. The game kind of makes you believe that Dulmagus is the final boss, but we're gonna try and pursue him. We're gonna head back to now we have access to the boat. We're much higher level now, so we'll be able to run away. We'll be able to not Astoma. That's the wrong game. Holy Protection a lot of encounters away, so no more worrying about random encounters for a little bit. So it'll be a lot of running around. We need to hit a couple of checkpoints. We need to talk to. You're probably gonna have to cast Holy Protection almost immediately.
Yeah, it's 25. Here needs to be 25 for
Yes.
to repel ocean encounters. Right?
25 in ocean. It goes. Basically, at this point, we're going to be able to repel encounters all the way up until right after Dulmagus.
Also, hi, I'm Flutter. It's my section of the run now.
Yeah. That's Flutter. I'm Key, for those who've forgotten.
CreativeEly did the first section of the run.
And Cord Senpai needed to use the restroom, but he'll be back in a second. He's the beautiful man that's dressed up as Angelo right now.
The one who gave us that beautiful performance.
It was.
Absolutely.
It was an absolutely angelic piano performance.
So immediately as I get off the Western continent, we're going to pick up a very missable chest. This is an iron helmet. This is gonna stay on Angelo for pretty much the rest of the run.
Yeah, it does. That's his endgame. That's his endgame armor.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? Or at least one piece of it. Also, hello, Mucho Macho. We want no parts of you.
Yeah.
The game kind of like shoves these infamous monsters in your direct path on purpose because it wants you to like.
Yeah, it wants you to do the monster arena and it wants you to fight them, but we're not even gonna bother.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, so once you get to the Western continent, it's kind of up in the air what you do next. You just kind of head west into a direction, because this is really the only way we can go until we get to this town here called Arcadia. This is a very important town for this mid-ish portion of the run. This is how we're going to actually get to Dulmagus. So this is the cutscene where Trode's just like, hey, I know this place. This is Arcadia. Medea's actually supposed to marry the prince here, but she can't marry him right now because she's a horse.
Let's not let them know about us. But we are going to go into town. We are going to go into Argonia real quick. For no other reason other than we have to enter the town in order to set the zoom point, and we're going to be teleporting ourselves back here quite often.
Yeah, so when you first come here and you walk in, there's very little for you to do here. You can't go into the castle, which is most people's first instincts. And like the only thing you can do is talk to random NPCs. So it's just like, okay, I guess there's nothing for us to do here. So we're just going to keep heading west. And on our way to heading west, we're going to take a slight detour.
And by slight, we mean we're going to go running through the woods.
Yeah, because we need to pick up an item in the woods here that's very important. And then once we get that item, we're going to start cooking the alchemy pot again. Because this is where the alchemy pot's going to be pretty much running nonstop.
Yeah. We also will learn of King Trode's work, his handiwork that he's been doing. You need to go west. You're not far enough west. Oh, yeah. Never mind. I'm sorry. But yeah, Trode's been working. He's been burning the midnight oil, trying to help us out here and upgrade our alchemy pot. So up until this point, we have been limited to only being able to mix 2 items in our alchemy pot at a time. And because of King Trode's hard work, now we can mix 3 items together, which opens up a whole new possibility of recipes. And so what are we going to do with our pot that we can fit 3 items in? Put 2 in. Because we need that life seed that we picked up before Dawn Mole. We've been holding on to that for a long time for this specific reason, to mix with the prayer ring. Prayer ring is a really neat little item. It's common in a lot of Dragon Quest games. It's a single-use item. It's an accessory that you can put on that gives you a little bit of defense. But if you use it as an item, it'll restore a small amount of the wearer's MP. But the side effect of that is it has a random chance to just break after some uses. But if you take that prayer ring that heals your MP and you mix it with a life seed, it turns into a recovery bracer, which is a pretty substantial defense boost. It also allows you to recover HP as the wearer is walking around.
Yeah, so next on the docket is we're going to continue west to the actual place we're supposed to be at, and that's Baccarat. This is the actual place where Dual Magus went to. He skipped Argonia completely for some reason and went straight to Baccarat.
Yeah, at this point, it's kind of your classic DQ route. Once you get a boat, you kind of want to get as many zoom points as possible. And that way you can zoom later to be a little more efficient.
Mm-hmm. And again, it's also an opportunity for us to be spending as much time in the overworld making steps, so that way we're running this alchemy pot, because we are going to be utilizing it a lot. We're going to be making quite a few items that we're going to be equipping onto our characters and our parties to start setting up for next bosses.
Yeah,
so there's going to be a lot of casting Holy Protection and running to one area, and then casting Holy Protection and going to another area.
Yeah. Thankfully, there is a lot of legwork we have to do in this part of the run to get from point A to point B. After the second the liquid metal grind is when this game kind of turns into a boss rush, but the boss rush is a bit delayed because there's so many story triggers we have to hit after we get the boat.
Yes. So we have a little bit more downtime that we have to get through. I guess we can talk real quick about the nice pun. We're heading to Baccarat, which is isn't it like a card game or something like that in real life? But this is also the casino town where you gamble a lot. So, it makes sense. We're going to purchase a very important dagger and do a little bit of shopping. The slime crown that we have been wearing for the little bit, we're finally going to get rid of. We're going to utilize that 6,000. Also, Angelo's been equipped with a wizard staff for the longest time. It's been nice because it gives him a 20 MP boost, but we don't need it anymore. He doesn't really need a weapon. We can put the Templar's sword on him if we really want to. Probably be a good idea too, but we can always worry about doing the equipment stuff later.
Look at this now while it's on my mind.
Okay.
And Yangus needs the pointy hat back because this is, as mentioned before, this is his end game equipment, the pointy hat.
Yep. He'll get a different armor and he'll get a different axe later, but he's going to be running these early game items for a while now. We're also going to grab a couple of more items. These aren't items that we're going to do anything with other than just sell for money.
Yeah, so a majority of the items we're picking up from here till the next boss are either going to be...
Rest at the end, just that time of day, so you don't have to spend 200 gold.
Let's just do it in... Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. But yeah, we're just trying to... We're collecting items to sell for money so that we can use that money to buy other items to use in the alchemy pot for more items.
Yeah, so
it's a constant cycling.
Yeah, so you saw me buy the poison needle, but Jessica's never going to actually equip the poison needle. The purpose of buying the poison needle was to use in an alchemy pot recipe for a little bit later. We're missing a key component for the thing I want to make with the poison needle that we're not going to get until after the next boss.
Going to pop in with a donation. We've got $48 from Fridiskin for the 43 liquid metal slime that ran away by my count, plus the 5 that were still needed. Thank you so much for that lovely donation.
Thank you, Fury.
Thank you.
I'm glad you kept track because I stopped keeping track after like the 15th.
There was a lot. I mean, we started off with the regular metal slimes, 15 runaways to our 24 kills, and then it was what you said 47 or 42, 43 to 10. It was a rough go of things, but sometimes it's feast or famine with these grinds, unfortunately. So now that we've done what we needed to do in Baccarat, which was gather some items, hit a story trigger, and get out, we need to head to Holy Neos Island. There's 2 things that we're going to be doing in Holy Neos Island. We're going to be collecting a couple of items. There's an agility ring on the hill nearby here. We also need to utilize the weapon shop and the item shop, or at least the weapon shop here, to buy Jessica's first major weapon of the run. As Flutter had mentioned earlier, we're starting to move characters around what they're supposed to be doing and what they're not supposed to be doing. Hero is moving away from being a damage dealer and moving more towards being support. Jessica's moving away from support a little bit to focus more on damage. Angela's still support, Yangus is still damage, but
yeah, because of the nature of Jessica's kit, where she's really your only spell, like your true spellcaster. She has most of your supportive spellcasting, like your supportive buffs that we definitely need for a lot of bosses.
Mm-hmm.
But she's also going to be doing a lot of damage.
So the bandana that we needed way earlier in the run, at the beginning of the game, in the first grind, we're finally utilizing it for a recipe now. We are making, with that agility ring that we just picked up, the Mercury's bandana. That is a helmet that Hero is going to wear for the rest of the run. It gives 25 agility points to Hero, just as bonus agility. And again, like we mentioned earlier, we want Hero to be as fast as possible, so that way he is the most likely to always go first at the beginning of every round of turns, because he is going to be our main healer, and he's going to make sure that we are able to survive every single turn that we end up coming across.
Yeah, so something unfortunate here is that I need access to the weapon shop here in Holy Neos Island, but it's only open during the day, so I have to rest at the inn here. And resting at the inn here is 200 gold for you to sleep on the floor.
All the beds are full, but they're like, hey, we'll let you sleep on the floor if you give us $200. And if we had talked to the if we talked to the innkeeper in Baccarat, it would have only been 24 gold coins. But we have a lot of we have a lot of money in this run in this timeline. So this is the weapon shop that we need to go to. This, like I said, we're going to get our first instance of our big item for Jessica. We need to sell a couple of things first. That dancer's costume that we picked up in the Ruby of Protection. Don't really need them. We're just going to dump them and have the extra money. But this chain whip, you can see Jessica's attack damage goes from 60 attack damage unequipped to 117, so almost double. And then on top of that, she has access to Twin Dragon Lash, which does 2 hits on a single target. So just kind of think about those numbers and how much damage is about to start coming out.
Yeah, super OP on PS2.
Back. So I think this is in the speedrun, this is the first instance of a seed of skill. What the seed of skill does is you use it on a character and it gives them 5 skill points you can put on anything you want. Back to block.
Yep. So we still have stuff in the alchemy pot, and we're still trying to get these items completed as quickly as possible. So we're trying to optimize our movement in the world so that we're doing multiple things at the same time. We want to be cooking the alchemy pot, we want to be getting zoom points, we want to be making life a little bit faster later at the cost of time now. Because these items we really need now. So let's go get Dark Ruins, even though we don't really need to go to Dark Ruins for a while, but let's go get the zoom point there. All the steps that we're burning in order to get there, we're cooking the alchemy pot a little bit more. Let's go to Baccarat. We need to hit a couple of story triggers to progress story, and there's a long run there, so make sure we're cooking the alchemy pot then.
Yeah, so you saw me hit a cutscene in the inn room in Baccarat. That cutscene is mandatory to progress the story in this game. If you never see that cutscene, Dual Magus never ends up here at the Dark Ruins. He's just lost in the void.
Yeah. But because we found out that Mr. Golding, the owner of the casino in Baccarat, somehow or another was murdered, and that's the reason why the casino has been closed. That hitting that trigger is what causes Dual Magus to appear. And he's a little banged up, so he's coming back to the Dark Ruins to rest up and try and heal. And we are going to thwart his plans.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to be given immediate access to the Dark Ruins. Because here, once we actually get to the peak of the mountain, we're going to try to enter the Dark Ruins and immediately be sent back out. There's some sort of evil magic stopping us from actually going after Dual Magus.
Yeah. We see Dual Magus entering, and he looks a little tired, and he's limping and all that stuff, but he still has enough energy to crack a smile and laugh at us. So obviously we're gonna go chase after him, right?
Well, that's what I'm doing. I don't know what you're doing.
Well, not doing much. Oh, well, it looks like we can't progress, and he's just laughing at us, and it kicks us out. So, fun enough, some random knights just appear out of nowhere, and they're like, wow, that's some powerful magic. I bet the magic mirror would work. Maybe you should go back to go back to Arconia. Maybe they'll be able to help you. So we get to finally go to Argonia, and now we can progress. So we've gone to Argonia, found out there was nothing to do, went to Baccarat, found out, something to do. Dark Ruins to progress story, and now we're back to Argonia. So we made one gigantic circle.
Yeah, the story triggers are a little convoluted.
So once back in Argonia, we're going to head into the castle since we now have access to it. And we are going to talk to the king of Argonia and tell him, hey, you have the magic mirror. I want the magic mirror. We also need to do a little bit more shopping first. So inside the weapon shop is a cabinet that we're going to pilfer a iron axe from.
Just stole it outright under his nose.
And then not only are we going to steal it right from him, but we're going to turn around and sell it back to him. And he's not even going to, he's not going to be done. He's not even going to realize it. So it's like, hey, you want this iron axe for 1,300 gold? You can have it. It's real nice. We're also going to sell that cheese because we don't really need it. The battle axe is an upgrade for Yangus, but we aren't actually going to equip it on him because we have better plans for it. Remember that thief's key that we made way, way long ago? It's gotten kind of retconned by the magic key that we found in Trodain Castle. Everything that the thief's key can open, the magic key also can open, plus more. So it's kind of just been chilling and there's nothing really that we can do with it. But if we, with that battle axe, if we put the battle axe and the thief's key together, we will get an even stronger axe for Yangus to use.
Yeah, so there are 3 tiers of locks in this game. The Thief's Key can only open tier 1 locks, and you need the magic key to open tier 2. And there is a mysterious 3rd key where you're going to get later that can open any door, any lock in the game.
How would you say it might be ultimate?
Say that again.
It's ultimate. It is the ultimate. Sonic 2 reference? No? Nobody? No? Okay.
I'm sorry, that didn't even register.
I tried.
Do we have a moment for a couple donations?
Absolutely. We were just going to be running around hitting a couple of story triggers here in Argonia.
Awesome. All right, we have a very generous $125 from Angelio. A quarter for every slime we run away from. Got it. Thank you so much. That was so generous of you.
Thank you very, very much.
And chat is just really enjoying the slime money because we have $48 from Freedom Pulse. $48 dues for the 48 liquid metal friends that got away. Well, our loss is our gain because that was a lovely donation.
Thank you, Freedom.
Thank you.
And then we also have $25 from a mysterious donor. No comment. That's A-okay. We are now less than $1,000 away from the blindfolded Dolmagus incentive. We're going to meet it. I believe it. Keep it moving.
We have... Let's see. We have to get through Great Argon Lizard.
Argon Lizard, there's a bunch of story triggers to hit.
So we have maybe about anywhere between 45 minutes to an hour, depending on how things decide to go.
I'd say a little bit more than an hour, I think.
Before the cutoff for the blindfold Dolmagus happens. We can pretty much go until right as we hit the final door before we enter the boss fight room.
Yeah.
So while we still have time, let's see if we can get this met early so that way Flutter has a little bit of more time to calm her nerves when she realizes she's going to have to do it.
Also, Munchie section jump scare. This is the second of 3 Munchie sections in the game.
We also get to play a nice little mini game with this. Who likes to play putt-putt? All right, so how about lizard putt-putt? How about lizard putt-putt that never goes the direction that you're trying to make it go?
Heck yeah.
Ever.
Yes.
Bank shot? No.
Oh,
Like it's
God.
It's
Okay.
it's
There
we go.
Yeah.
Hey, birdie. Still birdie. Well, we'll count it. Yeah, so for some reason Prince Charmless is he's deathly afraid of lizards for some strange reason.
I think it's all reptiles he's scared of.
But the king of Argonia, we've asked him for the magic mirror, and he simply says, "You know, we can't do that. I can't part with that."
He says, "I just can't give you our city's most guarded treasure.
But
But
I-
what if?
I may be inclined to give it to you as a reward for maybe helping my pipsqueak of a son complete his coming of age ceremony. So he tells us exactly what it is our task is going to be, and Charmless still doesn't really want to go and partake. So the king has to resort to some drastic measures to convince Prince Charmless to go through with this.
That
I.
you won't be.
Well.
You're making a
Va, va, voom.
You
Wow.
You know, why not?
So yeah,
some
King Clavius basically tells Chamlay that he can't marry Medea if he does not finish this ceremony, which is his driving motivation to finishing this, actually doing this coming of age ceremony.
You know, this is a game from 2005. Things were it was a little different back then.
2004.
Yeah, close enough. Make a little room.
So yeah, that's the deal we make with King Clavius. We will help Prince Chamlay finish the coming of age ceremony, and in return, we will get the magic mirror.
All right, so we snuck the prince out of the castle by shoving him inside of the cart. And he complains the entire time about being in there because there's a pot in the way. But I don't know what he's talking about. He also gives us a bottle of lizard humor because one of the things about the Argon lizards is they have a great sense of smell. So you have to smell like them, otherwise they'll just run away from you. So we're gonna head to the Royal Hunting Grounds, and hopefully by then we have taken enough steps to have everything that we need in the alchemy pot completed.
Even then, if I need a few more steps, it's not too bad. Because since I have 15 kills, I'm actually grossly overleveled for this part of the game. Like this next boss, normally kind of scary. In the run, complete joke has always been a joke.
Yeah.
I can't think of an instance of the run where the Great Argon Lizard was like an actual like threat.
Technically, if she decides to single target Jessica multiple turns in a row, it could knock her out, and then it drags the fight out a little bit longer. But in terms of actually wiping to the fight, you gotta want it.
It's not a real death threat, man.
Yeah, absolutely not. So we're also gonna go out of our way a little bit to grab this shield out of a chest nearby. It's a little bit out of the way, but it's a direct defense upgrade for Jessica.
It's literally just for this fight because I'm going to sell it for some cash in a bit.
Just a little bit of something in order to help mitigate a little bit of damage off of Jessica. Also, ding fries are done. Our final alchemy recipe that we need to do for a little bit of time is complete, and we're at the entrance to the Argon Royal Hunting Ground, so we got a decent amount of menuing here to do.
The headband goes on Hero. Then you can call it Jessica. Cloak of Evasion on Jessica. Bye-bye Dancer's costume. You have served your purpose very well. Jessica can also get this. I think that's
Skill seed.
yeah.
Skill seed and then humor.
This is going right into Hero's Courage. He learns a skill we don't care about.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you have to pull the axe out too.
That's what I'm forgetting. Like, I feel like I'm forgetting something.
Yep. So we've been running this stone axe on Hero, or not Hero, on Yangus since the first hour of the game, and now we finally have a big upgrade for him in the form of the bandit axe. Stone axe has served its purpose, but it's time to actually do some damage. So now we got to fight a bunch of mini bosses before we fight the actual main boss of the Royal Hunting Ground. So we have these Argon lizards all over the place. This one in particular doesn't like to be scared. It doesn't like to be run up on. So the only way that you can get to him is by walking to its side, and that triggers the encounter. Also, Charmless is a 5th member of your party.
He's gonna carry.
He can carry if might get a little lucky.
Over under on 1 damage on Shamlay.
I think he's gonna do a total of 3 damage throughout the entirety of the.
Oh my goodness.
I think he's gonna do 3 total damage between now and the end of Royal Hunting Ground. I have faith. I have more faith in him than I did in Hero landing critical skills. He also
Even tanked
a hit.
Wow.
That's actually incredibly valuable.
Nice defense down. And now we get to see the full effect of Jessica and her twin Dragon Lash. The amount of damage that she's able to put out now is kind of silly. That was a 5 tension hit for 300 damage.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Argon lizards have kind of a higher agility stat than normal, so them dodging is not pretty likely, but pretty common, and it's kind of annoying when they do it.
Exactly.
Okay, so this next Argon lizard likes fruit. I don't actually know what we're feeding it, but there's a food that grows here in the Royal Hunting Grounds that the Argon lizards love that we need to feed it in order to get it to come out, because it's sleeping on.
Yeah, it's sleeping on the rock nearby, so they won't ever. He's chilling. He doesn't want to come out and play. But there are these melon thingies that grow nearby that Charmless tells you about.
I always see them as pumpkins.
Yeah, pumpkins, melons, something.
Maybe just because of the color.
But Argon lizards really like them. The only problem is while you're holding them, you walk slower, but you still get the diagonal movement boost. So you're walking extra fast, and it looks
hilarious. Yeah.
Just jumps right into our arms.
So same exact fight a second time. These Argon lizards only have 650 HP or so. So you just follow the same script over and over again. So we're at 1 out of 2 damage.
I can't remember who we said, but Charmlay will always basic attack on turn 1, run away turn 2.
Yep.
And he has a chance to do 0 damage or 1 damage.
Can you crit for 1 damage?
I've never seen it.
Crit.
Jinx. Yeah. But yeah, just casual 320 damage. It is amazing at how much throughput Jessica can do now with a whip and a few points in that skill tree. She's just so strong.
Alright, and there's one last Argon lizard we need to take care of. We're going to lure it out almost the exact same way as the second one. Thankfully, since Hero is level 32, because we got 15 kills, we don't have to worry about encounters here at all. In runs where you only get 12 kills, you can get encounters here, which isn't really ideal.
They're not terrible.
They're not. Nothing here is terrifying. They're just a time meter.
For sure. All right, so we're going to grab another pumpkin, and this time we're going to throw it off a cliff. And if we time it right, you can throw it off the cliff and fall off the cliff at the exact same time, and the cutscene looks funny. But it's kind of hard to do. And it doesn't actually do anything other than make a weird visual for a second.
Arg.
So, Argon Lizard number 3.
Exact same as the first two.
Exactly the same again.
No, did another 20 damage.
So we're at 2 out of 3. I'm
There's one more shot to do at least 3 damage.
I might just be right on this one. It's going to troll me, and it's not gonna happen, and I'm gonna just be like, well, I tried. This is the running theme for this run is just me saying I tried. So we got a little bit of time left for the great Argon Lizard fight, where again, it's barely called a boss, but we get to do a little bit more with it.
These 3 lizard fights were amazing. Like just 3 2-turn fights in a row.
Yeah, sometimes they can get really, because like I said, the lizards can be really dodgy, and sometimes they can drag for 3 or even 4 turns, and it's just like, oh my god, please stop doing this to me.
For real.
All right, well, we have a couple of donations. $25 from Duck Duck Noi. Thank you very much. We have $50 from Kino. No one noticed again. Let's get this done. And we are closer to that incentive, so keep it coming.
I'm good at this.
That's not fair. I'm focused.
I'm ninja thumbs over here. I guess it helps that I'm hiding it behind this computer screen, right? This cutscene is something. Can't say that he didn't deserve it, but he definitely deserved it. Also, boy Gov, I was picking me nose. I mean, some flowers. And if anybody wants to know the reference to that,
I was picking me no. I was picking me some flowers.
the word for nose and the word for flower are very, very similar in Japanese.
So flower is like hana or hanabi.
Mm-hmm.
And nose is
Very similar. So it's it was a Japanese play on words. It's a great Argon Lizard. We're going to tension Jessica and Hero. We're going to oomph with
The 3.
Yangus. I was
Nice.
right. Look at me go. I'm on a roll. But we're gonna tension Jessica and Hero both to, I think, 20 tension. Get oomph on both of them and keep casting Helm Splitter with Yangus. Again, Argon Lizard only has 1,400 HP, and we are so strong right now that
So you saw how much damage a 5 tension Twin Dragon Lash. This is a 20 tension Twin Dragon Lash.
also we're gonna get double sap off, most likely.
Hopefully, yeah.
So we get max damage here.
Yeah, so when sap halves your defense, it halves the total amount. So if you have, so the Great Argon Lizard has 160 base defense, so halved to 80, and then it loses the other half, and now it has 0 defense.
And just a casual 800 damage
20 tension.
with 20 tension. So that's a ×3 attack. So remember, only has 1,400 HP, so it's just, we blow him up.
It's just a fun punching bag for
Yeah.
us runners.
Yeah, so now that we've beaten the Great Argon Lizard, Charmley is like, oh, this is a very good Argon Heart that I can take to my dad. Because the reason why we kept fighting Argon Lizards was because the heart was too small in Charmley's eyes. So he wanted something big and impressive to show to his father.
Not worthy of his time.
Cheese?
Yes, this has cheese. Double check just in case, but I'm 99.9% sure that there's a cheese in its inventory. But now that we're back in Argonia, the bazaar is happening, which, you know, neat. We can get new items and shop a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, cheese. We are going to find this really shady peddler up here, though, who, for some strange reason, has Argon hearts that are like quadruple the size of the one that Charmless found.
Yeah, he has them on demand.
He has multiples of them.
Yeah, unfortunately for Charmless, using binoculars, King Clavius was watching from the castle.
So part of me thinks that Clavius planted that peddler
It makes sense.
I didn't think about that. I think that makes sense too.
just to see if he could be tempted.
Okay, so this is the Leaf Lady. You can buy one Yggdrasil leaf from her. I have an Yggdrasil leaf on me.
So yeah, we have an Yggdrasil leaf on us, but we can
kind of cheat a second one. So if we put an Yggdrasil leaf into the alchemy pot, the game doesn't register that we still have the Yggdrasil leaf in our inventory. It's just in the pot. Because the game checks everyone's inventory and your bag inventory if you have a leaf or not. It doesn't check the alchemy pot. So if we put a leaf into the alchemy pot by using a very simple recipe, we're able to buy a second leaf from her. And these leaves are very, very important because having a guaranteed res on someone to mitigate, because we want to mitigate the usage of Kazing as much as possible since it's not guaranteed res. So having a guaranteed res is very, very powerful for us.
Also, it's time for the Argon Heart reveal ceremony. Charmless is so proud of himself. He even bullface lies to his dad, who knows the truth. He's so confident that he got this Argon Heart all by himself. But unfortunately, King Clavius knows the truth. And he's just going to wait for the most opportune moment to dunk on his son. So just a few more cutscenes and a few more story triggers to get through. And then we are off to do a few more things.
Yeah, it's a lot more legwork that we have to do before we can actually fight Dwalmagus.
Yep. So we've fulfilled the request of the King of Argonia. We've told him that yes, we did take Charmless to the hunting grounds and we got a Argon Heart, and unfortunately Clavius is very disappointed in his son, but we fulfilled our end of the bargain and we are allowed to partake of the royal treasures. So even though he said, hey, by the way, you can have the magic mirror, we're gonna take a couple of other things.
We're gonna take everything. We can leave him one thing.
We'll leave him the mini medal.
We'll leave him one thing as a treat.
So every single item that we're pulling out of here is incredibly useful. Magical Hat is going to get put on Jessica. The Battle Fork is the last component that we need to make arguably one of the best spears in the game for Hero at this point.
I think
the
it's
Demon
his
Spear.
third best spear.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful. We're also going to grab the Devil's Tail, which is another item that we need the Battle Fork and the Devil's Tail mixed together, along with that poison needle that we purchased in Baccarat, and that's going to allow us to make this Demon Spear.
Yeah, so once we get the magic mirror, this scholar right outside like wants to inspect it, and he goes, "Hey, that's not the magic mirror. This is just a regular mirror. You're gonna have to find a way to power the magic mirror because it's lost all of its magic," which is our next set of busy work that we have to get out of the way.
So under normal circumstances, you would talk to a bunch of NPCs and they would say, "Hey, by the way, there's this really great sage that lives off in the wilderness all by his lonesome. Maybe he might be able to give you some insight about the magic mirror and all that stuff, because he knows all of that stuff." But since we just kind of know where to go, we're just going to head in that direction. We're also going to cancel the alchemy pot and get our 1 leaf back and our magic water back. We're going to make our first 3-item recipe of the run and make the Demon Spear. This Demon Spear takes an awful long time to cook. We are going to be doing a lot of running around before this finishes.
Do a bit of inventory stuff before. So we're going to give the magic mirror to Angelo. Give this to Hero. And just going to take this. That's it. Okay.
Yeah, you can heal Angelo to full too, and then
I guess, yeah.
Can we do some donations?
absolutely perfect timing.
All right, we've got $100 from Sartrine Penguin. Dragon Quest VIII, going strong. Let's see this blindfold challenge happen.
Thank you so much for that generous donation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then we've got $50 from Some Diener. Good morning, friends. Good luck and have fun to all the runners. Dragon Quest RTA hype.
Thank you, Diener.
Thanks, Diener.
Blindfolded,
go.
yeah. Blindfolded Dolmegas, please, please.
Pretty please.
Pretty please indeed. We are much closer, but let's get that funded. And then we have $30 from JF0. Mental health matters. Good luck. Have fun, everyone, especially to Cordellium.
Yo, thanks, JF.
Yeah, thank you, everyone, for your kind donations. That was very great. And let's keep moving toward that incentive.
We are rapidly losing the window of time we have for the blindfolded Dolmegas incentive. I'll give you time for when we have to cut it off, but we still got a little bit of time.
Yep. So as the demon spear's cooking, we're gonna go do a few more fetch quests. We are going to disembark the boat here at this very specific location because there is a chest nearby for another agility ring. We need lots of agility rings. I think 3 total is how many we get.
Yeah.
Yep. And all 3 of them are found in random overworld chests, which is really convenient. One of them turns into the Mercury's bandana, which Hero is currently wearing. The other 2 we use as random accessories for a while, and then turns into the meteorite bracer. So super, super valuable items. We're also going to go to a dungeon that we have no business going to right now, but other than the fact that we're kind of close by.
It's a dungeon that we have to do just much, much later.
So we may as well, since we're kind of nearby and we need to burn the steps anyway, we may as well go ahead and take a quick little detour, get the zoom point to make it a little bit faster and easily accessible later. Words, use them well.
Something I don't think we commented on, but the primary form of movement in this game is running at a diagonal because you move faster that way. For whatever reason, it doesn't work on the boat. They programmed the boat correctly, but not the rest of the game.
Yep, straight line movements. It's just easier that way.
All right, and then we have another donation, $100 from a mysterious benefactor. Thank you so much. That is a great donation, and that gets us closer to that incentive.
Thank you so very much. Like I've said multiple times now, Flutter's been working really, really hard for the past, especially the last 3 days or so, but trying to figure out a way to make this blindfold fight actually function and actually doable. The game doesn't give you too many audio cues for certain actions and certain outcomes. They like to reuse the same audio effect for basically everything. So figuring out ways to know what's happening and mitigate what's happening, it took a lot of effort, and we'd love to see it get paid off.
Yeah, Kia's been watching me pull my hair out in the practice room, making sure that if I do have to fight Dual Magus blindfolded, which I'm hoping I will, it goes as smoothly as possible.
Sunday evening, I believe we were in the practice room for about 7 hours.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Repeating the fight over and over again, ironing out all the details, getting everything absolutely perfect. So, would love to have the payoff for that, if at all possible.
Yes, we'd really love to see that come to fruition.
So, still a lot of overworld travel that we have to do. We got the agility ring and we went to the pirate's cave. Didn't have to, other than it was convenient to go to because we needed to burn the steps. Now we are heading west in the western continent into the forest to find the seer. The seer is an old sage that lives by himself with a few of his monster friends and just tries to live as peaceful and quiet of a life as he can back here, and we're going to go disturb him. We're also going to learn about the mystical spring, which is said to contain the magical water that is able to lift any and all curses, which, convenient for us, we have 2 people who are heavily cursed right now who could use that. Technically, we don't know that yet, but some of us who played the game a few times might.
The other nice thing is that this entire walk, no counters, so
It's a lot of running, though.
Yeah.
So, Possum, if you have anything else from over there.
Those donations are rolling in. We've got $250 from Quistocular. A wild Diener appears. Let's make that blindfolded fight happen.
Thank you so much. Huge donation. Really, really appreciate
Very
it.
generous. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is such a generous donation. And then after that, we've got $10 from Shadow Killer. Good morning, Dragon Quest crew. Just wanted to wish you all good luck and say what good-looking team we've got running this game. Especially that handsome fellow in red. How you doing?
How are you doing?
All right, and we
Thanks,
are
Shadow.
even closer. We are in the last. We are 2,149. That's less than $400. Come on, time's running out, but we can make this happen.
We have maybe 40 minutes.
I'd say around 30, I think, at
30,
this
yeah.
point.
No more than 40 minutes. Probably more like 30 minutes before we end up running to the end of this incentive. So let's get this done. A second seat of skill. We just kind of entered the seer's house and found out that he's not here. But while we're here, we may as well do what we do best and commit some thievery. He won't notice. He can't really see anyway.
Very important seat of skill we got.
He's called the seer, but he can't actually see.
Yeah, so in this cutscene here that
Like a
we're
tiny person being called, Biggie.
in this cutscene we're about to watch, we actually find out that the seer is completely blind, but because he sees all, he can actually see that through Medea's veil that she's not really a horse, but a person.
Wait a minute.
A horse, you say? How curious.
Curiouser and curiouser.
This is where we learn about the magical properties of the spring water. We tell the story of exactly what happened, and he's like, "Well, try to drink this water. It might help." And it does. It does help. We get to actually see Medea for the first time. And, oh, poor Blimey. You know, another time that Trode sneaks up and scares the ever-living daylights out of Yangus. The Princess Medea drinks the water and becomes a pretty princess again. Her color scheme is oddly familiar, wouldn't you say?
I've seen it somewhere before.
I can't put my finger on it. But yeah, this is the first time you actually see what Medea looks like.
I'm just.
It's a very touching moment of father and daughter reunion. However, unfortunately, it doesn't last long. The curse Duomega's put on them is too strong and can't be broken by the spring water. It has to be broken by dealing with the cursor.
But if Medea drinks the water, the curse is lifted momentarily. So we are commanded by King Trode to bring Medea back every once in a while to make her feel better.
Something we definitely will do.
Absolutely not. Ain't nobody got time for that. But thou must at least tell Trode that you'll do it.
We have to stabilize things because she's a horse.
Yeah. 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 It took a second. That one hurt. I don't have the mental capacity for this morning, Ellie.
Sorry.
We're
But chat can send their beautiful puns if they have any.
yes.
All ears about. All want.
Pun it up. Help us. We're on the overnight crew, and I can't speak for everybody, but I'm starting to feel the effects of sleep deprivation right now. So any laughter or anything like that to get our spirits back up would be greatly appreciated. Also, Demon Spear.
All right, when I pass you the controller, you'll wake right up, I promise you.
You think so? Because I could prove that wrong. Also, remember that piece of cheese that we had earlier? We're going to use it. And we're going to make arguably one of the most important items in the late game.
I'm gonna need to make a detour to Andrea. Jessica needs 2 consumables.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
And I don't, well, okay, I know where I can get holy water, but I think they're too out of the way.
you can just.
Well, not magic water.
Yeah. I mean, any consumable is.
Yeah, any
Is fine.
consumable works. I'll just get 2 holy waters.
All right, and those donations are coming in. We've got $50 from Lord Azul for the blindfolded fight. Thank you so much for your generous donation. Yes,
you.
let's make that happen.
Thank you so very, very much.
And then we have $25 from Papa Gen Zero. Let's not see then, because it's a blindfolded fight.
Yes. Nice. Like it.
Nice.
$5 from Sergeant Turbocorn. Anything blindfolded is always impressive. Take my money, please.
Thank you so very much.
And then last but not least, we've got $50 from Some Diener. Home stretch. Come on, I need blindfolded Dolmagus in my life. Who's with me?
Diener go. Diener go. Thank you so very much.
Please send us all your bad puns via donation. Make us smile first thing this morning.
So we're on our way to charge the magic mirror. Something we can completely skip is that after we meet the seer, all we have to do is meet him to trigger this encounter to spawn. This is where if you go back to his house, he'll tell you how to get restore power back into the magic mirror. Thankfully, we can skip that cutscene entirely and just go straight there. It's one of the few instances where we can actually a sequence break the story a little bit.
Also, what he tells you to do is he tells you to go and drive your boat directly under this bridge You can do that, and it'll always give you a forced sea dragon encounter. But if you pull up a little bit short and whistle, there is a greater than normal chance that a sea dragon will just appear. And the difference between the two of them, if you go to the forced encounter, they both act the exact same. They will always lead with Giga Flash and do that. But if you fight under the bridge dragon, you can't run away from it. But because this is classified as a random encounter, we can run away. And because we're high enough level,
100%.
we can just walk away from it. We got the sun mirror. That's all we need to do. And then we're out.
Yeah. For whatever reason, the game treats the forced sea dragon encounter as like an actual boss.
And the sea dragon is normally not a threat. It's just a time sink. Giga Flash causes dazzle effect on all of your characters. And dazzle is similar to like in Final Fantasy games, the darkness ability. It reduces your accuracy to basically nothing. So you can only fight it with magic skills, and sea dragons have an incredibly high magic defense. So it just takes a long time. But it's very nice that we can run away. You're going to have to rest at the end.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah, I was going to have to do this anyway.
I'd like to say we're down to less than 250 for that incentive. Let's do it. We're so close. We're also closing in on $23K $1,000 raised for the total event.
Let's go. So we have, let's see. We need to, now that we have the sun mirror, we can now break the curse and the seal that is over the dark ruins, which gives us access to where Dulmagus the Fiend is hiding out. So we are fast approaching on the end. There's a fair amount of puzzle that we have to do inside the Dulmagus, or inside the dark ruins that we have to get through. But like I said, the incentive is fast approaching. We're coming up on we're coming down to the wire on that. So get them in. So Flutter needs to get an extra couple of consumables for no other reason other than it's part of how we're going to mitigate things during the blindfolded segment if we get to it.
Buying it just in case. Because if I don't have the consumables, that's really bad.
Yeah. So now that we have gotten the magic mirror, we're heading back to the dark ruins. The dark ruins, we're going to make sure that we put the magic mirror in the monument, and that's going to break the seal, and then we can enter and start working on the puzzles that are required in order to get to where the boss is hiding. So we have a little bit of time. There's a little bit of downtime before we get to our first puzzle. So if you have anything from the host stand, awesome. Now's the best time.
I've got no donations, but right now is a great time to change that. We are coming down to the absolute wire on that incentive, and I really want to see this happen. I want some Diener to start his hosting shift on a good note, so let's do it.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, another instance of an NPC saying, wait, don't go in by yourself, I'll go get help, and we never see them again. It's a very common occurrence.
For sure.
The other common occurrence is kings giving us their kingdom's most worldly possessions, which it's only happened twice, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
It feels like it shouldn't. It's like, this is our sacred heirloom. We can't give this up, but
take it anyway.
Take it, because, why not?
Because you did me a favor one time.
Wasn't anything serious. So first little puzzle that we have to do, we have to go and raise the stairs in the opening area of the Dark Ruins so that we can progress. Lucky for us, because this timeline had 15 liquid metal slime kills, Hero is level 32, and 32 is the exact level cap that he needs to be at in order to not have to deal with any random encounters in this area.
That's really nice.
The encounter rate is normally pretty low, and using Padfoot and Holy Protection together lowers it even further. But this encounters that you do get here can be quite scary. The Red Barons, the Skull Riders on the horses are really scary. A couple of other encounters that just do a lot of damage to you. So we want to try to do our best to avoid them. So right here, what we're doing is a bunch of door puzzles.
I ran to him too many times. You're so right. It happened.
When we were setting up the practice saves for the blindfolded, I tried to make it so that we could streamline getting to the end of the fight as quickly as possible. So I went through the Dark Ruins and did all of the puzzles, got to the boss room, and then left to make a safety save. So Flutter for the last 2 days has been just streamline running through this entire dungeon, and may or may not have forgotten how to do things.
It's only the first lever. The rest is coming back to me.
All right, and we are even closer to that incentive thanks to $100 from Patches 192. We are closing in. I think we're going to make it. Let's get those donations in. And then right now we have $25 from Mushashi 219. A wild liquid slime appears. I ran away earlier because I wanted to see the blindfolded Domegas fight.
Fair.
Sounds like a great fun.
Sounds good. We have maybe 5 minutes before we get to the final countdown.
We have less than 5 minutes and we've got less than $100. Come on, we're so close. Let's push through and let's do this.
Be the one to make it happen. We would really, really appreciate it. So a couple more puzzles that we need to do. Ellie, can I hand this to you? Because I need to stand up for just 1 second. If you don't mind muting me for just 1 second.
And folks, we've got $50 from a mysterious benefactor and $50 from Sundiner, less than $100 left. We can do it, friends. If I'm right, and let's see, we are now closing in. We've got $2,454. We're in the last 50. And then thanks to another mysterious benefactor, we just got $25 more in. Thank you so much, everyone. I think we're going to make it happen.
Yeah, so the cutoff is after this puzzle room, I'm going to step into a spring and then trigger a cutscene. The cutoff has to be at that cutscene. So
$2,479. That's $21. Come on.
Almost. All right, sorry about that. I am back. We are super close. We are so close. Come on, chat. Help us out.
I hope that hit. Okay.
It should be close enough. You might have to go back to that other platform.
Just giving them a little bit more time for donuts, I guess.
Milking it a little bit.
All right, we've got $50 from Wells. Let's do the thing without seeing what we're doing.
Woo, awesome.
Right.
Thank you so very, very much for that. We really, really appreciate that.
And then just as important, we had $10 from Alu Vixipede. No comment, but thank you so much for your generous donation. It's happening, guys. We're going to see this.
All
or
right.
not see someone see this.
Yes. So for this fight, there's basically only two outcomes. It's either going to go absolutely perfect and in 7 turns or so, Domegas is going to fall, or it's going to completely fly off the rails and Flutter is going to have to really, really think to try and figure out where we are in the script and where we are in the fight. So with that being the case, is it possible that we can go ahead and start getting her headset and whatnot set up?
I would like my game audio a little bit higher.
So, Flutter, can you hear us?
Hear you?
Oh. So we have a couple more cutscenes that we have to get through. Flutter's going to do a few things with her inventory in order to make this doable. But like I said, what we were going to try to do is we're going to try to make it so that Flutter can only hear the game audio, and she won't be able to hear us talking, but we'll still be able to talk about what's going on. Flutter, can you hear us?
I can still hear you. Yeah.
How about now? Can you hear anybody?
Flutter.
Flutter. How about now?
I can't. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
Flutter.
Ah, yeah.
Okay, so the host stand can still be heard, but we on the couch are out of Flutter's ears.
Can you make the game a little bit higher, please? That's good. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so once we're ready, she's gonna walk forward and set the cutscene, and then I'm gonna hand her blindfold. But she's still got a couple more things left to do with her inventory, and then we are in the clear.
All right, we made it happen. Get ready to see this live.
All right. But just double checking our inventory to make sure that all of our items are set in very specific spots, because we're going to be utilizing the inventory in order to help Flutter understand where we are in certain turn orders and certain things that are going on. So here we go.
Well. What persistent
All right, so blindfolded, she can't hear us. We're going to talk a little quieter. I'm going to try really hard to not talk over her, because she's still going to try to talk about her mental and what she's thinking about and stuff like that. Some things that we want to cover really quick, though. I will talk after she gets all of her inputs and stuff in.
So my first turn will always be the same, and so will Doomagus's first turn always be the same. He will always do the multi-form technique and split into 3 copies and throw debris at people. I'm hoping he throws debris at 2 different people, because debris can hit the same person twice or 2 different people.
So to expand a little bit on what she was talking about.
Okay, that hit 2 different people.
Doommagus is a scripted fight, so to speak. He has 2 different patterns that he can be in. He can be in a B pattern or C pattern. Depending on the attacks that he is about to cast will give us a sort of tell as to what's coming next. So it's a sort of pseudo script that Flutter is trying to follow, but the wild card in this is the doppelgangers. They can do 4 different actions that are random.
Dodge. Okay, that's a good dodge. So unfortunately, since I don't know who's getting hit, Angela's kind of forced to spam multi-heal this round, this fight. Because I really need everyone topped up for this fight, especially Jess. Jess is the most vulnerable person here. He laughed at me. Okay, so this is where the fight can go wrong. He put someone to sleep, and I do not know who got put to sleep, so now I have to try to ascertain who got put to sleep. So we're going to do this. Right. Item. Yangus is awake. Hero's awake. So it's either Jess or Angelo asleep, and I'm gonna really hope it's Jess is asleep. It's Angelo. So a 50 tension zap and a 50 tension
This skill's called Thin Air if she can't figure it
thin air will kill the clones, and this is very important. The clones are very, very dangerous. As a Windsickle.
Angelo still being asleep is very scary because
Okay.
Jessica is in danger of dying.
Angelo's still asleep. It's bad. Jessica's gonna get a big hit here, but I really need Angelo to wake up. Someone else got put to sleep. Okay, so either 2 people are asleep or 1 person's asleep. So let's try to find out who that is. It's not Yangus. It's not Hero. So either Jess and Angelo are asleep, or it's just Jess. Or it's just Angelo. They're both asleep.
We are getting into scary levels of this fight now. Because
This is getting really bad.
Also, it's worth noting that Dual Magus alternates 1 attack and then 2 attacks. 1 attack, 2 attacks, back and forth, back and forth. So
Okay,
luckily that was only a single attack turn.
Yeah, the good news, the body has just around 2,000 HP. She's taken
Okay, one of them
7%
woke
of it.
up. I'm gonna really hope it's Angelo. Okay, thank God Angelo's awake.
It's also really nice that he hasn't gone into his C transition.
Oh, he's dead.
That was so scary.
Okay,
That was super scary.
that was
But
very scary.
so Angelo being asleep that entire time and nobody actually dying is beyond unlucky, or beyond lucky and beyond lucky at the exact same time. It was both lucky and unlucky at the same time. But so there's no good way of knowing who's asleep or who's awake. It's a low chance that that they use the eyes to put the character to sleep. A lot of the times they'll get hit and wake right back up immediately. But unfortunately, the one healer that we have that you can effectively make sure that the entire party was topped off was asleep for 4 straight turns.
Yeah.
So that was that was one of the worst fights that I've seen her get in all of these practice runs.
Yeah, so Angelo being asleep for so long, meaning no one was getting healed for 4 turns, which is going to be a really big problem this second phase. So normally I would spend the first phase trying to be as aggressive as I can be. I'm going to be as defensive as I can be. Because Dual Magus in his second phase is so much scarier than his phase 2.
But this one we can at least see, so we know exactly what we're doing.
The way it is right now is fine. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I'll take that back now. We're gonna start tracking HP as well. So another little spreadsheet that I have up is gonna help us keep track of the amount of HP that is remaining on our bosses moving forward. It's just gonna be a nice little marker of how much we need to do. Dolmagus in phase 2 has 2,640 HP, and it's gonna start off very, very slow because of our current HP values. But again, thank you guys so much for allowing us to showcase that blindfolded. It's not over yet because we have to get through phase 2 now.
All right, let's see how bad it is, because I think it's bad. Ooh, that's not good. Okay, so normally I would get aggressive with Hero here, but I'm going to really hope Hero can get an outspeed here. Hero or Angelo, either of them outspeeding is desirable.
Yang is
Biggest one.
outspaced.
Okay, that's
Your
fine.
multi-else
That's
good.
fine. That's fine.
All right, so a little safety net. We're still at danger because we're not at topped out HP, but it appears as though Dolmagus bottom rolled his agility.
Yeah. Okay, he went last. That's incredibly lucky for Dolmagus to go last before Accelerate.
Also, again, Dolmagus 2 is also somewhat pattern-based. We can kind of tell what's happening and what's going to be coming up next. But right now, we've only done 66 damage to Mr. Dolmagus here.
Yeah, so I'm going to prioritize Magic Barrier here as my second buff. What Magic Barrier does is that Dolmagus has a chance to shout at you, and what shout does is it has a chance to knock you down and lose your turn, and Magic Barrier reduces that chance of getting knocked down to a 1 in 5, as opposed to a 4 or 3 out of 5.
Okay, so next 2 turns is going to be attack freezing waves. Oh no, flames freezing waves. So he's going to flame breath at you, and then he's going to use freezing wave.
Okay.
So also knowing what's coming next will let us determine whether or not it's worth putting on a buff.
Yeah, so
Even though we're going to immediately lose the insulate that we just cast, it's just to protect us from the fire breath attack.
yeah, so Insulate mitigates the damage you take from fire and ice attacks by 50%.
Ish, something like that.
So something like that.
And also freezing waves is removal of all party buffs. So we are back to neutral. So next thing that's going to happen is he's going back to attack. And then there is a transition to A. So he's going to attack or scream at you next turn. Or crackle. Or go into a whole nother rotation. So the way that his flow chart of skills goes,
That's a good turn.
it's so incredibly hard to actually know what's coming without having somebody standing kind of over you telling you exactly what's about to happen. Because even still, I don't know where he's at. I think he's still in his A rotation. He has 3 different rotations. I think he's still in A rotation, but it's hard. It's really difficult to tell. You won't really know until he uses Sizzle or Featherstorm that he moves out of his main rotation of skills.
So Freezing Wave not only gets rid of buff, it gets rid of tension. Normally at the start of this fight, I would fish for a 20 tension on Hero, since Hero's turns are kind of flexible with what he can do, but because I had to make sure I wasn't going to die turn 1, it's not really something I could have gone for.
All right, so we are in his C rotation. His next attack is either going to be a high-speed combo or a freezing wave, and then he's going back into his original transition, or his original one.
Okay, so we're gonna do this. Make sure Yangus is topped off, because high-speed combo does like 150 to 200 damage.
And we're also setting Insulate in case he doesn't use freezing waves, because it's a either or that this next attack does one or the other.
How much is the defense increased by?
His defense is 6-7. Sorry. All right, so we're Crackle, which means we are back into A group. And we're unfortunately lost all of our buffs, so we're back to square one again. But we have done a decent amount of damage. He's down to 1,700 HP right now. So we are slowly but surely whittling him away.
Yeah, unfortunately, with how often Dual Magus Phase 2 can spam Wave of Ice, it's not really worth it to go for tension. It's just constant chip damage. I also should... Actually, Angela has so much MP, he barely used any in Phase 1.
Yeah, perk of being asleep. He's still in his A phase. As long as we keep seeing crackles and punches, we are doing good. Also, we have completely bottomed out. We have completely bottomed out Dual Magus's defense. So we are doing maximum damage right now. As you can see from the raw Helm Splitter doing over 200 damage. We're gonna have to do Parallax coming up next. That has a 30% multiplier. So we're gonna do maybe 240 to 250 damage on this hit.
250.
On the dot.
Nice.
So we are under 1,000 HP left to get out of Dual Magus 2. We're not super at risk of losing the fight as long as we stay in A phase. A phase is where we want to stay. You already have Magic Barrier up, right?
Yeah, I do. Just thinking how aggressive I want. I don't want to be aggressive, I think.
So 970 damage by my count is about where we need to be.
Yeah, so Jessica, because of the constant Wave of Ice spam and how many buffs I kind of need to be able to get through this fight as smooth as possible, Jess doesn't really have the opportunity to Twin Dragon last year. And the only thing Hero can do is damage, because the only thing Hero can do is spot heal here. He has no form of AoE healing.
So it's either attack or combo here. Okay, so he's going to do Flames, Freezing Waves next turn. But you need only 468 damage to kill him, so you could just go for broke and full send it.
I'm gonna... I can't... do this.
.203, he's at 265.
Okay.
I was wrong. It was actually less than 175. I missed an attack somewhere. So that was Dual Magus 2. Little scary.
Yeah, that was very scary because of how bad Phase 1 went.
But we didn't die.
That's
the important thing. We have also hit the top end of how many axe points we can get on Yangus. So now we're just going to be alternating back and forth between whatever we can put into axes and into fists. But unfortunately, we're not going to get a high enough level to hit 100 axes and get Typhonius Maul, which is his best axe skill. Sword 11.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get up here for a sec.
But yeah, thank you for donating for the blindfolded incentive. I really hope it was fun to watch, or at least entertaining, because that Phase 1 went really bad.
It was awesome.
It was definitely a a clencher of a moment. I was worried because he could have easily have targeted Jessica on that last turn and knocked her out, and then if the fight ended with Jessica down and into phase 2, it would have just been an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, worst case scenario for that fight is Jessica dying because I can't spot heal her the way I normally would, you know, in fights I can see. But we put in place contingencies if in case she died, and in the 2 days I practiced, it never happened. But of course, here it came so close.
Yeah. But I'm glad that I'm very, very glad that that all the hard work that we've put in for the past couple of days, that Flutter has been working. Like I said, it was about 7 hours on Sunday and another 3 or 4 yesterday of just doing that fight on repeat over and over and over again to get the muscle memory down, to see as many possible outcomes of that fight as possible, to know what to do. So thank you so very much, everybody, for allowing us to showcase that, and for also just donating to an amazing cause that NAMI is.
All right, and with that, my time here is drawing near. This is Possum Coffee. I'm going to lead into some dinner, taking over. They're very capable, and they will take good care of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
and
Possum.
signing
I
off.
appreciate it. Also, a quick little update on the story. Jessica has disappeared. We don't really know what happened. She just kind of like ran away. So,
Yeah, so there's a lot of confusions with the story at this point. It's made you to believe once you defeat Duomegas, the curse on Trode and Medea will be lifted. But we defeated Duomegas, he even turned to stone, and that didn't happen. Not only that, Jessica takes the scepter that Duomegas had the whole time and just leaves the party. So now we're left with a lot more questions than answered after Duomegas was defeated, which isn't supposed to be the case.
So now it's a party of, now it's just a party of 3. So
It's just the boys. Jessica's gone.
and it's a little bit scary because some of these encounters, right now we're still at high enough level, thanks to the 15 kills, that we don't have to worry about random encounters so much. But we are, once we get to the other side of Arcadia, which is our next town, that's when random encounters start to become a thing. Also, you think it's worth giving a disclaimer about Domenico
No,
and David? Okay,
no, I don't think so.
fair enough.
I just want to talk about it.
Pretend it doesn't exist. Got it. For those that know, they know. For those that don't worry about it. It's not important.
Yeah, so prior to this point in the story, if you tried going down this path this way, you would be blocked by this checkpoint and there'd be no way to continue forward. But now that we've defeated Duomegas, we can actually get to Arcadia.
Somehow or another, the doors were blown inward towards us instead of in the direction of that you were trying to head. But you know, hey.
I forgot about honey pot.
Oh, no, you got plenty of time.
Yeah.
Luckily, like, right, we wanna make sure that we're hitting our alchemy pots when we're supposed to be, and we're filling it up because we're still constantly going to be adding things to the alchemy pot in order to be making new items. But towards the later game, we have more steps to play with, so to speak, because we have less items that we need to make. So we can, for sure, be a little bit late on some things and it end up being completely fine. So recovery ring that was on Jessica, at least Jessica was nice enough when she decided to completely abandon us. She at least left all of her equipment that she had in her pockets in our bag.
Yeah, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, because I mean, we needed that recovery ring at least so that we can start working on making the recovery bracer.
Time for the thing I never know where. Oh, I got it first try. Cool.
Magic water. We can, very important, unironically, because we will need that later for possible Yggdrasil farming.
Yeah, possible recovery later. Thankfully, I didn't have to use the leaf fighting Dual Magus. Came close. But
Yeah.
It wasn't necessary.
Also, Jessica's blue.
So more like gray-blue. And she talks very similarly to someone we just defeated.
She's evil now. She's also, the veins are scary. The forehead veins are, she's got really high blood pressure, apparently. We need to get that looked at.
Yeah, Domenico is supposed to be this great mage, and Domenico's powerful magic is no match for Jessica's new powerful magic.
But, you know, we're so big and bad. The sight of us scares her away.
Yeah, for whatever reason, us just showing up makes her leave.
No, not now. We're not ready. So Domenico's pretty mean to his retainer, David. Not really know why. It's kind of mean. We're also, so because he's been so mean, we're gonna do again what we do best and commit
Rob
thievery.
him.
And then we'll talk to him. He says, you know, I want you to perform a task for me. I need you to find these two really powerful gemstones called the Cran Spindles. I don't know where they are. I just know they exist. So be a dear and go find it for me.
Yeah, he points us in the direction of where to look. He wants us to talk to someone in town who can get us access to a tower outside of Arcadia where he thinks the Cran Spindles may be.